All right. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? BMP, welcome. Maybe they'll do it after. Oh, for legendary, yeah. You know, because of the timing of this is like middle of September. There's a, I guess probably low chance, right? But a non-zero chance that they reduce the legendary stuff over the holidays. So, no update video? No, only because I was up really late last night and I did not get the chance to wake up early and record one. Because it started, the thing was 7, and I don't want to make like, I could have made a video, I'm sure yours was pre-recorded, and I could have made one like yours, but I don't necessarily want to do that. You were grinding to make yours? Oh, so you got up early and did it? Is that what happened? Because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get up early and do it. But it just didn't happen. I basically just got up. So lucky getting Silverthorn, bro. I know, it's ridiculous. Red, hello. You didn't show like new prices in game. You just covered new prices and if the items are good. Okay. So you did pre-record it. Okay. Grinding for Hemlock, nice. Here to see if cheetah is ever gonna be worth anyone's time. Sadly, we don't have the acorns to get cheetah. Otherwise, I would. But one thing I will do is I'll probably end up getting Sentinel. I have a list. Hold on, I gave it to everybody else. I gave it to the other content creators, but maybe I just make an announcement on Discord for it instead, with like all the repriced stuff. Thanks for the percentage list. Yeah. No worries. I just simplified the list that they gave us, and then I'm not even gonna lie, I just gave it to ChatGPT, and I was like, just put the percentages at the end, and they looked correct. There was a couple mistakes that I caught, but I think it's correct. I could not be bothered going through every single one of those individually. That would be crazy. But they reduce certain things by a lot and other things by not that much. Panther is still relatively expensive. Well, I say relatively expensive, but it's, it's more expensive than Aegis now. And frankly, I think Aegis is better. So, like, honestly, I'd even say maybe just skip Panther at that point. But Sentinel is, like, way freaking cheaper. And I'll get Sentinel and move into tier 7 probably this stream. And then in terms of weapons, see, part of the reason that another part of the reason that I didn't want to like make an individual video being like, here are the things that are worth getting now that the prices are dropped. It's because it's the same things. Everybody's been thinking that stuff being cheaper must mean that now they should get more stuff. No, it just means that you can get the same stuff, but by spending less. That's it. The stuff that was worth spending on is still worth spending on. And the stuff that wasn't worth spending on is probably still not worth spending on. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, yes, you could get something like Helix Rack, which is a pretty solid thing. Or like Nades and Cryo Launcher, which can both be decent. You can get those for a lot cheaper now. Certain things, like especially Nade Launcher 12, for example, is Acorns. And it was 100%, like absolutely no shot you should ever get it before the repricing. But now it's like, okay, you could get it and it wouldn't be a big deal. But should you get it? No, right? Because you still, there's way better options. There's way better credit-based options, or even if, yeah, it's just like legendary weapons. There's all kinds of really, really good legendary weapons. Tier 5, Tier 6, you really shouldn't, like, by the end of Tier 6, you should have, like, 0 epic weapons left in your hangar. Like, there's no reason to be using epic weapons. There's so many good legendary options at this point. There's so many good legendary options. And no, like, the stuff that you should get really doesn't change just because it's cheaper. Doesn't change what's worth actually getting, except Zephyr and Sentinel. Zephyr was always worth getting. Sentinel, okay, maybe it's still not worth getting. It's still not going to do good, but people get it anyway. I think that's always been my stance on it. When it comes to like Zephyr, Zephyr's really good, especially to counter Seekers and Nomads, to be honest. But especially like Sentinel and Brickhouse, 2 mechs that are credits, I know people are going to get them anyway. So I'm not going to bother giving you a hard stop, like a absolutely no, don't ever buy it. It's not good, and you probably won't use it for that long. But I more or less plan around people getting them because everybody does. Let's be real. Is Lancer an exception to this? An exception to what? Buying stuff? I was talking in terms of weapons. I was talking in terms of weapons specifically. But in general, I would say like you shouldn't upgrade anything besides Lancer. Like in terms of all the like the really low tier stuff. From my experience, nothing is worth upgrading except for Lancer. It's still so strong and so useful where I'm at in the game right now. And I'm about to hit tier 7. And everything else that I've used is just mid, right? Like it's just whatever, right? Like rank 4 Ares was okay, but there's really no reason to do that if you, if you can just get Aegis for way cheaper. But that's another thing, right? Is like now you have to consider the cost of some of these things, like 1,300 A coins, for example. Yeah, Cheetah's way cheaper as well. That's a good one. Freaking deserved, dude. This thing sucks. But 1,300 A coins for that versus like how much does it cost to rank up a rare mech a couple times? I think it's also like 13-ish hundred. So yeah. Sucks that pilots didn't get cheaper. Pilots were always cheaper in terms of like pilots have always been the cheapest, most cost-effective boost that you could get, right? So like you get some type of performance boost out of buying an epic mech. If you have a bunch of rare mechs, there's some amount of performance boost you could get from buying an epic, some amount you could get from buying a legendary, etc., etc., etc. Some amount you could get from upgrading it, some amount you could get from ranking it up, some amount of benefit that you could get from buying weapons, upgrading weapons. Every single one of those things pales in comparison to pilots. Pilots have always been the most cost-effective performance boost out there, and it really hasn't changed, right? It's 1,000. It's still cheaper to get a pilot than it is to get a mech, right? Oh, right, okay. What I might do is I'll just start with this like I usually do. I think that's not a bad idea. Why don't you use Viper? Because I think Podgun's better. I do. At some point, maybe if I get Overdriver, then I'd choose Overdriver. I don't dislike Viper. I think Viper's very strong. I just think Podgun's better. Not only is it... I mean, maybe... Is it better on Aegis? Honestly, probably, yeah. But not only do I think it's just kind of better overall, but also it's extremely important to make sure that you cover all your bases. So I want to have at least one long-range guided type weapon, which it's not a guided category, but it is a weapon that has homing to it. No poke. Yeah, okay. Like I'll get to that some other time. It's gonna raise so many questions, bro. Game are you for right now? 1 minute and 6 seconds. Rank costs. We don't know what they are. They sadly did not give us test server access, so I have no idea what the upgrade percentages and whatever stuff are. I cannot update my upgrade sheet yet. I definitely will. It will include everything, as always. However, I cannot do much about that right now because they didn't give me test server access. All they did was they gave us a list of bro whiffed his dash, okay. Hey there, buddy. Yeah, you shouldn't have poked them. Tic-tac-toe. So, okay, look. It's a very sad thing that happened. I'm not, like... I'm clearly not a political channel, but I think everyone should agree. That was terrible. You got some epic weapon, 16 energy, nice. I think that'll go up before... As long as I don't expose my center, he can get me through my shield and everything. But as long as I don't expose my center, I'm just kind of wall picking here. He can't actually link to me. Oh, no. There you go. Whatever. I mean, in this case, I'll just run it, right? Now, when it's about to end, I can... Okay, that was close. You lost all of your Hangar Showdown today? That's crazy, dude. I want to take full advantage of the league that I'm in, so League 2. I know it's much easier than League 1, but I do want to move up to League 1 on this account, simply so that I can give people some advice on how to deal with that. Because I feel like, here's just, I don't know, kind of my opinion here. I feel like a lot of people, instead of trying to give decent advice for League 1 players who are like really low SP, because it's super unfair for them, people are just like, instead of getting decent advice for that, they're just justifying League dropping. Like, no, I don't know. I think I could do it. I think I could hang in there. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know, right? Galaxy, hello. Is Redeemer good? In this mode, yes. In other modes, like at rank 4, I would not say so, no. Not really. Am I going to use Silverthorn? Probably not this stream. I don't think so. How good do you think Howler would be if its projectiles just went through mods like they do most things already? As in, like, it deals damage as if it has, like, a shield pierce percent? Or if it just completely ignored all mod shields? If it completely ignored all mod shields, then that's would probably be like, I don't know, potentially one of the best weapons because like mod shields are so strong, right? Messy, much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Do you remember your live viewers record? I do not. The only one, the only one I remember is like the 22,000 or whatever bots when I had that. Whatever. I don't know what was happening with that, but you had it too. So yeah, you are a member now. Much appreciated. How many blueprints do you need to make Graviton 10 from 5? 5-star level 1 to 6-star level 1. 19. That's how many. Most of the legendary blueprint numbers I have off the top of my head. It's 7 from 3 to 4. It's 10 from 4 to 5. It's 19 from 5 to 6. And it is 75 from 6 to max. And this is why I tell people, do not freaking underestimate the amount of resources that it takes to max things out. Especially legendary. It goes from 19 to 75, dude. 75. I was not intending to spawn this, I just didn't spawn. Just so we're clear, I would have spawned the Orion. This guy did just fire, though. Okay. Alright, nice, thanks. Now we're good. Good job. It's a scuffed repeater build to get there. 75 is a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. 4 times more, yeah, exactly. You have 9 blueprints, you need 10 more. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. Arguably, I did get kind of lucky. Because I think I only have, like, maybe 10 or 12 Overdrive or 10 blueprints. Bye. Okay, here's the deal, buddy. Oh, never mind, he's cooked. Oh, wow. Interesting. What should I get? Stormrack 8 or Podgun 8? Don't spend acorns on weapons. That's... Yeah, there's really no exception to that. Just don't spend acorns on weapons, period. Acorns are hard to get. You should prioritize spending them on mechs, because there's a lot of really good... There's a lot of really strong mechs that cost acorns, but in terms of weapons, most of the good ones you can get with credits. Like Stormrack, Revoker, even now like Overdriver. Overdriver is better than Viper, but you can get both. Podgun. Like, realistically, the only meta weapon that you can't get with credits the only meta weapon you can't get with credits is like minigun, I think. But then there's like the early game meta, what's it called? Gemini. And obviously that would be good to get, but you can't get that. But yeah, everything else you can get with credits easy. There you go. Good job. Should you upgrade your Vortex? It's at 3-star. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Vortex is really worth using. It's not really worth using late game anymore. It used to be meta just because it was the tankiest thing out there, including the ability. But nowadays, it's just not true. You just send, instead of one fairly tanky Vortex, you could just send the same Deathwalker 800 times in a row and not die. So I feel like Vortex is rather obsolete. Rank up Strike Rocket 16 to 4-star or buy Orion. That's an interesting situation. I'll leave that up to you, but this is another good reason as to why you really shouldn't buy. Strike Rocket is, I suppose, another one, but this is why you really shouldn't buy low-rank weapons. It's not really worth it. Who is what doing what? BMP? Phoenix Swing? What's he doing? Oh. Bruh. Yeah, I'm just gonna ban him. Yeah, let's not start that conversation here. Thank you for that. Honestly, most maps I start with Orion. Missile rack 12. Interesting. Yeah, escape. You'd think that would be common knowledge, but for some people... Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Yeah. Anything low rank, or low tier, sorry. This is kind of, one of the biggest issues with upgrading low tier stuff. Like, for example, I use my maxed Lancer, right? I maxed out my Lancer and I use it a lot. However, in this mode, I don't use Lancer because it's useless. It's so weak in comparison to everything else. Because when you start the mode, everything gets maxed, right? So then it's their maxed, epic or legendary stuff. With maxed, probably low energy weapons, but, maxed probably legendary weapons. And then you got a freaking common, like, it's not gonna do well. So, yeah, upgrading some low tier stuff can be good. You just have to be careful not to rely on. It's like upgrading stuff too much. I don't want to deal with this. It's kind of a problem, right? Should probably get back into cover, yeah. Ow. Yeah, that was bad. I shouldn't have gone with the Zephyr, honestly. I went with the Zephyr banking on the... I was really banking on them. Nice dome, dude. He's gonna get both. Let's go. Nice job. I was really banking on them pushing the middle with some type of scout thing. Right. Need 16 a good option to invest in? No, not really. Like any more than before? No. Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it performs better. You used Savant, Lancer, and Hanger Showdown. So, okay, so Lancer can get up to certain places that other mechs can't. So there is like the one map, the long-ranged one. There is that one map where Lancer does pretty good. You spent $50 for 5,000 acorns. That's, I mean, it's not the that's not the greatest deal you could have had, but okay. Let's see this one. This is another one. I like to start with the Railgun Orionic because very often, I think the Hemlock's going to be on my end. Very often people are willing to do that and just get themselves killed immediately. They're very willing to peek that little crevice there. They shouldn't, but they are. That's a search. Yeah, just let him EMP you. Nice job, buddy. Good job, good job. Is it repricing here? Yes, it is. I'm just going to finish up this hangar showdown real quick. Yeah, Seeker and no, I should have gone with the Zephyr. I had no way of knowing that, though. Get close, but not too close. Thank you, sir. When it comes to, yeah, like surges and... Oh, great. I'm picking up our ammo. Let's see. Sorry, I'm kind of like trying to log in here. Yeah. I had to use my ability just for the invincibility frames. Man, a lot of times people are like dealing damage even while I'm backtracking, which is ridiculous. It's a little bit late to use this Zephyr. Yeah. What was I saying earlier? Oh yeah, like if somebody's like a Surge or Seeker, you want to be able to like cover your teammates back, but you don't want to get too close. A thing that I've seen people do a little bit too often is that they get way too close to you, and so you end up both getting killed for it. As opposed to only one of you getting jumped on, you both get jumped on. And that's like not great. Right? Where's the Blankhorn? It's right there. So what I really don't want is for them to see me. I want to be able to... Here we go. I want to be able to get close without them realizing that I'm here. Because that Surge will absolutely kill me. And this guy, he's a little bit too close. Uh-oh. Okay, I killed that. But now... alright, no, he covered, thank you. Wait, can you turn on manual aim? It's just in the settings. I mean, you could do it mid-match. Should be easier to find, but... I mean, it's the same as anything. You just go to settings and then controls and then scroll down a bit. You have like the crosshair option and everything. And then you can turn on this. Also this, the mod display, it's really important to know if people have mods on. You definitely do not want that off. I don't even know why that's an option. Like, that is wild. Who you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not using it. Oh, I gotta use credits. I forgot about that. And also, for the record, just so we're clear, the repricing was indeed about 50%, which is exactly what I predicted, right? Which is good though, because that leaves about 30-35% room for legendary. So if they do reprice legendary, My guess is they're going to reduce it by 30 to 35%, which would be, I mean, not the most, but it would be significant, right? So, like, instead of like 9,000 acorns, a mech would cost 6,000 acorns. Still a lot, but more manageable for sure. And also, upgrades would cost less. One of the big things is like blueprint costs as well. So, like, when they repriced the other stuff, they significantly reduced the number of blueprints it costs to upgrade. I assume they did for Epic as well, but I don't know off the top of my head. I like gambling every time I shoot an enemy with sniper weapons, so I turn mod display off. Yes, that's fair, that's fair. With weapons reduced by more than the mechs percent-wise, yes. So I have this list here. Where is it? Yeah. I mean, I can... Yeah, may as well just pull this up here, right? Okay, so... well, no, I gotta pull this a little over to the side here so that my camera's not covering it up. This is fine. So here is all of the stuff. Here's all the reduction. Here's the original cost, the final cost, and this is the amount there it was reduced by. So most of the stuff is like 50%. You see Cheetah 65, Sentinel 65, Panther's only 35. So Panther is going to be like 2,400 acorns versus let's say Aegis, which is like 1,800. And again, I think Aegis is better, to be honest. Like, maybe not late game, but like in the late game, you probably shouldn't be using either realistically. But like earlier mid game, yeah, I think Aegis is just straight up better. So it being cheaper is also just another like, yeah, just get Aegis type situation. But then here's like the weapons. You see the lower energies are reduced by more, which is great to see. All of these things are the way that they are. I mean, there's not really a lot to say about that. It's lagging a little bit. There was one thing that I do want to point out specifically. Fuse Mortar 10 used to be credits, but is now acorns. It got reduced by about 65%, but it's now acorns as opposed to credits. Or at least it should be. I can check the gear hub here real quick. According to the notes that they gave us, it should be. Indeed it is, yeah, 870. It's not great, but I guess it's another good reason to not get fuse mortars, right? So, at the end of the day, it's not a big deal. And I'll just like put this, try to fit this back where it was. I will have this entire list. You know what? I'm just gonna copy text, and I'll put it in info and notes. Let me just remove the ping from it real quick. All right, so there, and then real quick server announcements. I'll just ping. I'll have the updated epic item costs in the section. There you go. So there's an announcement linking to the thing. So now if you want to know what the new prices of stuff are, as opposed to, like, I don't know, just asking people, you could just go to Discord. It's readily available though now. I am not listening to you. Should you buy Gold Pass or Mech and Weapon Flash deal? I mean, that's the first time I saw that. But I mean, if you're gonna be an asshole about it. Should you put perimeter multilayer on Orion? Yeah, probably. Probably. I would not, like, max out mods on low tier stuff, right? Because realistically, you're not going to use it forever. But yeah, let's take more of these. You know, if you want to buy it, it's cheap, especially perimeter multilayer. Buying and upgrading perimeter multilayer twice is very, very, like, it's very, very cheap. You should be able to do that, no problem. So if you can, honestly, I'd recommend doing that on all of your regular mechs. Every mech that you regularly use. Can I check your free-to-play account? No. No. The hanger review thing that I was doing last stream, as well as, like, the last couple videos. I still want to mess around with that to see what I can do with it to make it interesting. Overall, it does not seem like many people are interested in watching that, so yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Is he gonna jump on... Look, I'm okay if you jump on me. I just want you to jump on me, like... Boom, boom. Ah, come on. He would have been dead if I didn't freaking miss that shot, dude. Alright, well, at least... Old man's got one Gemini, one Javelin rack. I can't say good job to a kill shot, but... he did kill him, and that's good. Finally, price reduction? Yeah, I know, right? Anyone know how many months it'll take to save up 9,000 acorns? As many months as you make it take up. I'd say if you're grinding pretty hard, you can get like 3,000 to 4,000 a month. But if you're not, then it fully depends on how much time you spend finishing tasks, how many tasks you finish. All that kind of thing, you know? It's not a time-based thing so much as it is a you doing stuff thing. Heal yourself up, buddy. Like, you just drop down. Clearly you're not safe right there. Okay, nice. He killed him, but yeah, he got him weak though. You bought Storm Rack 10. Well, you should probably get the 6 as well. And no, I think you should have gotten the 6 first. I think that's dumb to get the 10. If you don't have the 6, I should say. Because when you use a single 10, you could use double 6s if you bought the 6, but no. But it's not like a big deal, right? You know, you shouldn't... It's like, you know, what are you going to do about it now, right? You delete your account, like... It's not a big deal. Okay, fine. I'll trigger the... Ah, frick. Yeah, I kind of knew it. I knew that Seeker was... He was being really careful. Which is good for him. You gotta EMP them right there, right there, right there. They were both right there. Aw. Whatever. The Seeker was being careful. There was basically no chance of me not dying there. There are 211 weapons in the game now. Oh, yeah. I forgot. With the addition of, what's its face? Continuum 16. What do they have? Eclipse and Ares. He's right there. Okay. You know, maybe he's... Oh, okay. I gotta... Thank you, friend. We gotta kill this guy. Gotta kill this guy right now. He's not paying attention. Nice. He turned like he was on mobile. By that I mean very slowly. Don't worry about it, I'll get you there. Nice, 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 nice. Good job. Yeah, it's a weird build that you got there, though. Can we use Missile Rack 12 and 8 temporary on Panther? I mean, like, I'm not gonna arrest you. What do you mean? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Missile Rack is, like, maybe not a bad weapon to get, but even still. It's really long reload. I don't think you really need multiple. The only reason people use multiple Stormwreck builds late game is because they have multiple reload implants, right? And it turns the weapon from a burst fire, you know, it turns it from, you know, a type of like burst fire thing into a lot more sustained fire. It's more of a brawler weapon with the reload implant because it's just really short reload time. But multiple builds with the same kind of mechanic with really long reload time, I don't think it's really necessary, you know. Like I talked about last time. I'm pretty sure I talked about this last stream. If I were to, let's say, for example, rank up my Stormwreck 10, for most people, or you know, in general, it's not a bad idea. Ranking up Stormwreck 10 is like, it's a good weapon, right? I'd want to be able to use 2 of them. But if I were to do it now, like, there's no point in doing it now. What would I use it on? Like, what would I use 2 Stormwreck builds on? This would be worse with Stormwreck. This would be worse with Stormwreck. This would be worse with the Stormwreck. This would be worse with Stormwreck. It doesn't make sense unless you have the reload implant. A lot of people very much underestimate how much of Stormwreck revolves around having the legendary reload implant. It really does. It's just a half decent. It's just a decent weapon until you get the reload implant. Then it becomes a meta weapon. Is it better to get Ember Gun temporary if you can't afford Revoker 12? Get Revoker 10. What do you mean? Is it better to spend everything I have on something that's cheaper rather than getting something that's good? No. Like, if that's the question you're asking, no. Of course not. Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean you need to. It doesn't make it more effective, right? Like, Ember Gun's still way worse. You could buy Ember Gun 16, and it would quite probably do worse than Revoker 6's. And I'm not even, like, I'm not exaggerating or anything. I'm being fully serious. Ember Gun 16 is probably worse than Revoker 6. There's no reason to get it. Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's a better option. Is it good to invest in Missile Rack 12 if I have extra to spare? No. I mean, again, why would you invest in Missile Rack if you have Storm Rack, right? To have 2 missile builds, like two of that type of missile build is not what's meta. What's meta is Storm Rack specifically with the reload implant, the legendary reload implant, because it turns it from a decent weapon into like a legitimate meta brawler weapon. Because the reload's so freaking short. That is literally the thing that makes it that strong. Has nothing to do with the mechanic or anything like that. Ember Gun 16 is better than Revoker 6, says you. Revokers are just that obnoxious, yeah. But I mean, even if it wasn't strictly true that like Ember Gun 16 is better than whatever, it doesn't really matter. My point is that Revoker is so significantly better than Ember Gun that there's no point in using Ember Gun, right? If you want to get the Revoker 12, which a lot of people will, like, go ahead, but just use like a 10 and 6, a Revoker 10 and 6 on whatever you're using. Even if your build has 20 energy, you could be using a Revoker 10 and 6 and you'd still do fine. Gotta get back to work. Alright, 211. Thank you for stopping by. Take care. You wish Missile Rack had a reload implant like Storm Rack? Yeah, well, I don't know. Do I wish Missile Rack had a really short reload implant? Or do I wish Storm Rack didn't have that implant? Because part of what makes Storm Rack so stupid and meta is that implant. Like, it's still fine. I still use it, right? I still use it here and it does well. I wouldn't want multiple of these builds, but it still does well, right? There's a place for it, even without the reload implant. But I think it becomes obnoxious and meta as soon as you introduce the reload implant. So, I don't know. I think I kind of prefer it the other way around. Overdriver 8 or Railgun 8, they're not even, like, you don't use them in the same way, so it depends. Railgun is the best weapon for Orion, period. If you don't have Orion, or if you're not using it on Orion, then just don't get Railgun. A Revoker Eclipse can kill my Stormrack Bastion before I can finish firing the whole magazine. Yeah, I know. It's pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb. One thing I kind of thought of, let's see, what should I do here? Like, I'll buy Sentinel. What should I get in terms of, like, because I could afford quite a few things. Should get like Missile Rack 16 or no, that costs 8 coins, I think, right? What costs credits? Is it just like Voltaic RPG? Maybe even not. I think it's like Stasis Beam, Helix Rack, and Cryo Launcher, right? Those are the only 3. But yeah, in not too long, I'll get Sentinel. That'll push me into tier 7. That'll be interesting. Use Overdriver on Sentinel? I don't have Overdriver, dude. I would if I could, but I don't. You know, I'm actually really close. You know, to be fair, fellas, look. That's not bad. I actually didn't realize how close I was. Should I save for that? I almost feel like maybe I should. Also, ooh, that's right, the season resets, so that's good. Who saw the short that I made yesterday, bro? I got the, it's, well, it's gone now, because it was the Derby, but I got the 1 free token from the Derby event. I spun it one time on, like, a 2% chance, And I got the freaking Mech, dude. That's incredible. That's incredible. I want to focus on epic stuff this stream. Just like, I just want to be perfectly transparent. I don't plan on using Silverthorn at all this stream. I will make a completely dedicated video. It's going to be a lot of fun. However, this is not the place for it, I don't think. We're focusing specifically on epic stuff. Silverthorn is not epic, so I don't think it makes sense. So we're not going to use it at all today. But it's a thing that happened, and yeah, you can expect to see that pretty soon. You were going to be so jealous if you didn't get Outlaw. Oh, did you get Outlaw, though? That's nice. Yeah, I spent all my Acorns and didn't get out. I shouldn't have. I could have had Cheetah by now. Silverthorn seems kind of crappy. Oh, you're correct. In my honest opinion, it's worse than Onyx. But still, like, how lucky is that, dude? It's the newest mech. It's been out for, like, a week. You got Gemini 12? Nice. How many times did you have to spin it? Because I'll tell you, people were like, oh, should I spin this one? What do you think? 0.06% chance. For context, that's like, freaking, let's see. 100 divided by 0.06. You'd have to spin it about, it's about a 1 in 1,700 chance. Extremely low chance to get it on the first one, but even successive ones, I imagine it doesn't creep up very much. So almost guaranteed. I mean, even just this compared to this is 10 times better odds, more than 10 times. This is like 12 times better odds than this is. So almost guaranteed you get Gemini last. You'd have to spend the full, which 9,000 Acorns, which is what that is. You ended up getting first in the arena playoff event by grinding 24/7, and I'm not even in tier 6 yet. For the one that gave you 1,000 Acorns, or or the one that gave you 10,000 Acorns. One of those a lot more worth your time. Should we complete Gear Hub tasks? Yes, but I wouldn't like go out of your way to do it, right? I need to spend credits. I'll do that in a minute, I think. For now, I'm kind of saving up stuff. But like this, I just finished normally. I wasn't really trying. This one I didn't end up finishing, but realistically, it's like you gotta weigh it based on what you're getting too. Like both of these are useless, effectively. They're not going to be useful. This one could be useful, but then like what does it cost? Again, this goes back to like 99% of my advice literally is just cost benefit analysis. That's it. So you know what your benefit is, you know what the thing it is that you're getting. What would you have to spend to get it? Is it worth, and it, you know, like, is that a cost-effective way of getting it, realistically? That's the question. Upgrade the rank of 4 tier 3 mechs or weapons. So I need to rank up a tier 3 thing 4 times, which is rare. Tier 3 mechs are rare. Well, or weapons, I suppose. So what you'd want to do, because price reduction and stuff, tier 3, what you'd want to do is you'd want to pick the lowest grade thing that exists in that tier, which is like long arm 10 in this case. And then you'd probably want to like rank this up 1 time or something like that. So you just got to find ways of making it cost effective, right? And then play 5 battles using 3 tier 3 mechs. I don't have... Which one don't I have? Shadow. Yeah, I don't have Shadow, so I haven't completed that. Rank of 2 tier 5 mechs or weapons. Again, just choose whatever... prioritize the lowest grade But then if you can't find something that's lower grade, then go for like low energy, because low energy also will cost less. Unless it's, you know, there's something that you're planning on ranking up anyway. Right? Like, let's say I want to eventually max out my Orion or something. Like, at that point, I may as well... It's in tier 6, but it's just an example. Or my Aegis, let's just say, right? Like, I really like Aegis and I want to get it to rank 6 or something. Like, I may as well just, you know, put it onto Aegis, right? Even though it's more expensive, it's an investment that I know that I will be making anyway. So, you know, and just like... It's just minimizing costs. That's it. It's just minimizing costs. It was the 1,000. It would be crazy if I got the 10,000. There's no chance you're getting the 10,000 because I think people use bots on those accounts. It's the same people who win every time, and it's either A, they're sharing their accounts and having different people grind them, or B, they have like a bot that runs the account and just farms points for them, literally 24/7. There's no chance. There's a very good reason it's the same people who get the top on that every time, and there's no chance for you. You shouldn't even attempt it. There's no chance for anybody who's doing it legitimately, I should say. Are the devs ever going to do anything about it? Probably not. Here's what I'm going to do, though. Super curious as to like what the... Well, that's really good. I need that, bruh. Also, can we just... Man. Can we just appreciate that after spending the 8 coins on Graviton 10 blueprints, I now have 5 of them after like a week. I got none for like a month, and then I get 5 after like 7 days. Ridiculous, dude. WAU definitely does that. Yes. Yeah, well, 100%, yeah. For sure. Anyone who's on the top of like leaderboards like that, like there's always going to be some people who are willing to do things less than legitimately, right? It's the same thing for top 500. Whoever's in the absolute top place these days, it's not always been the case, but whoever's in the top place these days, almost guaranteed, they're either sharing accounts or using a bot. There's basically no way that they're doing it legit, like on their own. RuFFles hates me, that's what this guy says. Well, I mean, don't spam. I will if you want to make that true. Yeah, okay. Well, 30 minutes. I'll hate you for 30 minutes. You were top 500 once? Yeah. No, I'm not saying top 500. I'm saying the absolute top, like place number 1 on the top 500. There's a lot of legit people in top 500. But nobody in like the absolute like place number 1. There's basically no way to do that nowadays without either sharing your account or using a bot. If it ever was possible, I don't even know. Viper versus Overdriver. Overdriver is pretty definitively better. I can't think of... Oh, nice. I can't think of a single build where I would prefer Viper over Overdriver. Like, Overdriver's better on everything. You finally have Eclipse and you have a question. Okay. Is it worth to buy epic implants for Stormracks and Podguns? I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of Stormrack Reload, because I keep putting so much emphasis on Stormrack Reload. The thing is that I have always, go back and check me, right? I have always been explicitly careful to mention the legendary Stormrack Reload, and there's a very good reason for that. It's because it reduces it by a lot. The epic one does not. Like, let's take... Like, it's a per implant thing, right? This isn't something that can be broadly applied to everything. It's a per implant thing. Most legendary implants are 30%. Most epic implants are 23%. In the case of Stormrack Reload, The epic is 23, but the legendary is 50, which makes the legendary significantly better. Like massively better in comparison to the legendary. Or in comparison to the epic, sorry. Something like minigun recoil, even though the legendary is 50% as well, the epic is 40%, and so the epic is still really, really strong. The epic is definitely worth getting for minigun recoil. But that's because the epic is 40% and not the classic 23. 23% is like not that much. I think even the rare... Wait, no, there isn't a rare. Yeah, minigun doesn't have a rare. That's what I was about to spew some misinformation there. But, yeah, essentially what I'm saying is, like, just because it's the same type of thing doesn't mean it's going to work just as well, or even close to just as well. The epic Storm Rank reload implant is, I don't think, worth getting. Legitimately, I don't think it's worth getting. It'll reduce your time by, like, 2.5 seconds or something like that. Which, in the grand scheme of things, is not a big deal. You could get it, but it's 600 Acoins. So, I feel like there's better things to use your 600 Acoins on. At least until you're in, like, tier 6, after you have, like, Orion and whatever. You should be focusing on mechs, especially now that the mechs are a lot cheaper. Ah, it was a waste. What's the math on the price drop? I won't know. I don't know, and I won't know until or I won't know details anyway. Until I get access to a test server. Because essentially, what happened last time with the other price drops, what happens is it's simply that I get access to a test server with the repricing, and I just go through everything. I literally just manually go through everything, upgrade it, record the numbers, and compare it to the other numbers. I put it into like I put it into an Excel sheet and have that Excel sheet like automatically calculate price drops for me. But I'm just manually going through and recording the numbers. So until I have the opportunity to do that, I don't have access to the test server at the moment. Until I have the opportunity to do that, I'm not going to know for some of this stuff. Ah, nice job. But I can tell you for the mechs, the cost to buy them anyway. Alright, nice. I was pretty sure he was going to die there. I was rather confident. So I can use this build. This build is going to be really good right now. But in terms of, like, yeah, in terms of cost, most stuff was reduced by, like, 50 to 60%. Most weapons were reduced by, like, 65-ish%. And the mechs were reduced by mostly 50%, but there's different ones, actually. They did it differently this time. Panther was reduced by only 35%, so it's a lot more expensive than most of the other ones. But Cheetah and Sentinel were both reduced by 65%. So they actually did it on a per-mech basis, as opposed to just an overarching price drop, which is very interesting. And what that means, I think more specifically, what that means is that we'll probably see some more specific price recalibrations for legendary items when that happens. And so we'll see mechs like probably Redox will be significantly cheaper. Brickhouse would potentially be significantly cheaper. We might see some currency changes. We saw that with Fuse Mortar 10. Fuse Mortar 10 used to be credits. It is now Acoins for I have no idea what reason, but they decided to do it that way, right? It doesn't really matter because Fuse Mortar's a bad weapon anyway, but yeah, they changed it to Acoins. So there was a currency change in this one, and we might see more currency changes for Legendary if and when they reprice the Legendary stuff. So we might see like a more per item basis type thing, which could be really, really nice. But I'm not going to like... I don't want to like super hype that up, because the thing that I've always had against, because people have said this for a long time, right? Like Redux is really bad, just make it cost credits, or Redux is really bad, just like, you know, reduce how much it costs relative to other stuff. But to me, it seems kind of like giving up. As soon as you make it cheaper, you're giving up on any chance of potentially making it better, right? I would prefer that they buffed it and made it usable rather than just making it cheaper. I'd much prefer that they make it usable. But if they make it cheaper, then there's almost zero chance that they buff it, right? Because why make it cheaper if you're going to buff it? So, yeah, that's the only kind of like slight misgiving. But again, I think we all knew that they were probably never going to rebalance any of that stuff anyway. So, what's the new Epic Mech price? So it ranges. It ranges. Like I said, Panther was reduced by 35%. Cheetah was reduced by 65%. But in general, it was like 50% price drop. You can find the list of all of the mechs and weapons purchase costs, the percent that they were reduced by. You can find the list of that in Discord, in the at the top within like underneath the server announcements. It says MA info and notes. That's where I've been keeping a lot of things. You can find my tier lists there, not just my videos, but just like, you know, the pictures of my tier list, so you can just go there and visually reference it. You can see all of the notes from my free-to-play Gear Hub guide. You can see that's where I will be putting all of my notes from the implant guide that I'm currently working on. You can see the Mech Arena Master database, which has a bunch of that I didn't create that one, but it just has a bunch of stuff, like the cost of mods, upgrade costs of legendary stuff, and blueprint costs, and everything, as well as the updated like repriced low tier things. So it pretty much any like just raw information type question you might have for me in terms, you know, like this guy earlier toward the beginning of the stream, he was like, how many blueprints would it take for me to rank up Graviton 10? Like, all of that type of information you can easily find in that section of Discord. It's not something that you have to ask anybody. You're asking about one long video or a series of medium videos was that for the implant guide? Yeah, it was. Because as it is, and let's see, who's online right now? I'll just invite people. Right here. Let's just get some games going. As it is, there's 8 sections of the video. 2 of them are going to be particularly long. I've only gone through 2 of the sections, and the video is already like 50 minutes long, 45 minutes long. That's just the voiceover. Like, I haven't finished editing it, but I've like gone through the voiceover and whatever. The voiceover itself technically is unfinished, but what I had to work with is like 3.5 hours. So it's like 3.5 hours of just voiceover for this video. So it's potentially going to be really, really long. Do you like my info and notes section? Thank you, Papa. People's attention spans are crap. They can't watch long videos. They can if I edit it well, but yes, in general, the plan... Because when I have a video idea, right, depending on what the idea is, I have a general idea of, like, roughly how long I want that video to be. Something like this, which is more of an all-encompassing guide type of thing. My goal was to have it, like, 40 to 50 minutes. I think is a reasonable time frame. 30 to 40 minutes is the time for my tier lists, for example. People got obliterated. Nice, thanks. He's coming for you, bruh. He's coming for you, bruh. Nah, he cooked. He cooked. There's 2 eclipses. Oh, okay, bye. Where's the other guy? Dang it, why does it shoot so low? It's ridiculous. Well, it only has 4 layers, though. What is he even EMPing? I don't know. Okay, there we go. Get real careful here. That guy there. Dang it. I wanted to get another shot off on him. Agony. He's waiting for people to forget about him. Brother, you're a surge. I'm not gonna forget about you. Yeah. I got you. Oh, hi. That's interesting. Nah. Okay. That's crazy. But yeah, anyway, back to what I was talking about. The original plan was to have it like an hour or so. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen. But at the same time, I don't really want to make it multiple videos. If I don't have to. I really don't want to make it multiple videos. That MD. Okay. Is that a kill shot? It is. Get out of here. Hello. Yo, what? I'm fine. He had long arm on that, really? Waste of an Orion. Oh. I think he has Helix Track or something. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why not? He brought out Javelin Rank Paragon. Number 1 target kill shot, nothing else, yes. All kill shots must die. Do I like Zephyr? I think it's a really good counter to certain things, yeah. We're gonna get fancy ruffles on that one. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's the goal for that implant video is to cover everything. So every like obviously there's like an infinite number of theoretical builds. Maybe not an infinite number, but extremely large number of like theoretical builds that I could never really cover. But the goal is to explain everything that I know about implants for the most part. And so this includes like which implants are the best for what weapon, which implants are the best for what mech, which implants aren't worth getting, certain implants that don't work the way that you think they do, certain implants that just straight up don't work at all, and the best way to get implant parts, the best way to upgrade implants, like the best priorities for buying implants, which implants are worth buying for A-coins, like certain implant levels that you should stay away from, because there's certain implant levels that are just not worth doing. Everything. Like, all-encompassing. That's the goal. Is to basically explain everything that I know about implants, period. And it's looking to be that it'll probably be, I don't know. It's probably gonna be closer to 2 hours as opposed to 1. But I mean, it is what it is, I guess, right? Like, I don't want to remove potentially valuable information just for the sake of making it shorter. And I won't. Now, I might remove as much as I can. And, like, very much summarize certain points. I might remove a lot of things, so long as it's not important. But yeah. What would I do? Rank up Strike Rocket 16 to 4-star by Orion? I don't know what I would do. That would directly depend on whether or not, based on the performance that my hanger is currently getting, whether or not I think I need a stronger passive weapon or a really high burst damage mech. It's not something that's just like a yes or no, I like this type of thing, right? When it comes to that, it really does depend on the performance that you're currently getting and what it is that you need based on that. Like, what you need very much is reflected by that. And I don't know what your performance is. I don't know what your matches look like. And it's not even something you could just explain to me. I'd have to see like 10 of your battles played out in order to understand what works and what doesn't work. Well, in order to have like a somewhat reasonable understanding of what works and what doesn't work. Even then, I don't really know, right? Unless you're using something that I'm also using, in which case that would just be easy, but I kind of doubt that that's really true. So, like, I know that you want me to just make it simple and make it easy and simplify it. It's not that. It's not simple. It's not easy. It's not something I can just be like, yeah, this is what I think is better. I do think Orion is really, really good, and that you should definitely get it. But then again, Strike Rocket, you probably also want to rank that up at some point. So which one you do first is dependent on what you need. Oh, come on. Get him. Bleh. I'll never understand how, with a full team, the bots manage to get behind us. But if I'm playing solo, like, that would never happen. I think it's because everyone just full pushes their home spawn point, just looking for spawn kills. Oopsie. It's okay, I don't want to do that anyway. Let's save the mark for when he's respawned. Can I watch 10 of your battles then? No. Well, that's like... And it's part of the problem, too, with, like, people wanting, like, hanger reviews and stuff like that. It's like, there's a lot of information that I really need to have. Part of the information that would be really good is performance information. Now, I can, if I were to see a hanger, then I can guess what kind of performance you're getting with certain things, because I've used almost everything at late game anyway. And so I can kind of make an assumption based on that as to like how it would roughly perform at whatever other SP, right? And so like I can make assumptions, but I don't really know I don't really know. And especially when it comes to investments between two things that are fully different. Like, let's say someone's asking, like, Railgun or between Railgun 8 and Overdriver 8. Like, they're completely different weapons. You wouldn't use them on the same mechs. Like, if I had an Aegis, I would get Overdriver. If I had an Orion, I would get Railgun. Right? Like, it's fully dependent. It's not a strictly, yes, this is better than this type of thing. And so as unfortunate as that is for people who are looking for advice, I have to leave that up to you. But I will do my best to, like, explain what makes certain things good and what makes other things bad. Don't send me 10 of your battles. I don't think it's just whichever one. I mean, you could put your hanger in the hanger review thing on Discord, right? And maybe I review your hanger in one of the upcoming, like, some future video, right? I usually only do one per video, but maybe I end up doing yours. So you could do that, but no, I'm not gonna sit down. I'm not gonna sit down and watch 10 of your battles. That was not me volunteering. That was me explaining, like, roughly, like, that was me explaining that I really can't know or won't know exactly necessarily what's best for your hanger specifically. Is it okay to spend 8 coins on Revoker 10 blueprints? Sure. But I would only do that on the last level. Right? I would only do that if you need them in order to rank it up, right? Because essentially you're buying blueprints to save yourself time. That's what you're doing. You're spending 8 coins to buy blueprints to save yourself time. If you can't rank it up immediately after, if you then have to, like, if you buy blueprints and then you have to wait to get for the next level, like, you just wasted a bunch of acorns because you end up waiting anyway. But I mean, yeah, I bought 3 for Graviton 10, which cost like 700 acorns, which is kind of expensive, but at the same time, like, not the worst. It's up to you in terms of, like, how much you think is worthwhile. And also a matter of whether or not you need Revoker 10. There's a non-zero chance that you don't even need double Revoker 10 right now. I guess I'll go for this then. Hey Sean, hello. Now that Overdrivers are released, would you say that they're better choice for Panther over Graviton Beam? No. No, because Panther's specifically good for range. They're not much worse, but I do think they're pretty definitively worse. For Panther specifically. That was the question, for Panther specifically. Overall, Overdriver is better, yes. Overall, Overdriver is better than Viper. But when we're talking Panther specifically, Panther is a backline mech. It cannot be aggro. It really, really does not want to be aggro. Overdriver projectiles travel relatively slow, making it relatively difficult to use at range. So that is a contradictory. That is a contradictory to your own build. A contradictory, and it's contradiction. It would be the proper English grammar version of that. When is Lacewing coming out for in-game currency? Theoretically not till after Seeker, which should be the next one. Actually, I think it's Seeker and then Solus and then Lacewing. Interestingly, Panther is an attack mech. It's not an attack mech, it's an attacker. The in-game role attacker is not... It does sound aggro, and you'd think it was aggro. Oh, spam call. You would think that attackers would be aggro mechs, but they're not. There's only... Actually, no, there's 0. Hold on, I think, right? Like, Guardian is the only attacker mech that... No, Dreadnought. Okay. So, kind of Guardian, but not really. Guardian is still a sort of passive. When you first get it, then I suppose, right? They keep calling me. They always call me twice. Anybody notice that? But, Dreadnought as well. Those are the only 2, like, actually aggro attacker mechs. All of the others are passive. Attacker mech almost exclusively means ranged DPS. They are almost always really weak in terms of HP, and best used with ranged weapons. Ranged and or passive weapons. Almost all of them. So don't be confused by the roles. Don't even pay attention to the mech rolls. You should pay more attention to what the abilities do. Did I invite that guy? I don't think I did. You know what? I'm going to invite only 2 people. I don't get players. Like, I never run into people when it's a team of 5. It's just bots. We're just farming bots all the time, and it's pretty boring. How do you know which mechs can come for in-game currency? Well, that is something you can know as well by going to Discord, the Mech Arena Master Database. Let's go, people. Like I mentioned before, most general information... Oh, that's that guy. This is going to be interesting. It's a 3v2, though. Most general information like that, where it's like not opinion-based, it's just like a straight-up fact. Most like fact data type information can be found somewhere in the Mech Arena Master Database, which includes which mechs released when, and the free-to-play release tends to follow the in-game release, right? So Seeker came out right after, or Seeker was the mech that came out after, what was it? Vortex. Ow. Oh, right. What was the last free-to-play mech was Vortex? No. Why do I feel like that was a while ago? I've got to be missing one. Whatever. Point is, the free-to-play releases follow the in-game releases. Bruh, are you kidding me? My dome went down? Okay. That's interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, okay. He's got 5 kills, but like, he's not pushing beacons. It's not really going to be very helpful. He's just relying on the fact that Gemini is disgusting to get kills and hoping that that carries enough to win the match. But I don't necessarily think it is. You want me to use Silverthorn? Yeah. Oh, I will in a dedicated video, but I think people would be confused if I was focusing a lot of my attention on Silverthorn when the topic should be the epic stuff repricing. That's the thing that's relevant to everybody at the moment. What is that? Oh, okay, right. That's the guy respawning. kill shot. Hold on. Yeah. No kill shots left alive. I mean, it was a 3v2, so not like a lot to say about that. What implants do you... Oh, I wasn't even... What implants do you have on your mechs? Just the ones that I own. Literally, I'm just using whatever I can. And that is partially why I don't really think... Get on the beacon, dude. It's partially why I don't really want to make multiple videos to implant guide. Is because I think a lot of people don't really have that many options, so I'd rather make one video that's just like all-encompassing, rather than like a series. Because the last time I tried to make an implant guide series, it did not go very well. When was the last time you used Killshot? Like, I haven't. What do you mean? I just straight up haven't. I don't even own it on this account. And on the other one, I got it by accident. I just never used it. Are you going to do hangar reviews at the end of the stream? Probably not. Probably not. Everybody left last time. I thought the price drop would be like 750 A coins like others. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? See, people are basing they're creating patterns where they don't exist. This is why I made the price reduction sheet with an emphasis on what percent it was reduced by. Commons were reduced by 90%. Don't look at the numbers, don't look at like the cost numbers specifically, right? It's not a linear thing, it's going to be an exponential thing. Because you're going up a grade and you're going up a rank. But these were reduced by 90%. These were reduced by 80%. These were reduced by 65%. I predicted that these would be reduced by 50%, and they were. And if you paid attention to that, then you would have expected this the entire time. And legendary stuff, because of the pattern that exists, the legendary stuff is most likely, if it does get reduced, going to be reduced by like 30%. Which means the legendary stuff is going to cost about 6,000 A coins. Still. It's not a linear thing, it's like, it's a curve. Because again, it's not just you going up one grade, it's you going up one grade and one rank. So the cost gets exponentially higher. Where'd you place the price reducing sheet? It's in the info and notes section of Discord. So at the top, right under the server announcements, it says Mech Arena info and notes. There is a section of that, which is Mech Arena Master Database, which also includes the low tier upgrade cost sheet. It has the Mech Arena Master Database, which has basically everything. That's the thing that I reference when I say like Seeker's the next free-to-play mech. How do I know that? Because the Mech Arena Master Database told me what order the mechs were released in. So like I know that because of that. So like it's just a thing that I reference a lot. And then I also just recently put in the price reduction of the epic stuff. For purchase costs, I don't have the upgrade costs yet. Am I going to use Silverthorn? No, not this stream. You've been measuring the pattern of chances of getting Acoins in fortune vaults. It was easy to get Acoins before, but now it's hard. Measuring the pattern. What does that mean? Does that mean my feeling is that I get less Acoins now? That's not measuring. If you say measuring, I expect to see some type of tangible data to back up the thing that you're saying. And if there's evidence of foul play, then I'll be the first to talk about it, right? But first off, for one thing, it should be sort of expected for your chances to go down over time because there's like a billion. There's a couple factors that go into it. Actually, first off, you might notice a bunch of legendary skins in here that I could get. None of them are for mechs that I don't have. So it only is going to give me available skins in these vaults for mechs that I currently own. So when you unlock a new Gear Hub tier, or not that I currently own, but that I have unlocked, sorry. Correction. So when I unlock a new Gear Hub tier, if I were to unlock tier 7, it would then put Surge, Eclipse, Redox, whatever, skins available in this crate, in this crate, in this crate, which in turn lowers the chances of Acoins by some amount, probably. Maybe not a lot, because it's a lot of the drop chances are clumped together, which is a different topic. But it will most likely lower the chances of your Acoins by a little bit. And then in turn, you know, anytime something new comes out, if you have everything unlocked, every time something new comes out, then, you know, there's new skins that are added here. And that just like slowly depletes over time unless you're able to unless you're able to keep up by clearing these skins, which you're not. It's like basically not possible. They add way more skins than you can clear. You wrote amount of spins and Acoins got in dates like weekends. Before the update, I got 1,500 Acoins in 10 spins, but after I got none in 10 spins? Okay, well that's I'm sorry, but that's really bad data. 10 spins is not even close to enough. 10 spins is not even close to enough, dude. Let's go here, let's check. Well, I want this, don't I? You have about 11%, 11.1, or 0.3, sorry. 11.3% chance of getting Acoins, right? So on average, it should take about 9 spins to get one of these two. One of these two. So you should get one of these two on average every 9 spins. But that is an average, right? Think about it like flipping a coin. You're flipping a coin. There's a 50% chance of you getting heads, 50% chance of you getting tails. On average, if you flip that, on average, you will get heads every 2 flips. That does not mean that you get heads every 2 flips. You can go 5, 6, 7 flips without getting heads easily. And the chances of that are not even that low. Like, freaking grab a coin, flip it. You'll get at least, you flip it like 10 times or something. You'll probably get a pattern of like at least the same result like 3 times in a row. Now, to some people take that as like oh my gosh, it's rigged because it should be giving it to me every 2 flips. Like, no, that is an average based on if you were to flip it an infinite, like billion number of times, that is an average that would emerge. That is not strictly what happens, right? Like I just said here, the chances here, roughly 9 spins before you get Acoins. That does not mean that if you spin 9 times, you're guaranteed to get Acoins. That just means that if you were to spin it a billion times, you would get, on average, Acoins every 9 times. So that you're essentially what I'm saying is like your data pool needs to be way higher. You can't just be like, one time I got it in 10 spins and then one time I didn't get it in 10 spins, right? It's like me getting this. I had a 2% chance of getting this. It's like me getting this one time and then me not getting this, which I think was a higher chance. No, it wasn't. And me not getting, let's just say the outlaw crate. That was like a 3% chance. This was a 2% chance. I think the outlaw was like a 3% chance, but I spun it 7 times. This one I got first try. Outlaw I didn't get it all, but I spun it 7 times. Like, I could make a really completely incorrect and bogus conclusion based on that. But that's just like, that's not how data works, right? You can't just spin two different crates and be like, oh, wow, they made it easier. They didn't make it easier. It's just the way that it works. Remove vapid loading and add. Sure. Let me see. Yeah. Your inventory power is only 6,000. What was your other one? I thought your other one was. Don't scold you like that. I'm not scolding. I'm explaining how drop chances work. I'm explaining why you need a larger data set. How much for Epic Mech to go from 5 to 6 stars? No idea. And I won't have that information until I get access to a test server. Because otherwise I'm just like spending a ton of my own credits and A-coins, and I don't want to do that. Cheetah's 500 cheaper than the others. Yeah, they reduced it by 65%, whereas they reduced the others by 50%. I don't think I have this guy yet. Oh, I should have only invited 2 people, but whatever. But yeah, like I said before, when it comes to the sheet that I made a while back, don't spam Viper Bug. I'm gonna, yeah, bye. Okay. I was going to time you out for 30 minutes. I accidentally banned him, so don't worry, you've been unbanned. Nice, we got people. You've been unbanned, but then I timed you out for 30 minutes. Don't spam. But yeah, what was I saying? For the repricing sheet, the way that I made it was I literally I was on the test server. I manually went to everything, to like every single different type of item, like every grade, every energy. I manually went over there and upgraded it and recorded the numbers for every upgrade and put it into an Excel sheet. Like that's how I made it. It's not just something that's like, oh yeah, I just have those numbers off the top of my head. No, it's like a thing that I had to manually put together. So that's not something I'm going to have until I have test server access. Oh. Mech 10 and 6. Not surprised that people are buying a lot of epic weapons now. Not that they should. Get him. He has a solid perimeter. Are you for real? Bruh. I should have got closer, but I don't think I would have been able to hit him. I think the corner would have hit him. This is maybe a bad idea. Just gotta hide here. Savants. Man, I wish the Savant 8s were credit. Hold on. This guy. There's no chance that this guy is not going to teleport. He's going to. Soon. There we go. I just had to watch him. I just had to watch him. As soon as it shows a shield on him, then that means he's about to teleport. That's fine, I'm fine. Anybody else lagging? Uh-oh. They made Fuse Mortar 10 A coins whenever it was credits? Yeah. I don't know why they did that, but it doesn't really matter because Fuse Mortar's not a good weapon anyway. But yeah, I did notice that, and I asked them about it. I was like, wait, is that a typo? And they're like, no, that's legit. And turns out, yeah, they actually did end up changing the price. Which is interesting, because what that means is that they might end up changing the price of certain legendary items as well. Hopefully not making them more expensive, or like making them acorns, but we'll see, right? Like, if they ever reprice the legendary stuff, what we might end up seeing is them changing the currency of some of them. Vipers got buffed. Did they actually? What exactly was it? Like, what happened? I'm very curious. Are you just spamming, or are you just saying stuff? Like, so the one guy was spamming Viper buff. I thought he was. I was advocating for a Viper buff, not saying that there was a Viper buff. You usually watch them after it's ended at 1.7 times speed, but you're here now for 2 minutes at least. Alright, let's go. Should I talk extremely fast for you? So you can swing a normal stream? Alright, let's... Please check if they actually buffed it. Okay, if you're basing it off of that one guy who was spamming earlier, I'm very certain that he was just saying that he wanted Vipers to get a buff. I don't think they actually did. But let's check. I mean, I'm not sure how I would know, right? Unless I went to a different... I'd have to go find my video. Hold on. I can. Let's check this. Hold on. So I can go. Let's go here. Videos. Let me just scroll down to. Where's the video that I got Viper? There's Ares. Vortex. Wait, what was the latest Mech free-to-play release? Was it Vortex? That was like 2 months ago. That doesn't make sense. That's kind of unfortunate, actually. Interesting. Anyway. Viper. No. It was further down. Minigun. Here we go. Let me open this, and I'll pull it up for you guys in a second. Or I could just do like, yeah, this. This makes more sense. All right. Let's go back here. All right. Yeah, you can see it. It's fine. I may as well just do that. I'm not What? Wait. Hold on. Here it is. 120 damage per shot, bullet 1,000. This is before I bought it, so this is stock. This is not including shot rocket 93, 6.5. Projectile speeds looks the same. I don't see the hit cone, but I imagine this is the same. Optimal range, magazine 40, 59 RPM. Okay, so I guess let's focus on the damage per shot and the damage per rocket. So 1,098, 9,374. This, it's still... It freaking did. What the hell? This is Viper 8. They gave it like a 60% damage buff? There's a Viper damage plus 50%. Thank you for that. I should have checked that first. That should have been the first thing I checked. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, don't DM me in game. I'm not going to see it until after the fact. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Yes. So when there's a modifier that's up, just for anybody, just so people know, when there's a modifier active, which by the way, 50% on this is insane. I'm actually going to use this. I have to. It's going to be crazy damage, I think. But when there's a modifier active, it reflects in the stats, in the weapon stats or the mech stats or whatever, right? So it'll show, like if there's a cooldown modifier, it'll show that my Orion cooldown is 6 seconds, which is not true. It's actually 12 seconds, but there's a cooldown modifier. What I really, really wish happened was that there was like an original number and it was like struck through, and then there was like a modified number, or if it was like highlighted in like a this kind of like purple color, right? Like if the number was like a weird purple color and it was like a clickable thing where it's like if you clicked on it, it'll pull up a little note that's like, oh yeah, this thing's currently affected by a X% modifier. Right? I really wish that they did that because it's so misleading. It's so misleading. The number of people who, now that I think about it, the number of people who have probably like looked at the stats of certain things and decided to buy it without realizing that the stats are so good due to a modifier is probably insane. And especially since they've been making like really, really crazy modifiers lately. Yeah. Where are my Vipers, though? 50% damage buff on this is ridiculous, though. And it applies to everything, like the shots and the rockets, not just the shots, or not just the rockets, right? So let's go with them. Like the XP booster. The XP booster's fine. Like, I don't think anyone actually pays that much attention to the XP boosters. But the modifiers are very different because it shows in the stats, right? Like I said, it's like, if I were to look at the stats of Viper 8 and compare it to Overdriver 8, I would be like, yeah, obviously Viper 8's way better. But the only reason, like, even if I did mathematical calculations based on, like, I mean, this RPM is completely wrong, but, you know, even if I did calculations based on the average DPS, this would be significantly better. But it's significantly better because it has a 50% freaking damage modifier, right? So I think that's like... Oh, you mean like how they highlight it? Got you, yeah. 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 Also, I'm at 0 combat points. And I'm at 390 points, which is perfect. Because I'll get this, it'll reset my battle points. And if I get 10 more points, like, I'm at 390. As soon as I get 400, I can do that all over again. So now my points are reset, and now I can build up more crates. And this is how I get so many crates, guys. And this is part of how I get so many credits as well. It's because I can grind crates by doing this, and I can get credits by grinding crates. And I can use those credits on fancy things. Yeah, silver thorn blueprint, that's cool. 4,000. Okay. I don't think I need blueprints for anything other than like legendary stuff. Yeah, let's try that. And, you know, the sky. Yeah, let's just see if either of them join, actually. You're leaving? Okay, bye-bye. I don't know what your name is. I have no idea how to read that. It's a weird... That's like a weird font, so yeah. But whatever your name is, bye. I'm not reviewing hangers. Sure, sorry. At least not right now. I don't know if I want to do it on stream at all. I have to think about... what most people like to watch. And I've noticed that, first off, the last stream that I did the hanger reviews, way less viewers than normal. Which is not like necessarily like a complete turn-off, right? It's not necessarily a big deal. It's not like my streams are monetized anyway. But, you know, it's... Obviously, it's better to have more people interested in what I'm doing. Okay. In all fairness, I should have put my shield up first. I don't know what I was doing. Sure, go this way. Bruh, are you for real? Just gotta mark this idiot. But yeah, that's not to say that I am done doing hanger reviews, period, but... Ow! Double 12, okay. I thought maybe he was going to use like a 10 and 8 or something, maybe. I really underestimated the amount of everything that people were going to be dumping on this price reduction. I don't know why I did. This happens every time. This happens with rare stuff, right? The moment it became cheaper, people just dropped literally every resource that they had. All of it went into upgrading that stuff. Which isn't, like, it's not necessarily a good idea, but people do it anyway. You're fine. It's kind of crazy you got silver thorn on first spin. I know, dude. That's ridiculous. I'll make that its own video. I'm not going to use it this stream, though. I don't want to confuse people. Hornets are annoying? Yeah, kind of. Bye, Chungus. Oh, I will. I will. Don't worry. But it's not really a priority, right? Like, at this point, I could be doing other things. I can almost get Overdriver, which I'm really tempted, to be honest. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do with that. Yeah, this guy's got 100 meters range. Unless he has a range implant, then he's got 130 at very most. You're not safe on this side, buddy. Overdriver? Yeah. Still a pretty popular topic because it's relatively recent release and it costs a lot, so people are still going to be talking about it. Kind of sad that I wasn't able to get them when they first came out. But at the same time, I was planning on getting, probably getting Sentinel this stream, so might still do that. It's not that expensive. It's really not expensive, so like I might end up doing both. I'm definitely not, if I do get Overdriver, I'm definitely not doing it on stream, because that's like completely not the point of the stream, so like, I don't know why I would. But, yeah, I'd end up just like not spending it, is essentially what would happen. Stalker plus Missile Rack. I think all of the Missile Racks except the 6 cost 8 coins, don't they? So I wouldn't buy them. At least not until I have Cheetah at very least. I always prioritize mechs over weapons in terms of A coins. And you should too. Is it better to finish basic fortune vaults first before advanced ones? To increase A coin drop? No, because it doesn't increase it by that much. You have to spin it way too many times. I used to think that, but it's not really the case now. What you could do. Here's what happens. Essentially, the skins are in clumps. There are drop rate clumps. So essentially, all of the epic skins added together equal some percentage amount. And so if you were to get half, if you were to, it would be like a billion skins, obviously, but like, let's just say theoretically, if you were to get half of all of these epic skins, what it would do, instead of increasing anything else, it would literally just double the chance of you getting the epic skins, right? So the total percentage chance of you getting epic skins stays the same. Unless and until you like unlock something new, right? And the same thing goes with like legendary skins. The total legendary skin drop chance is the same. If I were to get half of them, the only thing it would do is double the chances of each of the other legendary skins, right? It would not change the chances of the epics. It would not change the chances of the acorns. So what you have to do in that case, the only way to increase it at that point is to get rid of a full bundle, in which case you'd have to, or a full clump, in which case the easiest way to do that would be to get these rares, right? So if you get rid of these rares, which are, I mean, this is the 20, but I mean, you get it, right? A reasonably high percentage. Well, there's also, oh, that's right, there's also the low tier epics. I forget about those. So the low tier epics and the rares, I think, are clumped together. The low tier epics are the epic ones that you can find. So laggy, dude. Are the epic ones that you can find here. So like these are the low tier epics. So you'd have to get all of these, and it would increase it by a little bit, but really not much. I don't think enough to make it worthwhile. Killshot is stupid. Yeah, sure. Are you sure that's true? My 10 vault key drop chances for A coins are very slightly higher than yours. Well, are you in tier... I have an idea as to why that's probably true. Are you in tier 6? My guess is you're in tier 6. You don't have Outlaw and you don't have Silverthorn. I think because I unlocked Silverthorn by getting it, right? Like I won it, and now I'm able, it put those Silverthorn skins into my vaults now. So because I have it, it gave me extra skins, which increases the drop rates of skins, which decreases the drop rates of A coins slightly. like I said, when you unlock, like if I were to unlock tier 7, for example, it'll put all of those skins for those mechs that I just unlocked. It only shows the skins in the fortune vaults for the mechs that you have unlocked. So if I have more mechs unlocked, technically speaking, I will have a lower chance of getting those. Unless I was to, clear out an entire draw, like an entire clump, like let's say all the rares and low tier epics. What's going to be your next unlock? I'm not sure. Probably Sentinel. Why the hate to Killshot? Explain, please. Oh, because it's dumb. Screw Killshot, yeah. Wouldn't that mean that the drop chance of all the skins scales with the amount of skins? Partially. Which is what I said. So, like, your drop chances for A coins are going to be slightly higher if you have less things unlocked. Like, not a lot, but slightly. But it adds them to... It adds them by increasing the pool, right? By removing 1 or 2 skins, you don't increase the chances of A coins. You just increase the chances of other skins of that category. Stalker plus Railgun until getting Orion, what would you say? I'm not sure why that would work. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you think that that's going to work simply because Orion is a damage boosting mech and Stalker is a damage boosting mech. Therefore, Railgun should do pretty good on Stalker due to its damage boosting properties. Is that the reason that you think it works well? Because if it is, then you're thinking about it wrong. The reason that Railgun is good on Orion is because of the shield pierce. It has nothing to do with the damage boosting, really. I mean, the damage boosting is nice, obviously, like it is on anything. But specifically, Railgun is excruciatingly bad. It's excruciatingly bad against multi-layered shields, which are things that you can run into really at any stage of the game nowadays. So it's really, really bad against something like that. And the way to get around that mostly is with shield pierce, not with damage boosting, with shield pierce. Would Redeemer or Lancer with Stormrex be better? Personally, I think Lancer. But then again, Redeemer is going to be more valuable long term. You have to be really careful. People are extremely what's the word? People are a little too eager to spend on low tier things. Because let's say Lancer, which I think is a really, really good early game investment. I do genuinely, I do think. But the problem with it is, the problem with low tier investments is that if I am... Oh, hello. I'm at like 4,000 SP right now, right? If I were to continue progressing, if I got to like 5,000 SP, my Lancer's currently maxed. It was 5v5, let's go. I can't make my Lancer any better than it currently is. So this is like the best that my Lancer's ever going to be. Pretty much. With the exception of like, implants or mods, maybe. Essentially, my... the Lancer, it has a performance cutoff point, right? There's a point where it stops being useful. There's a point where it stops being able to keep up with all of the other stuff in your hangar. So it's not something you can use forever. It's something that works really good for a while, but it's not something you can use forever. So at that point, it's not necessarily an investment risk, but it's something that you have to just keep in mind, right? Like, you're either spending on something that's worse long term. Where the frick is this guy? Oh, he's up on the top, isn't he? Yeah. Oh, hold on. Hi. Yeah, he's back there. So, like, even though I think Lancer's really good at this stage of the game, there are downsides to upgrading it, right? And the downside is that it's not going to be useful for forever. What do I care, buddy? Oh, okay. You killed me anyway. Pilots can increase Lancer health by an extremely small margin, yeah. I don't care. You're still dead. There's a cutoff point, though. Hunter's Mark deals damage even through multi-layered shield? Yes, because it has a shield pierce, yeah. That's what makes Orion so strong. It's the shield pierce. It is not the damage boost. You look at the ability. Shield piercing damage, 88%. Shield piercing ratio, 66%. I made a video dedicated to, like, what these numbers mean and, like, discovering exactly what this is. I don't remember exactly what the video title was, but only, like, you could go back and find that, right, if you want to know, like, the details for it. But for your 20k subscriber goal, you can make a video of unlocking all of the rewards in the vaults. What? In the fortune vaults? You realize it take me like 1 billion fortune keys, right? And I have to spend like $8,000. Like, it's never gonna happen. I know people who are like, they've spent a lot of money on this game and they still don't have all the epic skins. Because it's just that many, dude. There's way too many. Is Ember Gun 10 worth it now? No. No. I don't think there's anything that's... Like, just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's more effective. It's still just as effective as it ever was. You should still be prioritizing legendary weapons because they're more effective. And you can get plenty of them with credits, right? You don't need to buy Missile Rack. You can just buy Storm Rack. 6 and 10, right? So you've got a good build there. You don't need to buy Ember Gun. You can buy Revoker. Again, 6 and 10. You can make a good build there. You don't need to buy... what are some other, like, Nade Launcher, for example. You could buy Pod Gun. Pod Gun's better. So, like, you could do it, and it would be cheaper, but just because, you know, just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's more effective. It's still just as effective as it ever was. Isn't Ember Gun still good? Not really. I don't think so. It can be okay for a little while, but against multi-layered shields, the problem that I have with Ember Gun is that it's good against a lot of things, like mostly bots, right? But then it's strictly bad against players. But that is the exact opposite of what you want. You want to build your hangar assuming that you're fighting players, always. You could make, like, one build that's really good against bots, like Graviton Beam Panther, but even Graviton Beam Panther is pretty good against players as well at this SP. But, you know, if you want to make, like, one build that's good against bots, that's fine, but that shouldn't be your priority. Everything can work well against bots so long as you know how bots work and you're a half-decent player, right? So you should be specifically worrying about what are players using, and can my builds deal with players? Because if they can't, then you're shooting yourself in the foot. Like, you're not doing yourself any favor. He's gonna mark me, but I don't really care. It's a kill shot. Get him out of here. Stupid. Still Ember 16 better than Revoker 6. Like, come on. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Does that mean that you should get? Does that mean that you should get Ember 16? Like it's the comparison's like it's a pointless comparison, right? The whole point of me saying that was to say that Revoker is so much better than Ember Gun that there's no point in getting Ember Gun. Even if it's cheaper. Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's worth buying, right? So you still end up wasting resources on it. Okay, a little bit of lag there. That was not the stream, that was my game. Guardian with Ember Gun and Fragment Gun. Okay, if you're really early game, yeah, Ember Gun can be fine, but it's not something you should be, like, investing in. You buy it because you can, and because it's decent for where you're at, you don't upgrade them. Do not upgrade them. I mean, you shouldn't be upgrading almost anything. But people think, like, oh, I can afford it, therefore it must be worthwhile. No. Some clips. Gotta kill this guy. I have no idea what that even is. It's a Storm Racket something. What the heck was it? Kind of looks like an RPG. Why is Hemlock better than Orion? I think Orion's ability is better. Hemlock, for one thing, doesn't require a target lock. It can fire its ability even at, like, a surge that's in stealth. If I were to fight bots, then sure, Orion would probably be better. But against players specifically, Hemlock is better. And again, you should always build your hanger specifically optimized against players, because players are your biggest problem. If you have it optimized against bots, then, like, guess what? Anyone can kill bots with anything. You know, like I can kill bots with a Stasis Beam Guardian if I really wanted to. It doesn't matter. So at that point, if you want to win matches, if you want to win battles, you need to optimize against your greatest threat. Your greatest threat is always players. Somebody, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. So it's kind of the same reason that I say don't bother with Ember Gun. At least, you know, when you're in, like, tier 3 or 4, then yeah, maybe. Tier 4 is where you get Revoker. But, like, tier 5, I don't think you should be using any Ember Guns. Tier 5 and 6, yeah, you should already have Revoker 6. Tier 5, you have, like, a Revoker Zephyr. And, like, yeah, it'd be double Revoker 6s, which is only 12 energy on a 16 energy Zephyr, but it doesn't matter, dude. Like, just because it's higher energy doesn't mean it's better. Man's got 2 Vs after a copy. Really? Were you trying to copy-paste spam that? That's ridiculous. I'm gonna time you out for a bit. Your biggest threat is players because at least bots can't SP drop. Well, that too. But mostly, like, I mean, players actually know what they're doing to some extent. And they use mods. Bots don't use mods, at least at this SP, right? It's the same reason that I say Railgun Orion's good, Railgun Stalker is really not. You could kill a lot of bots with Railgun Stalker. But you're going to absolutely fold as soon as any player with a multi-layered shield comes up, which is like, honestly, at this SP's, most players have mods. Most of my enemies have mods. I have, you know, I have one mech with mods, but, like, almost all of my enemies have all of their mechs with mods. So, you know, it's a matter of, like, optimizing against players, and it's like that's how I have this, you know, free-to-play account, and my hanger's, like, not crazy, right? I don't have anything ridiculous. I haven't upgraded anything. Almost everything that I own is level 1. This is my best build, and I have a rare pilot at rank 3. Like, I don't have any crazy pilots. I don't have any crazy implants. I have nothing that people would classically consider to be like specifically outstanding, and yet my win rate is much higher than almost everyone at this SP. Because I know what I'm doing. And part of the thing that I know that what I'm doing is optimizing against players and not just, you know, doing whatever. What mods does my Lancer have? It's just Epic Canopy and multilayer. The Epic Canopy is like, I don't really think it's ever really saved me any more than like maybe one time. Most of the reason it exists, is just was just so that I could have something to upgrade for the occasional, like the occasional task that comes up. It's like, oh, upgrade at least one mod, or like, yeah, upgrade one mod. So I just bought a Epic Canopy on that. I was like, you know what? I'll have that for the next 2 times. Outlaw 50% cooldown. You can system crash someone forever, almost every build, yeah. A lot of them, anyway. Hangar Showdown is a sort of a good place to see what builds are good. Yeah, to see which ones work, like, a long term, I guess. But at the same time, like, you know, you should keep in mind that just, you know, something can be good. Like, again, I could go back to this Lancer. This Lancer's really, really strong. It's a really good build. It's one of my best builds. I wouldn't get rid of it. At least not yet, right? Like, I probably would. At like 6,000 SP, I don't think this would be doing very much anymore. But for now, I would definitely want to hold on to it. But in Hangar Showdown mode, it was really bad to use this. Because first off, I can't use mods in League 2. But second off, even if I can, I'm a common mech. And they have epic and legendary stuff that's also maxed, right? Like, my maxed Lancer versus rank 4 epics is fine, right? It's relatively even HP. But my maxed Lancer versus maxed epics is not even close. Like, it's not even remotely close. So, you know, to some degree, yes, you're right. But to some other degree, it's like, it's not necessarily... You know, it's okay to get builds that are good for a while. You don't necessarily have to only go for longer-term builds, but, you know, you should understand the risks of going for short-term builds. What's the most skilled mech? I'm partial to, like, Aegis and Blockhorn, personally. That's what I think. Some people are going to say Redeemer. Because they always do. Yeah, it's always Redeemer Glaze. Why did they make Cryo Launcher 16, like, free to upgrade? What do you mean free to upgrade? It's not right. Let me go to the 6. 57. I have the 10 as well. 55. It's actually cheaper. Why is a 10 cheaper than the 6? It doesn't make any freaking sense, divs. You dummies. Oh, it's because it's level 2. Never mind. There's still dummies, so don't get me wrong. Rank up cost to rank 6 for me is less than half of Ember Gun 16 rank 4. Huh. I don't know. There's not like a modifier for like the price, right? That's interesting. I don't really know. I don't want to like buy it and rank it up myself. Don't question why I have a Cryo Launcher 16 at rank 5. Well, I imagine it's because you want to get it to rank 6 so that you can use 2 of them or something. I don't know. Like a freaking maxed Paragon. I'd do that. Like, why not, right? Could be funny. If it doesn't cost much, may as well. But, well, although... By that point, you're in tier 7, so maybe, yeah, it's kind of pointless. Let me... Okay, you know what? One thing I will do. Why not? I'll do it on stream. Maybe I'll make a video about it. But I'll just do it here. I'm going to buy Sentinel. It's really cheap. And I know I want to save up my credits for... I would like to save up my credits for Overdriver 8, to be honest. But Sentinel's like stupid cheap, so I don't think it's going to set me back that much. And this will also put me into tier 7. So, like, yeah, why not, right? So I'm going to buy this. Very cool. I wanted to get it at some point eventually. Like, I was thinking of getting something else. Right? I was thinking of getting just, like, a random weapon. Like Fragment Gun 14 or something like that, because it would be cheap. But, nah, I think, realistically, Sentinel's probably a better idea. Because I do kind of want to use it, because a lot of people end up buying it. Not because it's good, but a lot of people end up buying it because it's cheap. And even more so now that it's, like, really cheap. Don't have any good skins for you. It's always been the case, though. Poor Sentinel. No, there's no good skins for Sentinel. I'll replace my Aegis for now. It's definitely not going to be a permanent exchange. But yeah, let's do this. And I am now in tier 7, right? So now I just, yeah, it's going to take a long time to save up for either of these. I will at some point get Eclipse. It's, yeah, extremely expensive. Brick House I will eventually get as well. In terms of weapons, now I'm kind of curious though. Wait, what weapons are credits? That's pretty cheap, dude. That's nice. Okay, Fusion 16, that's garbage. Stasis 16, that's garbage. Oh yeah, Ember 16 is pretty expensive compared to Missile Rack. Helix 16, I might actually get that. Cryo 16. Yo, you're right. Wait, what the hell? Less than 80,000. That is so cheap. Yeah, Cryo 16 is really cheap. I wonder what's up with that. I don't want to buy it, but I guess they just made it stupid cheap. Yeah, definitely did spend the credits. I can get this railgun reload. I forgot that's a thing. That's nice. Although, obtain 2 tier 7 mechs, that's going to take forever. Spawn mechs with tier 7 weapons. Would that happen? Well, I guess I might get like Helix Wreck or something. 5 achievements for tier 7 mechs. That's going to take forever. Tier 3 tier 7 weapons. Upgrade the rank. Brr. Yeah, I know. It's not going to happen for a while, but it is going to theoretically happen eventually. But I'm glad that I got tier 7 unlocked now. Part of the reason for that is that now I can start getting blueprints for those things. I really wanted to get all the blueprints I could for Graviton 10, which I did, and then I ended up spending 8 coins, and I ended up getting 5 freaking blueprints for it, not even a week later. But whatever. But now I can be slowly, while I'm saving up for, let's say, Eclipse, right? Or even Brick House. While I'm saving up for these. You know, maybe I even save up my credits for Brick House. Oh man, maybe I'll make a poll. We got some thick boy fans in here in the chat, I'm sure. But while I'm saving up for these, I can be slowly getting blueprints for them as well, because you don't... it's not possible to get blueprints for things that you don't have unlocked. Right? So, like, I own Silverthorn. Bro, I don't know how. Because I own it, I technically have it unlocked, even though I don't have tier 9 unlocked, and I never will. 9 stars, though, actually, that's... Huh. Yeah, okay, well, I guess, yeah. It doesn't require a lot of stars to unlock them. But what was I saying? Yeah, because I own it, I can get blueprints for it, and I got like 1 or 2 earlier when I was opening crates. But something like you know, Lacewing, Nomad, like any of these other things that I don't have unlocked, I can't get blueprints for them until I have them unlocked. So the earlier you unlock them, the earlier you can start building up those blueprints, and that's a really good practice for people, especially people who want to get and rank up their Surge and Eclipse as quickly as possible. Don't you have a nostalgic attraction to Stasis Beam 16? It's true, but like, what would I do with it? That's a really expensive bit, right? Like, I could buy it for the bit, but that's a really expensive bit, I feel like. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Ares or Arachnos better with Cryo? Ares is better than Arachnos in pretty much every conceivable way, because Arachnos is really bad. Yep, that's about all I have to say about them. I'll open some of these. Tetra Rifle 10, Missile Stonk 16, Particle 10. Still a lot of things I'd like to get. Let's try Sentinel, though. I have not tried it. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna run solo. Why not? We want Cryo 16 Arachnos. I could go back to the OG build. One of the builds that... Okay, let's go. One of the builds that I used to main, like way back when, years ago, like 3 years ago, was Stasis Beam Guardian. It was my top build for a while. Don't ask how that works, but it did. And I could make that on this account. I could technically do that. It would be really funny, but I don't think it'd really be worth on my time. Okay, nice. The shield's not too bad. My big problem with Sentinel is just that the ability shield's like not that strong. You're a piece of crap. Get out of here. Yeah, people are gonna be... I have to keep in mind, people are, because of the reprice, people are gonna be spamming a lot of nades, and wow, that died really quick. Nades, cryo nades, and helix tracks are going to be extremely common, because people are gonna be upgrading those like crazy. Yeah, keep in mind there's a 50% damage modifier for Viper 8 right now, which is why it seems like everything's so weak. It's because this thing's like got crazy damage, way more damage than it usually does. Man, if it had this much damage just normally, Viper would probably be better than Overdriver. So I think my range is 110. I believe so. Okay. Bruh, really? Really? Max long arm 12s. Bro, you see what I'm saying, though? As soon as things get slightly cheaper, people are like, immediately they throw every penny that they have into it. Like, just because it's cheaper does not make it more effective. And they're completely misunderstanding this. It's cheaper because it's less effective. You guys don't understand. Boop, boop. Venomist. Yeah, Helix track, figured. I'm fine. Are you fine? He's gonna think that I went away. Pew, pew. And now I can kill him. Easy. Ah, come on. Really? Kill that idiot. Oh. What did I tell you, though? Cryonades. So many epic things. People are just, like, mega investing in all their epic stuff now. They shouldn't, They shouldn't. The legendaries are still better. Well, I knew that they would. Are you guys for real? Okay. One guy. There's like one dude in the middle of the map just soloing everybody. I used to play on my old account in which I had MVP Neymar, but I deleted it and made a new one so I could get Stasis Beam from the Derby event, because I didn't know much about the game. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, a free weapon's a free weapon. Did you delete your account, or did you just... Did you just delete the game? Because you might still have the account somewhere, unless you didn't save your progress. And in that case, you probably don't have it. Fair trade, yeah. W trade off Stasis Beam 8 instead of MVP Neymar. Now I regret buying Aegis just before this announcement. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but, you know, it's not like a big deal, honestly. I don't think it's a big deal. It would have saved you like 1,300 A coins or something like that, which is nice, but it's not like, you know, it's not like you'll never financially recover from that, right? What is this reset at? This resets at 700, I think. Yeah. Or Mech Arena developers gonna stop Mech Arena? I mean, I don't know who told you that. So, yeah, as far as I know, not. I don't think so. I haven't been told anything. Can you reveal the price once again? Okay, so you can go to Discord and see the listed prices there. I don't want to have to like pull it up every time. It's like a big list. Man killer, but really? This guy. Neymar makes you fast, but status makes your enemies slow, yeah. Status. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Get out of my way, dude. This guy. Really? Jeez. I'm not gonna go to the middle, because I don't need to. But I can protect this guy that is in the middle. Oh wait, I'm doing no damage. Wait, do my rockets have longer range than my regular projectiles? I think maybe they do. Yeah, there we go. Everything's fine. Come on, man killer. Brother, you have a build like that, you're just standing in the open. Man, about to get killed. Ah, no, dude. The human mind cannot comprehend the goings-ons of a free-to-play player, or early game player. It's free-to-play now. Yeah, freaking Hemlock. It's not free-to-play. Pew. 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 Where are you from? Pew, pew. 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 No. Please, he's coming for me. He doesn't see me. Hold on. He is otherwise preoccupied. Freaking mess him up, dude. What a nerd. Oh, that's a Bastion. Here's a Bastion. The Bastion shield. Really? Okay, that is a bot build of all time. That Bastion shield almost killed me, though. See that there's somebody to my right? I have no idea what it is. Oh. That's not great. Hi. Please stop, thanks. I'm dead. Why not LeBron next? They haven't, like, partnered with anybody in a long time. I don't know. I don't think the game is, like, that popular anymore. I don't know if anybody would take them up on it. You want to grind blueprints for Surgeon Eclipse, but I want Revoker 10 blueprints and don't want to expand my pool. Should I unlock tier 7? I mean, that's up to you, right? Like, I'm not sure what kind of answer you're looking for, right? Like, you just explained the benefits of both. There's pros and cons to both, so it's just a matter of, like, you know. Do you make it take longer for your Revoker 10, or do you make it take longer for your Surgeon Eclipse? That's up to you. Is it worth waiting for legendary repricing? For legendary mechs, I mean, probably. Like, someone like myself, who is basically broke, if I were to save up from now, if I were to save up all the way to, like, Eclipse, for example, it would take quite a long time. By that point, it may have already happened, but even if not, like, yeah, maybe it probably is worth holding on to your A coins. Your credits, I think, will be fine. If you want to spend your credits on weapons, like, yeah, go ahead, dude. Credits are not a big deal. You can get them back without a whole lot of trouble. So go ahead and buy whatever credit-based weapons. But I think in terms of mechs, you probably are better off holding on to your A coins. Which implants are very necessary for Eclipse? None. Eclipse doesn't require any implants to be good. Will there be any legendary price reduction? I have no idea. It's just a guess. I would guess, yeah, probably at some point, but I don't know when, right? I think that it's bound to happen. But the question is, when is it going to happen? How long is it going to take? Right? That's... You know, how long should people hold on to their A coins for? That's the real question. I think my guess is that probably they're gonna reduce the legendary prices around New Year time. That's what I think. Sometime in maybe sometime in January or December. Which is better, Aegis or Sentinel? Aegis is way better. It's like it's not even close. Sentinel's not even worth getting. But it's cheap, so a lot of people get it anyway, right? That's the only reason I bought it. Any idea when Lacewinger or Deathwalker will be? No, I have no idea. The next one should be Seeker, and then I think Solus, and then I think Lacewing. And it's been 2 months since the last free-to-play mech release, so it's anybody's guess. You have somewhere around 4,000 acorns. I was thinking of buying the Panther and reprice. I mean... Is it worth it, say, for Eclipse? I mean... If you already have Aegis, then I'd say don't bother with Panther. I don't think you need it. Hi. Bro just completely ignored me. Honestly, it feels kind of bad. I know I could have died, and I didn't die. But he, like, I don't know. I feel like I was threatening enough, right? Like, it's kind of personal. Can't even give me the time of day. Hey, you want to be like, I don't know, 1% more aware of your surroundings next time? Thanks. That's a problem. You got Panther in 2021. I'm in tier 6. That's crazy. Obito Uchiha, do I remember you? I'm not gonna lie, that profile picture looks kind of familiar, but no, I don't. As long as you know they're coming, those are easy to avoid. Go for it. Really? Man has a Revoker Surge, and he goes for the guy that's unmodded and has low HP. I'm sorry, but you did that to yourself. Absolutely, you should have gone for the modded guy first. Don't get me killed by freaking association, you dumbass. Alright. Whatever, dude. I got something though. So be clear. Even your didn't even realize this. You didn't even realize this guy's name. It's wild. I like it. Some people have weird names. This guy's name also weird, but it's funny. Rate your hanger now, sorry. Remind me of a question. I'm not really sure what the point of that question was. I think I remember someone asking that last stream. It's like, yeah. What percentage did epics reduce by? 50% for the mechs, about 60% for the weapons, which is roughly what I predicted. Where the price details in Discord. So the link to my Discord's in the description. If you go to Discord, there's an announcements section. And right under the announcements, there's this section called MA Info and Notes. So if you go there, there's going to be multiple posts there. Multiple little posts, depending on what you're looking for. You can see like all the like promo codes, the tier lists, whatever, right? But then one of them is called Mech Arena Master Database. In that section, it has the link to the Mech Arena Master Database, which is also in the description, which is really good. But also a link to the low tier prices, like the upgrade sheet for all the low tier stuff, which is also in the description. I will update that sheet at some point, but I can't yet. I need to wait until I have test server access to get the data for that. So for now, what I've done is I've just put all of the costs of everything. All of the updated, the purchase costs anyway. There's no upgrade costs or rank up costs or anything like that. It's just the purchase costs. So I have it just listed in that section there. And that's how you can find that. Is Deathwalker worth $100? I guess if you really want to play competitively, then sure. But if you wait long enough, you can find it at rank 3 for $5, which I think is a much better deal. However, it's worth mentioning, if you're like a late game competitive player, then and you want to like max it out immediately, it's going to be more cost effective to just buy it high rank, even though it's going to cost way more. It's going to be more cost effective to just buy it high rank, because otherwise you have to buy the blueprints and you have to buy the credits and whatever, and it just ends up costing more overall. But I don't think most people really need it to be that high of rank immediately. RuFFles has his own Discord. Yeah, you're correct. What about it? $80 max? Good weapons for Stalker. The best weapon for Stalker is to not get it to rank 4. Stop upgrading it. I can... You know, I'm not even... I have no idea what your hanger looks like. I've probably never seen your hanger. But I can guess that your Stalker is at least rank 4, and you're using it even though you shouldn't be using it. So take it out of your hanger. Use something better. That's my suggestion. Redeemer Gemini. You could use anything with Gemini. Gemini's kind of like Podgun. Like, there's no mech that's going to be actively bad with it. It's just a matter of which mechs could potentially do better. And I don't think Redeemer is one of those things that's, like, you know, super notable to use with Gemini. Oh, nice, this guy. Is it a 3v2? Wait. No. That Silverthorn is a bot. Are you for real right now? Are you for real right now? Brother, you had a Tetra rifle and an ammo. Why are they... The bots are using it already. Bruh. Oh, that's lame. Well, I was trying to mark that guy. Is that shield gonna go down? Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. The freaking Tengu guy messed him up. Boop. I saw it and I just assumed it was a player. Boop, boop. See a Gemini. Boop, boop. Really? He's not even dead. Bruh. Yeah, see, this is why Orion's good. I haven't even gotten through his shield layers yet, and he's almost dead. One more shot, yeah. I would have, if I was using Stalker, I would have had to have shot him one more time just to take his shields down, and then I would have had to wait for my ammo to reload so I could actually deal with his HP. Stalker versus Orion is like, it's not even comparable because of enemies like that who have high level or even just moderately leveled multi-layered shields. Shouldn't have poked your head out, my guy. There's no reason for it. I saw that he had range on me. I think he had a maxed range implant. Which is interesting. It tells me something about his builds, like what he has. He's coming up. I could deal with him pretty easily if he comes around the corner this way. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. And then there's... Oh. Well, I didn't mean to fall down, really, but... Whatever, I guess. Okay, he's dead. I'm gonna wait for my ability... whatever. I didn't need it, but... It's better than wasting, like, 2 or 3 shots if I can just mark him and use one. That's the trick. That's the tricky thing with this build, is, like, you have to manage your cooldown, which is kind of long, and also your reload time, which is also really long. And so you have to, like, interchangeably... decide to fire extra shots to save your ability, or to... Like here, I think it's 1 shot regardless of if I mark him, so I'm not going to bother with the ability. But yeah, you have to make exchanges, fire extra shots to save your ability, or use your ability to save shots. Ideally, you want the hunter's mark on everything that you shoot, because it just helps so much. But you can't because the cooldown's pretty darn long. Just gonna watch this one. Do they even have anything? Nah, I don't think they have anything left. I think it's just, game is just weird. Hellfire isn't trash. I mean, it says you. Hellfire is definitely really bad. I think it's easily the worst legendary weapon. If you can name a worse one, I'm all ears. Hellfire Parasite is quite fun, but it's such a trash weapon. Yeah, nah, I can agree with that. Parasite's one of those things where it's like you can use pretty much anything on it. Bro, I got like 5 kills with a Gauss Rifle Parasite one time. To be fair, 3 of them were just the guys killing themselves. But railguns are better than Hellfire. Revoker's worse? Revoker is worse than Hellfire, you think? What exactly is the reason for that, you figure? How long have you... you haven't been playing this game very long, I don't think. Revoker is the topmost meta weapon. For those who are new here. So easy to avoid Revoker. Oh, so easy to avoid Hellfire. Like, it does negative damage, almost. She's drunk, this guy says. That's crazy. Vortex Hellfire, really good. Okay, but, like, anything else on Vortex would probably be better, though, right? Hellfire is better than Jover? No, I don't think so. I think Dreadshot's better. Because at least it has good range. If you have Lancer or Lacewing or very fast mech, it's trash. And Hellfire isn't? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It's you know what? It's your hangar, so I'm not gonna tell you what you can and can't do with it. But I think that maybe we're just in one of those situations where you haven't realized how broken Revoker is just yet. And when you do, that's okay. No need to apologize. Hellfire's not good. I would not recommend anyone buy Hellfire. Okay, in all fairness, I will probably buy it myself at some point just to try it. Because at this SP, maybe it's okay. But yeah, no, I don't really think so. Which are the best mechs to use in the hangar? What? Please tell me which are the best mechs to use in the hangar. Actually, I was a little confused because I have all the mechs from tier 1 to tier 5. Well, I made a free-to-play Gear Hub guide. And in that free-to-play Gear Hub guide, which is the top link in the description, by the way. In that free-to-play Gear Hub guide, I go through everything. I go through each of the tiers. And at the end of each tier, like I'm showing you which things I think are worth getting, which things aren't worth getting, which order you should get them in. And then at the end of each tier, I have a little... I show like what I think is the optimal hangar setup for that tier. So you can just go take a look at that. I think it's probably going to be the most useful thing for you. EMs would be great again with no mods. Yeah. But do we want EM meta back? Oh, I don't. Some of you do, but I don't. I think sniper meta is really bad. Like, yeah, it's partially a preference thing, but I mean, it's also partially like any tiny amount of game lag just meant that you instantly lost the battle, essentially. Like, it was extremely unforgiving. This guy... Yeah, okay. Who are you? What are you? What are those? Just search. Yeah, you should probably back up a little bit. There's a stealth something there. Yes, which just used ability. In which case... I can... and should and will... Never mind. Hello. Right here. It's gonna dash me and people with this. Cannot have that. More epic. More nade launchers. Always with the nade launchers. My ability lasts quite a bit. Duration, I mean. So, try as you might. I think you're cooked. Are you freaking kidding me? I was trying to target that stalker so I could mark it and then shoot it and the thing would transfer. Although it probably wouldn't have transferred because the thing, the search had mods. Now that I think about it. Hey, stupid kills. Freaking dummy. Meh. Because I was dumb. Aegis is still worth the old price. Yeah. I agree with that. Damn it. That was bad. That was pretty bad. Frick off. It's incredible how skilled of a player one becomes after they own Surge. Lancer into Nade 16. Don't. Just because it's cheaper doesn't mean it's worth using now. The same things are still good. And them being cheaper means that you can get the same things by spending less. It does not mean that you should now buy more things that you otherwise wouldn't have bought. That's not what it means. You should pretty much just get the exact same things that I've always said to get. Viper or Overdriver is better than Viper, and I don't think that there's a single case that I would ever say the other way around. Like, there's no mech or build that I would ever say the other way around, I don't think. Like, Viper's good, but I think Overdriver is just definitively better. The good old times when Aegis Dome would block your own fire. Yeah, that was... Aegis was easily the most skill-based mech back then. The issue is that they gave Aegis to the bots, and that just really caused a lot of problems. It was really annoying. And I can understand why people were frustrated with that, but I felt like the easy solution was just to stop letting bots use Aegis, right? I don't know, it didn't seem that difficult, but whatever. Revoker 12 or Eclipse, you already have Surge. Mechs are way better Acoin investments than weapons. That's just straight up. Just straight up. So you should definitely prioritize mechs. Especially the ones that you know, like, especially like the meta mechs, like the ones that you know are good, right? Like, Redox is not great, but what I'm trying to say is, like, there's plenty enough good weapons as you can get with credits. You don't need to spend A coins. Until you have basically all of the mechs that you want, there's not a whole lot of reason to buy weapons with A coins. Would Revoker still be meta if mods never existed? No. Because Revoker was around before mods existed. I don't know what people seem to forget about that. It was okay, but Embergun was better. The meta was Embergun, what's its face, Nomad. Because the Embergun fired quicker. So you could get multiple shots of you could double tap with Embergun quicker than you could double tap with Revoker. And all it took was one shot, as well as the fact that the overheat or weaken effect from Embergun also increased the damage from Nomad Dash. So Ember Nomad was the meta close quarters weapon build. Otherwise, people just used Railgun as their close quarters weapons, which was stupid, but whatever, right? And I used Revoker a couple times, and I thought, like, hey, this is actually a really solid weapon, but it was definitively worse than Embergun back then. Like, we already have the data on this. Like, Revoker existed before mods did. Cobb hates overdrivers, so new players won't like overdrivers in theory, right? I mean, like, what Cobb says is whatever Cobb says, right? And people will eventually, like... Yeah, I have opinions of my own as well, right? And I'll say, like, oh, I don't like a certain thing, or I like a certain thing better. But I'll almost always explain the nuances of, like, why I like a certain thing better. Or... like Overdriver versus Minigun, for example. I could explain why I think Minigun is overall slightly better, but it's mostly a preference thing. But, like, yeah. If Cobb is going around saying things that are... that most experienced players wouldn't agree with, then people are just, like, eventually people are just going to be like, okay, he's just, yeah. They're going to stop taking his first impressions for it, right? Like, yeah, maybe he misleads some people, but it's like, it's not really my problem. I've misled some people. It's not like it was intentional. It's just a thing. It's like I had a first impression and I thought a certain thing and it ended up not being correct, right? Maybe he learns how to use it. Maybe he says that he was wrong about it. Maybe he doesn't. It's really not my problem, though. Rate your hanger? Nah. Sorry. Without mods, Embers are slightly better than Revoker. Correct. Not a lot. Slightly. Someone said Ember's better than Revoker's not true. Well, I mean, like, okay. Anyone can say whatever they want, right? This is the thing that people need to understand. Like, anyone can say whatever they want, especially commenters. People who are in comments or in live chat. Now, when someone... Oh, let's juggle on again. When someone, like, makes a video or whatever, right? Like, if I make a video talking about... I don't know. Something. Right? Like, I make a video on something. You go to the comments. I would even say, like, especially if I'm giving advice, if the bulk majority, or at least a decent number of people, are disagreeing with me and saying that I'm not correct for one reason or another, then I think that's good grounds to be suspicious, right? Not necessarily... You shouldn't necessarily just, like, fully believe one person or another person just because you feel like it. But you should be, you know, a little bit cautious, suspicious of what it is that I'm saying. But regardless, there's always going to be one or two people who disagree. And they can. They can because everybody has their own opinions, but more than that, it's extremely easy for someone to say something stupid because there's no repercussions for it. If you give someone some absolute BS advice, no one's going to remember it. If I give someone absolutely BS advice, everyone's going to remember it, right? Completely different between them. It's not the same. So what happens is people are very willing to say all kinds of ridiculous things that they think, just because they know that there's no repercussions for it. They don't need to be careful about what they're saying. So in general, you know, you shouldn't necessarily just... What I'm saying is, like, it's not a big deal if somebody says something that you don't agree with. It's not a big deal. Even if I say something you disagree with, it's not really a big deal. But I will, like, if you want to point that out, I will apologize for it. Like, if you can prove me wrong, right? Like, my goal is to make sure that I have accurate information. Anybody else can say whatever they want. It's like, yeah, I don't think that Ember Gun is better than Revoker. I think that person is entirely wrong about Revoker, but, like, it's not something that, like, I need to do anything about. It's not a big deal. How are those Geminis hitting you? You're behind cover. Well, Gemini's a magical weapon. It's fine, though. Because the thing is that you end up in a situation like this every time, where you're trying to camp in the back with a super OP thing. But what ends up happening is you don't have the aggressive... You end up just being really passive for far too long. He had to sacrifice his Lancer because it wasn't getting any... It wasn't doing enough. He had to just throw himself into the middle, hoping to get middle. It's too late. Like, it... Yeah, he probably got an MVP with it. This is the case with a lot of guided weapons. A lot of cases with a lot of passive builds in general, even. And this is a thing that I would actually strictly warn you against. Because it's easy to play a match like that and see that not only did your mech get an MVP, but you're also the top on your team. It's easy to play that match the way that he did. And I'm not necessarily saying that I'm not necessarily insulting him either, right? But it's a good example, right? I would say that the main reason that they lost is because he was in the back doing basically nothing helpful the entire time. So he was in the back being passive. It's easy for you as a passive player to get a lot of kills, not die. You get an MVP, you get the top on your team, and then you blame it on your teammates for not being aggressive enough. It's not the case. It wasn't his teammates' fault. It wasn't because, I mean, I don't know what this guy was doing, but he was clearly doing things. But it wasn't because this guy was super OP. It wasn't because his teammates were really bad. It was, at least to a large extent, the fact that it was essentially a 3v2. He was leaving them to try to take center on their own, and he was just using this random weird passive build and getting some kills with it, but it wasn't really that helpful. And at the end of the day, they ended up losing by beacons, not by kills. So it's easy to trick yourself into thinking that it's your teammate's fault when it's actually your own. Is essentially the warning that I'm trying to make for people. I'm not saying that he was doing that. I'm not saying that he even played badly. I'm not even saying that what he did was necessarily a bad thing. If you can get a lot of kills with a build like that, then you can just outkill your opponents and, you know, and you'll end up being fine, right? I'm a passive player. I'm not typically very aggressive. So, like, I fully understand the passive playstyle, right? But there's a risk to it. There's a very big risk to it. And so long as you understand what's going on, right? Yours is kill shot, bro. I'm about to ban you. I don't blame my teammates except the bots. I mean, again, though, it's easy to blame the bots. It's easy to blame the bots, but sometimes the bots get a lot of kills because the players are providing them good support. They're throwing Panther barriers out so that their bots don't die. They're using Salver and healing up their bots from a distance. Sometimes the bots go on a crazy rampage, and, you know, to a large extent it's random, but sometimes it's also because the players are actually actively providing support. They're going for assists. They're assisting the bots rather than stealing the kills from the bots, right? And it's easy to get an MVP from stealing a bunch of kills and then to blame your bots that didn't get very much. But guess what? You wasted all of your ammo stealing kills from bots who would have gotten it, and your bots also wasted all of their ammo not getting kills. So you end up wasting double the amount of ammunition on the same guy. Like, if you play like that, it's very easy for something like that to happen. And it's not to say that you can't steal kills. I steal kills all the time, but it's just like, you should be aware. You should be aware and not necessarily just assume that because you got an MVP or because you were the top on your team, that means necessarily that you did fine. Maybe you didn't. Now, myself personally, I think it's a good practice, even if it's not necessarily true. I think it's a good practice to assume responsibility if you lose. Like, even if you're the top of your team and there's like 5 guys or whatever, 4 guys, whatever, 4 guys who did worse than you, and you ended up losing. Like, think about what you could have done better. You're not gonna play the battle for them, right? Like, you can't do anything about what they do. Just think about what you could have done better, and that's, you could just get better at the game just in general. Don't beat yourself up over it. Obviously, it's just a game, but think about what you could have done better, and I think that's a good way to increase your skills. What's the best guided weapon as of now? Helix? No, Gemini. At least at this SP. At like max SP, it's probably Strike Rocket. Salver heals OP. Yeah, I mentioned Salver. Sanji appears. Let's go. One player's kill is another's assist. Yeah, exactly. Well, sometimes, not necessarily, not all the time, but sometimes. A lot of the times. All I'm trying to say is that it's easy to get into the habit of stealing kills and then blaming the people that you stole the kills from when you lose, or if you lose. Not necessarily a good idea. Worst epic is Fusion. Okay. We agree on one thing. Actually, you know what? Did I put Stasis Beam below Fusion Cannon? I don't even remember. On my weapon tier list. It doesn't really matter because they're both in the bottom tier, but nah, Stasis Beam's gotta be better. At least it has range. Probably the most disappointing epic, but not the worst. I believe that belongs to Stasis Beam. Nah, I actually will kind of push back on that. Stasis Beam has basically infinite ammo, and it has 150 meters base range, which is like, yeah, your damage is crap, but at least it's something, right? At least you can deal that crap damage from range. Fusion Cannon, you don't even have range. Your projectile speed is hella low. So even if you tried firing at range, you couldn't. Like, you're not gonna hit anything. And it doesn't even have that much ammo. It has a relatively long reload time for what it is. Like, I think it's just like everything about Fusion Cannon is terrible. I'll break that shield, please. I am probably dead. No, I'm fine. Aegis and a block thorn. Oh no. Oh, they got shields for days, dude. They're working together pretty well, though. I like it. I approve. Get out of here. I'll probably dead here. Yeah, whatever. I got the block right now. Fusion cannon makes a neat sound. Well, there you go. It's not good, but it makes a neat sound, and that's all that matters. I'm not saying a lot, but it would be great if all of you were non-passive goods. Yeah. Hellfire would have killed me 3 times as fast, I'm sure. I don't want to... No. I don't want to make fun of you too much, but... Nah, Hellfire is so bad. It's actually wild that you think it's better. It's funny. Okay, you're cooked. Excuse me, is that maxed? Jeez, dude. That Scorpius must have been, like, nearly maxed. Hold on. Somebody's back here. What are you up to? What are you, tanker? Are you actually a tanker? That's the question. So if you are, you're a little nerd. Oh. I don't think he is, though. Fragment gunsling shot. Are you for it right now? Alright, we're just now passing them in influence. We do require... Yeah, you're cooked. We do require keeping that beacon. I think we'll be fine, though. That's not still his stalker, right? There's no shot. Okay, he's done. Good job. This is my last one, so I do want to be kind of careful with it, but they don't have a lot left. Nice. They're real good Guardian, that's great. Well, hello there. Your hanger is good, but swap your sentinel for Podgun Aegis. Thank you for the hanger review. I didn't ask, though. Can you show the upgrade cost of Ember Gun 10 to level 6? No, I cannot. I have no idea what it is. I won't have the stats on upgrade costs until I get access to the test server, the next test server. Because the way that I do it, it's not just something where it's like, oh yeah, I'll just spend my resources to see what the freaking cost is. Like, no, I don't want to spend my hard-earned resources, for one thing. And I don't just like know it off the top of my head. The way that I got the data for the other stuff is I logged on to the test server, which is where I like try new stuff and whatever when it comes out, before it comes out. So I log on to the test server. I just get like basically infinite A coins, infinite whatever, as much as I want. But it's like all I fight is bots, right? It's just only bots. But so the way that I did it for the other stuff was I just manually upgraded everything, and I recorded the data for each of them, and I just like I wrote it down in an Excel spreadsheet. So I am not going to know what the data, like I'm not going to know what certain things, what like the upgrade costs are, until I actually have access to the next test server that I can just like burn up a billion credits on upgrading everything and recording the numbers. Is Tengu a good mech in some modes? It's decent in general, but it's not one I'd like overinvest in. I'd say getting like you can get access to epic mechs really easily. There's really no reason to use low tier mechs. The only one that's worth using is Lancer, and that's just because it can get up to places that no epic mech can get up to, right? The only other mech that can get up to places where Lancer can is Lacewing. And if I could get Lacewing easily on this account, then I would do that, and I would ditch the Lancer. Otherwise, there's no reason to be using low tier mechs. Hellfire could be good on Bastion or Aegis. Not long term. No. Like, it could be usable. There's zero chance that it would be the best weapon for those mechs, but it could be, like, usable. Sentinel pod gun? Yeah, sure. See, do I have anything here? No, I don't think so. All right, then. Let's wait a second. Wait. No, okay, that's fine. I was making sure I didn't have to reset my battle points again. On action. I don't think I invited you before. Search. I don't think I invited you before. Saying that in front of your Lancer figure is bad? That's crazy. Yeah, he's looking at me. He's like, what did you freaking say? Okay, then. Sure. One more time, just in case you missed it. Would Voltaic be good at low SP? It could be okay, but by the time you unlock, like, yeah, there's not really any reason to get it. You know, like the 8, I guess you could buy. But I feel like it's definitely one of the worst epic weapons. There's kind of no reason to get it. Shadow's your favorite rare, fair enough. HQ, you haven't played? Well, I haven't seen you in here. What do you mean? I don't see you in game, so I'm not gonna add you if you're not in game, obviously. Skip you. Okay, I got you. No worries. I have minigun, but isn't this my free-to-play account? Did you miss something? Yeah, you missed 2 event crates where you could get minigun 10 for free by keeping up with a bunch of events, and you get all of the, it was like 70 freaking free tokens for an event. Guaranteed free minigun 10 so long as you kept up with it. I think it was rank 4. Or maybe rank 4. And then a second event that followed shortly after, where you could spend, like, I don't remember how many credits it was, but you could spend credits to get the minigun 8 rank 3 right after that. It was like a heavy duty weapons week is what they called it. And so I got both of them. It was very cool. They're both low rank though, so there's not a lot that I can do with it at the moment. I like half regret getting them, only because Overdriver is like clearly a better option now, since I can get them with credits and get them at rank 5. It would cost so much to rank up my miniguns, but I like minigun because it's just like classic bullet spray. It's my favorite weapon, so I had to. So I regretted a tiny amount, but not really. Excuse me. Right. Did I get that? No, I didn't. Really? I didn't get that. You just did? Oh, he's got the Viper 8s. Yeah, this thing has a 50% damage modifier at the moment. So it's doing ridiculous damage right now. Which is pretty cool. Getting minigun 10 for free and using it on Eclipse has changed my life. That's crazy, bro. That's good to hear, though. Minigun Eclipse is definitely underrated, I think. Like, everybody obviously goes for, like, the classic Revoker Eclipse, which I think is better in a lot of cases, but if you use Minigun Eclipse right, I think Minigun Eclipse is better in a lot of situations as well. Maybe not most of them, mostly just for CPC, but still. It's great. Graviton Beam 10 also good, yeah. What is that? How does he have like half an HP on his shield? Pew, pew, pew. Are you for out now? Pew, pew, pew. This guy is like some maxed areas or something, brother. What the? He's got to reload soon, okay. Are you for real? Are we dead ass? Please, 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 reload, reload, reload. Oh my goodness. What rank was that? Just freaking rank everything, man. Wait, I have to check that Scorpius from the other match as well. Somebody remind me after this match. I want to check the rank of some of this stuff. That's ridiculous. My man got me. He was marked. I even hit his raw HP a couple times. While he was marked, and he took almost no damage. What? Could size be a factor for some mechs because they'd be harder to hit? Yeah. Yeah. Most mechs have, like, a relatively similar hitbox size, though. There's some that are, like, particularly big, and there's some that are particularly small, but, like, not ones that really require a ton of attention. It was this guy. Yeah, freaking what is this, bro? It is a maxed Ares. I freaking knew it. With a maxed Epic Pilot? Maxed Epic Hardened Hull? He's only 5,000 SP. How? I guess it's kind of tanking, I guess. It's not really. I doubt that he has anything better, because, like, look at his inventory power. I'll bet you he just, like, mega upgraded this because he felt like it. That's wild. I'm actually surprised that it's giving him I'm surprised that it's giving him matches based on his SP, like, when he has a maxed rare thing. I guess his win rate, yeah, never mind. His win rate kind of makes sense. What was the other guy? It was one of these other dudes from... Not you. That was also interesting. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, rank 6, level 4 Scorpius. Bro, I knew this Scorpius was tanky as hell. I had Revoker 6 and 10 on it, in his face, for like 6 or 7 seconds, and he wasn't dying. That's crazy. If Chungus was really small, it'd probably be better, but it wouldn't be Chungus anymore. No. I think the main thing making Chungus so bad... Okay, there's two things making Chungus so bad. First and foremost, it's really slow. Second off, its ability really isn't useful. Like, there's every meta mech has an ability that protects itself. Every single one of them. There is no, like, any mech that's built strictly around damage output. Like, this is part of the reason that the new mech Silverthorn's so bad. It's just because, like, it can't protect itself in any meaningful way. And it only specializes in damage output, when, in reality, damage output doesn't really matter. An Eclipse is going to kill things basically just as fast as a Blockhorn will, even though Blockhorn has nearly double the effective damage output from having 32 energy and a damage boost ability. Like, it's basically... They basically kill at the same rate, just because of the way that, like, perimeter multilayer things work. And I'm talking, like, max late game, obviously. Like, around this SP, yeah, it could make a difference, but not really. What if you had Shield Pierce to Chungus? Then it could be good. But even still, I mean, like, okay, Orion is Orion's not really meta, but most of the reason it's not meta is because its ability requires a lock-on. If it didn't require a lock-on, then it would be the one and only meta mech that doesn't have a protection ability. But all the other ones have some form of protection, like even Seeker, which is almost exclusively damage-based. It's still, its ability allows it to be safe at all times, until it teleports to somebody. And then it has a burst of damage output, and then it teleports back into safety. The ability keeps you safe. Aren't Blockhorn's implants not functional? The damage boost one, I don't think is, yeah. But still, like 30... You got 32 energy and then a 30% damage boost. Just base without the implant. So it's 41.6. As opposed to like 48 effective would have been double 24 energy. So it's like 70% more firepower. But like, again, it doesn't really matter. The point is that it basically doesn't matter how much firepower you have. Unless you have shield piercing like Orion does, it doesn't really matter how much firepower you have. It really just matters whether or not you have a decent ability to protect yourself with, because almost everything dies at the same rate regardless. Not counting abilities, I should say. I stand by my point that Chungus should be given a body slam ability where if you touch it, you die. I agree, yeah. It should have an ability animation where it sits on you. You don't believe this account has Shadow. You're correct. I do not have Shadow. Do I play Clash Royale? No. The price of fusion cannons got nuked. The price of a lot of things is so much lower. So much lower. It's great to see. But at the same time, I would like to caution everybody, and once again remind everyone, just because it's cheaper does not mean that it's more effective, right? The things that I think are good are still good, and the things that I think are bad are still bad. And when they reduce the price, the way that I think the best way of approaching that is to see it as a way to get the same things for less, not necessarily a way to get more for the same amount, right? Like, you shouldn't be buying more stuff. You should be buying the same amount of stuff. You just spend less doing it. So don't go throwing all your resources into upgrading epic stuff now. That's what I'm trying to say. I pretty much guarantee you it's not going to be worth it. If two Jungus boost each other at the same time, do they get 50% from self and 100% from the other? Brick House boost doesn't stack. None of the damage boosts stack, unfortunately. Whichever one's larger replaces the other ones. So what happens is, if a Brick House and a Stalker, for example, if a Brick House boosts a Stalker, the Stalker, instead of getting 50% from itself, it just gets 100% from the Brick House. So at that point, there's no point in using the Stalker ability. It literally just makes you weaker. If two Brick House boost each other, they'd both get 100% from the other Brick House, and that's it. So they don't stack. It should be like 150%. If they did stack, then maybe it would even be decent. But the same thing is like with Blockhorn, for example, right? Like, it has like a 30% boost, but if a Brick House is boosting you, then it's just going to be 100%. It's just going to replace. And Brick House is always the largest percent boost. It's the largest AoE boost you can get. So, yeah, Brick House is always going to replace whatever boost is already active. But there are different, like, damage multipliers. There are different ways of stacking damage boost. So only 100%, yeah. Yeah. There are different ways of stacking damage boost, though. Like Orion Hunter's Mark. It's completely different from it. It's not a damage boosting effect, right? Like, Orion isn't boosting the damage from its own weapons. It's increasing the damage that the enemy takes. So it's completely different. And Weaken from, like, Thermal Lance or Ember Gun, right? That is a separate status effect that increases the amount of damage that an enemy takes. So you could use a damage boost from like Brickhouse, along with Orion Hunter's Mark, along with Ember Gun Weaken Effect, and all three of those things can't stack because they're all separate, distinct features. How much is Revoker 6 because it was 500,000 last time? You realize that the repricing was only for epic stuff, right? None of the legendary stuff was affected. And that's why it's called epic repricing and not everything repricing. We're on the same page here, right? We both understand that that's what's going on. Revoker hasn't changed price. Outlaw's ability is a status effect. Yes. The delay is a status effect. It's actually the same way. You know what? I'm gonna get some people in here, and there's some different people on right now. Okay. I don't want to invite too many people. I probably should have only invited 2. That's fine. Okay, let me explain this. So, Outlaw's ability delay is a status effect. The system crash itself is technically not. It is the same as... Oh, nice, it's a 5v5, I think. Yeah, let's go, dude. It's the same as Hemlock. So Hemlock Days is a status effect. And the Days delay that it has is a separate status effect. So they're 2 different things. Which is why, if you're in Eclipse, for example, and a Hemlock hits you, if you activate your ability before the delay is over, you can still clear off. You can still clear off the days before when it would have applied. You can instead ignore it because it's a separate status effect. If you get hit by, let's say, stasis, and then you activate your ability for an Eclipse, you will stay in stasis. It will continue applying to you. It does not. Eclipse doesn't take off status effects. It just keeps new ones from being applied. That's all it does. So, but because Hemlock, the delay is considered a separate status effect, and this is the same thing for Outlaw as well. If you Outlaw crash like that, there's that little delay thing that counts that ticks up. If you Outlaw crash a Eclipse doesn't take off the delay, right? It just keeps the new one from being applied. System crash is not an effect that you can keep from happening. It just happens. So if you outlaw an Eclipse before it goes into stealth, then you will end up crashing it, regardless of if it uses its ability after. However, if you do that to, let's say, a Redeemer, and the Redeemer uses its backtrack before the delay is over, it will clear off the backtrack. It'll clear off the outlaw delay. I don't know who's following along with this. This is probably the best that I can explain it. It's kind of confusing. Jeez, dude, die, please. But I hope that I'm explaining it adequately. They're technically 2 separate status effects, or at least the game treats them as such. Yeah, bye. Who is it? Well, I was saying somebody should be banned. What the heck's going on? Oh, what's going on? Phew. Oh, yeah. Forgot I marked him. I didn't need to shoot twice. You want to become a mod. Well, I appreciate the volunteer. However, I don't think I'm really familiar with your activity in chat that much, so I would want to wait to make sure that you're somebody that I trust to moderate well. Not to say that I distrust you, but, you know, I don't want to just, like, make anybody a mod. I think I missed all of those. That's great. Eat pods, idiot. Yeah, that's what I freaking thought. Now I'm gonna die. I deal some damage. Whatever. Get out of here. You should be able to kill him, yeah. Nice job, fellas. Ow. Oh, God, okay. Yeah, that vibrates. Those sting a little bit. Just a little bit. Well, hello, Normad. Freaking dummy. There's two. Oh, yeah, one on the right. You don't want to moderate. Well, that's good for you. I don't think it was necessarily... It didn't really need to be said, but that's fair. Why did I buy Sentinel? Because it was hella cheap, and I want to have it because I know that most people will probably buy it, regardless of whether or not it's good. Like, I know that it's not good. But first off, I wanted to get into Tier 7 eventually anyway. And I could have gotten something else. I don't really know what else I would have gotten, though. But a lot of people buy Sentinel. A lot of people already have Sentinel. Just because it's credits, and people will always buy whatever's credits. Try Gemini Orion with more damage buff. I mean, I don't have Gemini on this account, so. I probably already said this, but you just got here. Do you know how much the prices have dropped? Yes, the mechs are roughly 50% decrease. The weapons are like 60-65. You can see they actually... So an interesting thing, I only mentioned this like 1 or 2 times during the stream, but an interesting thing that they actually did this time was they reduced prices more per item, or more or less like more individually. So as opposed to like common, uncommon, rare, where it was like everything was reduced by a set percentage, they reduced the prices. They reduced, just for example, right? They reduced Orion by 50% straight up. They reduced Panther by 35%. They reduced Sentinel and Cheetah by 65%. So they reduced this by less, and they reduced this by more. So it was a little bit more individualized in terms of like how much they reduced it by for certain things. And they also changed the currency for Fused Mortar 10. That used to cost credits, it now costs A coins. Not that it was a good weapon to get anyway, but it's an interesting note. So, but essentially what that means is like what we can expect if they end up moving into legendary stuff. What we can expect is potentially some currency changes. So maybe a couple mechs, instead of being A coins, they might cost credits. Maybe they change like Hemlock from credits to A coins. I don't know, right? But almost everything costs A coins, so we might see a couple things that cost less. We might see some more individualized things. So like something like a Redox, they might reduce the cost of that more than Eclipse, for example. So we might see like a bit more I want to say balanced cost, but a bit more like individualized cost for Legendary if they end up doing that. But you can see the full list of all the purchase costs on Discord. So the link to my Discord's in the description. You go there, the server announcements, it's going to be like basically right under there. MA info and notes, that is, and then just in the Mech Arena Master Database section of that, I just have a text wall that's just all the different items, what they used to cost versus what they currently cost, followed by the percent reduction, or like the percent that it was reduced by. And I will eventually, when I can, I don't have the data yet, but when I can, I will update the original upgrade like sheet that I have for common, uncommon, and rare, which is also in the description. And you can use that you can reference that if you want. Yeah. What about upgrading? I don't have any info on upgrading. I assume it's the same. So as far as I'm aware, pretty much at least for all of the previous things that they reduced the costs of, they reduced the upgrade price by the same amount that they reduced the purchase cost of. So the upgrade cost should be roughly the same as roughly the same reduction. So yeah, but I don't have the data on that yet because I need to wait until I have a test server access to manually upgrade everything individually and then record that data. The blueprints and price of your Zephyr are low. Well, yeah, they're definitely lower. It used to be 20k for level 1, and now it's 9.75. So it's less, it's more than 50% that they reduced this specific level by, but they might have reduced specific other levels by less. I don't really know. But yeah. Time Vault. I have not played with this guy either. It was 20k. Yeah, I know. I don't remember how many blueprints it was, but I do remember it was 20k credits. Hemlock should buy now to be safe. I mean, you could. It's a really good idea to buy it anyway because it's so cheap, right? And it's really it is a meta mech. Like it is a meta mech that costs credits. There's no reason not to buy it. It is it's probably it's like one of the most disgusting things, especially in Hangar Showdown. Ridiculously strong in a mode like that. So yeah, you should absolutely get it. You should absolutely get it. I don't think you necessarily need to like panic and buy it as soon as possible. But it is worth mentioning, right? There is a possibility that they change Hemlock from credits to A-coins. I don't know what the probability of that is, but it's technically possible, right? I don't know why you wouldn't buy Hemlock, but yeah, pretty much. It's in tier 8. Yeah, okay, well, so. If you can't buy it, then you can't buy it. Like, what are you going to do? Spend money to get it so that it doesn't... Before it then costs A-coins? Like, you spent money, it doesn't matter. The whole point is to get it while it's cheap. Or yeah, essentially cheap. So it only really applies to people who have it unlocked, yeah. Once I reach tier 6 on my free-to-play account, I'll buy Sentinel. I mean, you probably would anyway. Almost everybody does because it's just accessible. It's easy to get. It's not good, but it's easy to get. And that is the reason that I got it. Not because I wanted something easy to get, or because I kind of did just to get into tier 7, but I could have got something else. But mostly just because I knew other people got it. And so, you know, I could make videos on it because it's going to be relevant to more people. Oh, that's Viper 8, isn't it? Nah, it's not good. Oh, no, it's not. It's 12 and 6. But it, like, it again kind of goes back to, like, people keep freaking out whenever I buy something that's, like, remote, not absolutely the most optimized thing ever. But it's like, again, this is an experiment account. It always was an experiment account. The whole point was for me to get things so that I had a better understanding of how things worked in the early/mid game. And I won't know unless I try it, right? That was the whole point. I'm not going to know unless I try it. So of course I'm going to buy things that I'm going to buy some things that aren't very good. Okay. And I'm going to upgrade some things that aren't very good. Like ranking up Ares to rank 4 was not that bad. It was better than I thought it would be, right? And that's nice. But like Juggernaut, for example. Bro, everybody freaked out when I did that. Like, I know it's not optimal, but I have to test it to find out. Like, to verify it, right? And I like to think that that's why people actually trust the things that I say, is because I experiment with stuff. I don't just talk out of my ass and just make assumptions and then use those assumptions, pretend that it's fact, and then present them as if I know everything. Does it really have a freaking... Really? A stalker? For $6? I'll bet you I could buy a legendary mech for $5. Yeah, I could buy a brick house for $5. Why the heck would I buy a stalker for $6? That doesn't make sense. But yeah, I mean, like, TLDR, it's gonna trigger some people. But yes, I'm going to buy things that are not necessarily optimal. That's the whole point of this account. Buy pods, don't wait. Pods are very important, that's true. Just got Orion after Outlaw. Nice, dude. Overdriver 10 or Graviton 10? Overdriver 10's better overall, but specifically for Panther, Graviton's probably better. But at the same time, it's like, you know, how long are you going to use a Graviton Panther farm, right? If you get, I would recommend most people to buy Overdriver, because it's going to be something that you can use a lot later down the road. It's going to be something that's going to be a lot better for a lot longer. But specifically for me, right, like I got and I duplicated Graviton 10. I don't really regret it, because Overdriver would have been worse on my Panther specifically. So it's, yeah, pros and cons of both, but, you know, long-term, Overdriver's better. Why are folks obsessed with Cryo Launcher 10? Anything, it's epic. I mean, the epic stuff got, the epic prices got reduced, and even though I continually say, even though I've said it like 5 times already, and I'll continue to say it, instead of taking the W, instead of being like, oh, hell yeah, now I can get this stuff and spend less, people are taking this as an opportunity to spend the exact same amount, but just buy more stuff. You don't need more stuff. The stuff is still, it's still, if it was bad before, it's still bad. If it was good before, it's still good. You get the same stuff, you just spend less doing it. That's what I would recommend doing, but now people are going crazy by upgrading all these epic things instead. Which I don't think is a good idea, but, yeah, I mean, it's like I'm not going to force anybody to do anything, so... The combat points, yeah, I got you. Will I buy nades or cryo nades? Cryo Launcher 16 is credits, so yeah, maybe. Saving your crates is actually better than opening them every time? Technically, yeah. Like, there's a theoretical benefit, and I understand probably what you're thinking in terms of the theoretical benefit of saving crates. But, like, when was the last time that you've gotten even remotely close to getting decent playoff points from saving up your crates. Like, the last time a playoff event wasn't completely pay to win was like almost a year ago, I'd say. Like, it was a while ago. Let's be real. All of the playoff events now, 0 chance unless you spend money. Like this one, let's just take a look. Take a look. Open gold crates. Oh, use 500 implant parts. Oh, well, I could just buy implant parts. So there you go. Pay to win. Use credits. Use Acorns. I can just buy those. Pay to win. Nobody's going to win. The person who gets top is whoever spends the most money on Acorns. Pretty much guaranteed. This one. Check out this one. Upgrade stuff. The person who wins is the person who spends the most money upgrading stuff. Most likely. Or, I mean, yeah, they do have a maxed account, so they definitely did that. But in their case, yeah, they don't have that many battles, so yeah, potentially. But also, the XP and... Yeah. Yeah, the only way to get extra points, actually, like, everybody gets the exact same amount of points every day. The only determining factor of who wins is who upgrades things more times. That's literally it. So yes, that is verifiably pay to win. And all of the playoff events have been that way. Like, realistically, there's no... Like, yeah, I could save crates for playoff points, but we all know it's never going to give me anything. So there's technically no point. Technically no point. You have Silverthorn on your free play? Why not use it? Oh, I absolutely will. Absolutely will, just not this stream, because that's not the point of this stream. I've been waiting for a playoff in which using A-coins is a thing. Well, that would be this one, but it's kind of crappy implants is the only thing you'd be winning, so... I don't know, maybe hold off a little bit, I guess. You have 117 gold crates. I can let you know how low my ranking will be after using them. It won't be close to top 50. Oh, I know for a fact, yeah. That's the same thing every time, dude. Like, you won't get any... And even if you do, what are you getting? A freaking, like, maybe an amateur crate? You may as well get nothing. You're gonna charge your phone? Okay, bye-bye. Graviton's your second favorite weapon, so I'll probably get it instead of Overdriver. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. And it's not bad either. It'll probably stay pretty decent. Like, it remains a decent weapon for quite a while. It's just not a late-game weapon. Should you save your resources and wait for a legendary price reduction? I don't know when that's going to happen. I imagine that it probably will at some point, but you like... Do we know when that's going to happen? No. So you could be waiting for like 6 months. I don't know. I would say it's not a bad idea to just save your A-coins, right? Save your A-coins and not spend those. But for credits, I don't think it matters that much. I think this thing needs to stop, dude. I think credits, like, you could spend your credits and it's not going to matter. How many credits more would I get if I did that crate boost refresh thing at the beginning of each season versus not doing it? Well, each reset, I have combat point boosters, so that's something to keep in mind. But each reset gets you 600 points, so that's 12 crates. If you didn't optimize it, if you do optimize it, then you can reset. You reset it like 5 times, so that's like 60 crates, which is like 400 A-coins per crate. Is like, right, I guess this guy. $24,000, I think. Like 24,000 credits. It's like at very most you're missing out on like 24,000 credits. It's not necessarily like a massive thing. It's not necessarily a massive thing, but it's, you know, it's a nice little boost, right? Like, there's no reason not to do it, I would say. Run the chunkiest mechs possible. Minigun Chungus, Overdriver, Gatecrasher, etc. Could. Myself, personally, what was, there were two ideas that I got that I liked the most. One of them was to, like, mega buff my Redux. Because for people who don't know, very first video was Stasis Beam Redux. Stasis Beam 12s on Redux. The very first mech, and because of that, the very first mech that I maxed was Redux. And the very first weapon that I maxed was Stasis Beam. And so if I were ever to max out to get, like, fully decked out legendary mods on anything, I'd want to do it on Redux first, just to kind of continue that trend. I want to get him killed by association, watch. You can always rely on people to not pay attention. But yeah, that was one idea. The other idea is, like, somebody said I should react to, like, my first video versus my current top video versus my personal favorite video. Which is, like, that's not a bad idea either. A lot of people were suggesting freaking Acorn giveaways and guides and whatever. Like, obviously, those are, like, Acorn giveaway, obviously, it's not something I can do, but guides are things that I do just normally. Like, it doesn't need to be a special occasion for that. So I'm looking for something a little more celebratory, I think. Pure. Oh, okay. I thought for sure I would maybe kill him. I don't know why I thought that. Thanks, Ken. You're fantastic. Interesting name. Okay. I should... That panther's cooked. That's an Orion. I don't want that. Okay, that's a search. He's probably... If I know anything about search players, he's gonna dash up this guy. Yeah. And that's gonna get him killed. Easy. This guy, he's gonna want to get into that area. Yeah. And so I'll just use the AoE, shooting through this window, to hit him a bunch. That Orion? Where is that Orion? He's probably around the corner somewhere. We need to... Yeah, we're not doing too bad in terms of influence and beacons. I don't think it's like a huge rush there. These guys, though, I can fly through that window. He's going to... Nice. I was concerned that maybe I wouldn't get both of them. I maybe shot a little too preemptively, but I think it's fine. You're fine. There's nobody. Oh, never mind. There is somebody here. Hello. Oh, there's two cripples. Should have used Revoker on Zephyr. Okay. Wow, okay. Yeah, he's maxed out. I was gonna say, I did not do a lot of damage to him. Poke. Poke. Cool. He was in the back with an Orion pretty much the entire time, wasn't he? Figures. Yeah. I do think a good idea would also be to contact Plarium support and ask them if they can unbuy your kill shot because you misclicked. I didn't misclick. Technically, it was their own fault, though, so maybe. Imagine. People would be so upset. They're already upset. Should you max your Lancer or not? I mean, I think it works well. It's just a matter of whether you think it's worthwhile. At this point, buying an Epic Mech is cheaper. You could buy Ember 10 and get to tier 6. I mean, go for it then. If you're 4 stars away, go for it. If you're only 3 stars away, like if you're in tier 5, if you're only 3 stars away, you could buy like Fragment Gun for way cheaper, Javelin Rack for way cheaper, Rocket Mortar. I think all 3 of them cost A coins, but it's like a tiny amount of A coins, you know? Like realistically. Oh wow, that's hold on. Yo, okay, no. Don't get Ember Gun 10, brother. Okay, look. Y'all are terrible with your resources. Y'all, oh my goodness. You should spend 0 A coins on weapons. It is permissible to get like a rare one for A coins, if only just to get yourself into the next tier, because it costs basically nothing, right? It's really, really cheap. Otherwise, you should not be spending A coins on weapons. You should only be spending credits. Like, look at how freaking cheap Quantum Gun 10 is. That's ridiculous. And then you're over here wanting to spend 1,000 A coins on a crap weapon. I promise you it's not. It's a bad weapon. I promise you it's not good. And you are not going to use it for long. Even if you get it. Promise you. Ember Gun 10 isn't even good for anything. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're on tier 6. You don't want to tier up. You're on tier 6. Why in the world would you get a tier 5? Okay, so you don't want to go up tiers. Why would you get Ember Gun 10? Like, of all of the things that you could buy, why Ember Gun 10? Let me guess. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you probably don't have Panther or Orion. Ember Gun is not good, you say? How so? It's immediately, like, massively overshadowed by Revoker. Even at this stage of the game where I'm in right now, it's like not. It's 4,000 SP, right? It's like nothing crazy. I'm just in tier 6. Like I was at 4,000 SP when I was in tier 5, even pretty much. I think it was like 3,800, something like that. So it's close to this SP, even when I got to tier 5. So it's mostly a matter of, I mean, just raw DPS. Revoker has way more raw DPS, especially if you get closer up. But also a matter of dealing with like perimeter multi-layer mods. Ember Gun can only take down like 2 layers per shot. Revoker can also take down 2 layers per shot, but it has like 0 reload. So it just takes down multi-layered shields way, way, way faster. I made a you know, if you want the proof, right? If you want something like a bit more tangible, I made a specifically Revoker versus Ember Gun comparison video. So you could go watch that as well. But essentially, the point is, I mean, just looking at my hangar for one thing, none of these mechs do well with close quarters weapons except for the Zephyr. The Zephyr's the only one that needs it. So you don't really have a lot of close range. Like, there's not really much need for close range weapons outside of just the Zephyr. And if you're only going to have one close quarters build, it may as well be using the best close quarters weapon, which is Revoker. Double Revoker 6s would be better than Ember Gun, than double Ember Gun 10s, probably. Like, I'm just throwing that out there. Like, the point is that it's like it's so much better that it's not even close. And yeah, so like if I'm gonna have one close quarters build, it may as well be this. And if I'm gonna have two close quarters builds, honestly, you probably shouldn't have two close quarters builds. You probably don't have a good mech for it. Suggest some weapon for Zephyr. Literally Revoker, that's what I'm saying. Zephyr's the only good close quarters epic mech. Even Killshot, which like it has a dash and it can get close up really quickly. It's easy for a Killshot to get close, but it doesn't survive. The reason that like Nomad is better is because it has a damage resistance, not just because it's legendary, or because it has two dashes or anything like that. Because it has the resistance, it's able to survive. Surge is better because it has the EMP. It's able to survive. It's able to make you you're stuck. You can't fire at them, so it's basically a free kill. So those two are better for that reason. A kill shot's literally just going to go in and immediately die. Yeah, it might deal some damage, but it's just going to die. You probably shouldn't use it with close quarters weapons. This is your only decent close quarters epic mech. And Revoker's verifiably the best close quarters weapon. There's no reason to not use Revoker on this. There's no reason to be using Ember Gun because there's no reason to not use Revoker. There are no news about legendary reduction. Yeah. If you're free to play, yeah. Team Red is correct. If you're free to play, you don't want to fight close quarters. Players that you would consider like pay to win, all of those people can beat you close up always. Like they always can, because they have better mechs with more HP. They have better mods. They have better weapons with more damage output. And almost always, spending players will go for brawler type weapons. The two favorite weapons of spenders are Revoker and Overdriver, because they're very like, you just constant damage output, solid damage output. You just chase people down and you kill them. So the way to prevent yourself from losing to that constantly is to remove yourself from those close quarter situations where you're going to lose every time, because they have a Surge and you have a freaking Zephyr, right? Like, you're not going to win against a Surge. It's just not going to happen. So you have to kill them with range. You have to kill them with radius. You have to kill them with projectiles that can curve around corners where they can't hit you. You have to take advantage of as many separate things as possible, and you do not want to try to copy their brawler playstyle, because you will lose every time. Revoker causes back damage also, yeah. Should you invest 2,000 Acorns to make a double copy of Revoker 10? Yeah, if you have something good to use it on. But, like, let's say... I talked about this last stream as well. If I go to my Revoker 10, I almost have the blueprints necessary to get it to rank 6 and be able to use 2 of them, right? So then, should I do that, right? Now, some people might say, yeah, it's a really OP weapon, so clearly you should get 2 of them. But it's like, okay, well then, what would I put it on? Nothing. Nothing. Like, what I would put a double Revoker 10 and 6. I could make a separate 10 and 6 build, or I could make a double 10 build. Like, I could make a double 10 Panther. That would be terrible. I could make a double 10 and 6. Lancer is bad. Orion's bad. Panther's bad. Sentinel's bad. My Aegis is bad. Every single mech that I have, except for Zephyr, would be bad with Revoker. And maybe Tengu. If I got Tengu up a few ranks, then maybe that would be decent. But that's about it, right? It's just put them on Jogi. It's OP. Yeah. True. But But the point I'm trying to make is that, like, yes, I could rank them up, and it's the same thing with, like, Stormrack, right? What would I want a second Stormrack build on? Yeah, Stormrack's really strong, but what would I want a second Stormrack build on? This, Railgun's better. This, Graviton Beam's better because it has better range. And it has really sustained firepower. Like, it's a freaking 11-second reload on that, so that would be bad. This, like, I may as well use a guided weapon. Like, there's not a lot. Just because it's a good weapon doesn't mean that you should try to double down on it immediately. Because you most likely, especially if you're in a similar place to where I'm at, you most likely do not have a good mech to use double revokers on. Or you most likely don't have 2 good mechs to use revokers on, or 2 good mechs to use Stormracks on. And I saw that you mentioned Zephyr and Killshot. I just finished explaining why Killshot's not a good close quarters option. It can close distance, but that doesn't mean it's good close up. And again, especially if you're free to play, you should be doing as much as possible to avoid brawler situations. This is not a brawler. It is a brawler weapon, but I do not use this as a brawler. This is specifically to counter problematic things like Seeker and Nomad. It is extremely good counters to those 2 things. And that is almost exclusively what I use it for. So I build my hanger around countering certain things that I know will cause me problems. Not a single one of these builds are builds that I just run up to the enemy as fast as I can and try to deal as much damage as I can blindly. Not a single one of these things would I ever do that with. Especially if you're lower SP, even if you're not free to play, it doesn't really matter if you're free to play. If you're lower SP, you have a good chance of running into people who have a lot stronger stuff than you. And you will lose every single time if you try to copy their just hold W and the trigger tactics. It's never going to work. They can afford to do it because they have stronger stuff and they will win every time. You cannot afford to do it. I'm stuck with these. I have these mechs, right? Somebody who has a Revoker Surge that is a brawler mech. They can be really aggro. I cannot, like, what am I gonna aggro them with a Zephyr? They have a Surge. I'm gonna lose every time. So I have to, again, like I said, I have to utilize things that they don't have, or things that will cause them problems. I cannot put myself in their territory. I have to put them in my territory. So I use range. Orion's just a great mech for pretty much any weapon, but, specifically I use range. I got these 2 good, decent ranged mechs. I have this one to counter specific problematic mechs, but otherwise I get on top of buildings where they can't reach me. I use radius with Stormracks. I abuse the radius as much as I can, where I can get them while they're hiding behind cover. I can use guided weapons to get them while they're hiding behind cover. Everything that you can do to avoid facing them head to head, especially at lower SP, is necessary if you want to win. Necessary. It's not a matter of, oh, I just need to get Eclipse and then I can just blindly run into their face with Revokers and win every battle. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna solve any problems for you. I could get Revoker Eclipse right now and it would not necessarily change that aspect of my matches. Like, I couldn't just be aggro with it. If I got Eclipse, I wouldn't want, if I had Eclipse right now, I would not want to put Revoker on it. I would exclusively want to use something else that's not aggressive. Now, if I got Surge, I would put Revoker on it, but that's different. You're literally best mech arena creator, but Hyper Raja Gaming have more subs than you. A lot of people have more subs than me. It's fine. I don't think it's a big deal. My content for like the first 3 years was pretty bad, so I don't really blame anybody. And at the end of the day, I think people watch videos that they think would be interesting, and they subscribe to channels that they think provide them good value. So anybody who watches my video and doesn't subscribe, then that's my fault for not making a video that they thought was worth subscribing to, or just making general content that they thought was worth subscribing to. And if I make a video and somebody decides not to watch it, it's my fault for not making the thumbnail something that they would find interesting, or the title, or just the general video idea. It's, you know, people get, I think for the most part, people get what they deserve. And I really do appreciate everybody who thinks that I should have more than I do. And eventually I will have more than I do. Every day I have more than I do. But I think it's important to, you know, not expect people to give you stuff just because. I hit most of those, I think. He's dead. He's dead. Thank you, whoever Gemini did that. Oh, no. I'm just gonna wall off that area. I don't know why he jumped into that, because that ended up killing him. It'll kill you. This, you don't really have a good angle on me, is the thing. Oh, never mind, he does. That's my bad. Storm X Surge. It's kind of weird. I probably wouldn't use that build, to be honest. Escape was better. The 211, the OG. Yeah, and also it's like, you know, everybody prefers different things, right? It's not like everybody likes the same stuff. Oh, okay. I'm so dead, yeah. I did mark that shadow, though. Railgun Sentinel is a sleeper build, he says. In there, you'll be sleeping, or they'll be sleeping. Hi there. Hello. Oh, really? You killed me? Alright. Bruh. Did you really? Okay. This is kind of what I'm saying. Like, my man Nade Launcher Zephyr just full sent it on our Evoker Eclipse. Like, you're not gonna win that. There's no way that you win that. If you burn all your mechs that way, don't be surprised that you lose. Okay. That, like, one-shot me. That's kind of retarded. I only have a Zephyr left, and I don't want to go for that Eclipse anymore. I can get this guy, though. I can sneak up on him. He doesn't know I'm here. Boom. Boom. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, he also has his Surge. Yeah, no surprise. He doesn't know I'm here. He doesn't know I'm here. Yeah, get out of here. Nerd. They have 2 places to spawn. Neither of them are great. Gotta wait for him to jump, otherwise he'll avoid your EMP. I guess that did. Are you for real? You could have just bum rushed him. Yeah, whatever. I railgun 8s immediately? Not unless you have Orion. It's not going to do that good. If you could buy Overdriver 8 instead, definitely get Overdriver 8. It's way better. Unlike what some people say. Like, achievements can be nice, but spending 800,000 credits on a weapon just to then spend 20 hours of your life getting 30,000 credits back of it from achievements is not really worth your time. Cool that they've reduced epic prices by 57%. Yeah. Would love to see the same with legendary mechs. Well, it's not gonna be the same. It's like I said from the original video. So like, common was reduced by 90, uncommon was reduced by 80. Like, it's not linear. They haven't decreased everything by the same amount. They decreased it by a certain amount. So 90% for common, 80% for uncommon, 65%. I'm talking about the mechs, by the way. 65% for rare, 50% on average for epic. So I'm expecting the legendary to be like 30%. 35 at best. So there's like, it's definitely not going to be 50% price reduction on legendary. It's gonna be like 30, maybe 35. Some of the weapons might be, but and you might get like the special cases, like the like Sentinel and Cheetah both got 65% price reduction. So maybe some things like freaking Redox or something might get 50% reduction for legendary, but I think the bulk majority is going to be only 30%. Yeah, 30 to 40%. Well, it's definitely not going to be 30. It's going to be 35 at most. Because I'm basing this, and I don't think I'm wrong for this either. I'm basing it off of the percentage gaps. So there's a 10% gap between common and uncommon. There's a 15% gap between uncommon and rare, which means there's going to be at least a 15% gap between rare and epic. That was the assumption that I made. That was the prediction that I made, and I was correct. So it went from 65 to 50. There's almost no chance that they're going to reduce, that they're going to do it by, there's almost no chance that they're going to make the gap between epic and legendary smaller than the gap between rare and epic, right? Almost zero chance. We can make that assumption. I think it's a fair assumption. So we can make that assumption, and what you end up with is like 35% at most. When will they do that? I mean, I'm making the assumption that they'll even do it. We don't even know if they'll do it. Theoretically, they might never do it, but I think that they will. Couldn't tell you when, but it's a possibility that they do it around New Year's time. Would be a nice time for it. Do you have any route through which you can contact Mech Arena support team and support people's thoughts? What do you mean? As in, like, could I tell the devs about different ideas that you guys have? Yeah, technically, but like I don't. Like, realistically, like, everybody has some ideas for different things, and not all of them are worth reporting. Let's be real. I'd spend every minute of my day just reporting your guys' ideas. Like, if that was a thing that I was 100% dedicated to, then that's just like, I'd be spending all of my time on that, and it's not really worth all of my time. Things that I think, like, the big things, the major things, yeah. But if people are like, oh, can you contact Plarium and be like, hey, can you please reduce the cost of legendary stuff? Like, they already know that people want that. That's ridiculous. There's no point in me going over there and telling them. Obviously, everybody wants it to be cheaper. Imagine they also had new ways to get acorns. Yeah, we both know that's not going to happen. They'll add new ways to spend them, though. Are you going to get Cheetah since it's cheaper? Yeah. Yeah, I think I will, but, I mean, clearly I can't at the moment. What I am doing for now, though, is just opening a bunch of crates. I don't know what that legendary one was. Howler 6, let's go. Overdriver 8, okay. So, I'm just kind of collecting credits. I am torn. I could get Chungus. Or I could get Overdriver, which I know is a much a much better investment, probably. Or I could get like some random tier 7 thing. But I don't think there's really any good ones. Right? Yeah, the only legendary one for tier 7 is what's its face? Disruptor. Jeez, that took a long time to remember. Otherwise, yeah, Cryo Launcher, which is like Helix Rack, which is like There's not a whole lot of reason to get those. Stasis Beam, which is like Disruptor, which is also kind of like So in terms of credit-based stuff in tier 7, it's probably just Brickhouse. But do I want to get credit stuff in tier 7 is the question. I don't know. One of them's funnier. The other one's probably technically better. Yes, RuFFles is filling the Mech Arena support email folder by sending them every comment, yeah. Melee mechanic would be nice. As in, I mean, we already have melee mechanics, like the dash mechanics. Do you mean like a melee weapon? Because I can tell you why I think that is actually like one of the dumbest ideas, period. Extremely bad idea. You'll ruin the game with that. Everyone thinks it sounds cool. If it was in the game, you'd hate it. Can you use Redeemer in place of Sentinel? I could, but I just got Sentinel. And so I'm just kind of using it for the sake of using it. Not because it's good, but just because I have it now. Might go back to Aegis. Yeah, whatever, I'll use Redeemer. Silverthorn has melee ability, if that counts. I mean, not really. Will you do Overdrive or Chungus in your free-to-play account? Well, I'd have to get both of them. I have to get Overdriver and Chungus. You know it's dumb, you just thought it was cool. Which is exactly why I'm absolutely not, like, reporting all of your thoughts to Plarium, right? Because it ends up being a thing that you know is a bad idea, but you just like, yeah, I want to say it anyway. And so at that point, I'm wasting my time, you're wasting my time, I'm wasting the dev's time. Like, what are we doing, right? Like, clearly I'm not going to... Clearly at that point, forwarding every suggestion to the devs is maybe not the best idea. You meant arms that could have melee weapons. Yeah. Well, everybody has ideas, like I said. You ask me what ideas I have. Like, I give you like 5 different mech ideas, right? And everybody has at least 5 different mech ideas. They're not going to make all of them. There's no point in... Like, I haven't suggested any of my mech ideas to the devs ever. I never have. I've never been like, hey, I think this would be a cool mech idea. I think you should do it. I've never done that. Because it's a waste of their time. I already know that they've... And they've told me that, like, realistically, they're probably not going to use any idea that any player sends to them. Like, if people suggest an idea for a mech or a weapon, more than likely they're not going to use it. Because more than likely, they already have, like, 6 or 7 different ideas that they're actively working on. And half the time, the ideas that people come up with are ideas that they've already considered those ideas, right? And they're either working on it or they don't want it at the moment, right? Most ideas are not super crazy, right? You don't need to be a super special person to come up with ideas the kinds of ideas that I come up with, right? So like, any idea that I have, they've probably already thought of. So, yeah. not really worth anybody's time for that. It can be fun to like talk about it. It's not the sort of thing I'd contact the devs about. Oh, you can get players as Thomas said. Graviton 10 or Overdriver 10 be better than Gravitons after months. You talking about me? I don't think I really need it though. I already have Graviton. I think and Overdriver 10 is only gonna be like moderately worse. At least for the longest amount of time. And on Panther, Graviton's even better. Like, I agree that Overdriver's better in general, but on Panther specifically, Graviton's gonna be better. Ah, that was a wasted shot. Oh, wow, that was also wasted. I didn't think that first one was gonna get him. I thought I pre-fired a bit too much. But yeah, like Overdriver projectiles are a little bit too slow. So it doesn't work that well on Panther, I don't think. Even if I did want to get it. And similar to the Graviton situation, I don't think there's much reason to buy it until I have the blueprints necessary to duplicate it. Because, like, otherwise, what am I doing with it? Right? So that's another thing to... okay, well, it's another thing to consider. You just send them skin ideas. That's interesting. I tell them about things that are, like, for specific issues, like... It's like a bug or something that needs addressing. And sometimes I'll tell them that, but yeah, I mean, like, for the most part. I don't think my specific ideas for mechs or weapons are necessarily any better than anybody else's ideas, so I don't think it's really worth my time on that, really. Your poor Surge vampire skin with cape and fangs. Well, instead you get Barney the dinosaur. Aren't you excited? What did the map do to you? Stop shooting it? It said bad things about Cape 211. Can I please let you back on your server? What do you mean? Were you banned? What did I ban you for? If I banned you, then I'm probably not going to unban you. Yeah, well, what was your Discord name and what did I ban you for? You don't know? Well, I mean, I'm not gonna, like... If you don't know, then I'll just leave you banned, whatever. Obviously, it's in your best interest to pretend like you did nothing wrong, so no, I'm asking for a legitimate, honest conversation here. You want a max shotgun 8 and shotgun 4. That's crazy. I just want autocannon 8 because it'll be OP. It said I pinged a rule. Oh. Oh, you got a DM from Dino. So that you're not banned, you're just timed out for I think like a day. Yeah. So there's a rule to, I mean, for the same reason that I can't forward everybody's suggestions. There's a rule in my Discord server to not ping me for pointless things that like don't require my immediate attention. Like don't ping me asking for advice for stuff. Like there's other people who give advice on stuff. I'm not the only person there. I have a lot of things to deal with if I want to keep making decent videos that I need to take the time to work on that sort of thing. And I can't constantly be putting all of my time into answering people's pings on Discord. And it's become a real problem lately. People pinging me constantly. So yeah, that's a rule that I have to have now. You were banned a week ago. What's your Discord name? Oh, BKAM. Oh, I thought it was just you misspelling ban. I see. Yeah, I see it. I seem to recall that. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I'm the one who banned you. I'll get to it in a second, though. We get... No. We get bots. Blame. Let's see. Have you thought about streaming on Twitch? Yes. There's a couple reasons that I don't, though. I even have, like, a Twitch channel, technically, that I used to stream on. Mech Arena, even. Right? But there's a couple reasons that I stopped, and that I probably wouldn't start it back up. The first one being that Twitch is, like... I don't know, it's kind of getting worse day by day. It's kind of obnoxious. And, people are kind of fed up with Twitch lately, so it probably wouldn't last long even if I did it. Another reason is that everybody's already on YouTube, right? Like, I am primarily a video creator and not a streamer. So most people are already on YouTube, and, you know, if they see me on YouTube, they'll probably just join there. Rather than Twitch, even though Twitch has some nice features, I don't mind it. Some just streams on Twitch, right? But, because of that, because almost everybody's gonna join on YouTube, that means that I'd have 2 chats open. I have to try to keep track of 2 chats. Whereas, like, one person, somebody in, like, the Twitch chat, there'd be, like, freaking one person there. Like, they'd be by themselves, essentially. There'd be nothing happening. And that'd be kind of lame. And also, it'd be annoying for me to try to keep track of multiple chats for... Because I'd forget about the Twitch chat, realistically. I would just straight up forget about the Twitch chat. But... This guy, okay. So yeah, there's that. Another is, like, I don't monetize my YouTube streams. So I don't really know why anyone would bother watching, like, going to Twitch where there's ads. I don't know why anyone would bother going to Twitch to watch ads when they could just stay on YouTube and not. And I also feel like the multi-streaming thing, because a lot of people stream on, like, both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. The multi-streaming thing is, like, I feel like it only really works for people who have a really large audience. Because otherwise, like, if I bring up something that somebody said on Twitch, nobody here would understand what's going on. It's like, wait, who said that? Who are you talking to? What's going on? So, like, I don't know. At that point, maybe I'd have to, like, put both chats on the screen. I don't know, cover up a lot of things. I just don't necessarily think it's worth the time. Any of y'all know how to download Mech Arena on Chromebook without Google Play? I don't think you can. Yeah, unless you download Plarium Play, but that's... A Chromebook is essentially just a large mobile device, isn't it? Twitch has no ads if you aren't an affiliate, but I am. Wasn't there supposed to be a second legendary healer mech? Yeah. Yeah, there's the beam dude. They changed around the order of release. So they teased the duel, was its name? The beam thing. It was going to shoot a beam that healed allies and damaged enemies. They decided to push that one back, and so it's not going to release until after the earthquake mech that they teased in the latest devlog. and potentially at least one other thing after that as well. So it's a little bit further down the road. They told me that they kind of changed the order of release. You do agree on Twitch going downhill? Oh yeah, that's been the case for a while. I clicked on your server link and it said I was banned. Yeah. Well, hold on for a second though. Trying to... From... You didn't change your name, right? I don't know. And maybe you're spam pinging me or something? I don't know. If we can't figure out exactly what it was that you did, then I'm just gonna assume that you deserved it. Because again, if you want to be unbanned, then you gotta help me out here, right? I get people that are like spam DMing me. They're trying to call me on Discord. Like, no, I don't know you. Don't call me. Or they're like spam pinging. There's all kinds of crazy people who do all kinds of crazy things. So I'm sorry, but I am just gonna assume that I made the right call unless you can give me something that would help me out. You sent a direct message to me. Yeah, well, I don't ban people just because they DM me. A lot of people DM me. I don't care. You don't watch Twitch, so you wouldn't know. Yeah, I mean, same. Like, Sanji streams on both YouTube and Twitch, and I just watch him on YouTube. Chromebooks could possibly use BlueStacks. That's true. That's true. You might be right. You might be right, Pablo. Save for Nade 16 or Ember 16. Do you need either of them? I doubt you'd use either of them. Nades are better, yes. How much longer do you think Mech Arena will be around for? It's an interesting question. Because I think the game's they're making some good decisions, but I don't think that they're addressing the main problem. And like I talked about last stream, I think the main three there are three main problems that I think are going to kill this game above anything. It's not pay to win. It's not the price of stuff. It's not how grindy the game is and how hard it is to get A coins. It's not the bots doing random crazy things. It's nothing like that. It's not the matchmaking. Well, it's kind of the matchmaking, I guess. You could boil it down to matchmaking. But the main three things I think are the problem are the tankers, the people who are exploiting the matchmaking to get really easy battles and ruin people's matches, like brand new players. Really, really bad experience. Anyone, like if I was playing a new game and I got a match like that, if I wasn't familiar with the game, then I just assume like, oh yeah, okay, probably all the battles are like this, and I just quit. Like, yeah, well, it's not worth my time, dude. There's no chance that you're gonna win. Why stick around, right? So tankers are a big problem. Another big problem is I think they're willing to sell power a little too early. Like selling mechs for let's go here, right? You want to sell me a brick house for $5? A rank 3 legendary mech for $5, I think is a great deal. And if you're willing to spend money, these are the best deals that you can get. Not necessarily brick house specifically, but you know, rank 3 legendary mechs for $5. These are the best deals that you can get, I think. And that's fine to do that. But I think it's excessive when You have people who are able to spend $5 to get a really, really strong mech, like a top tier mech, when you just started the game. You're not even in tier 3 yet, right? Like, I think that's excessive. So I think they need to chill a little bit with that. And then also, more recently, the download links. The download links have some crazy stuff now. Like a brick house, rank 5 brick house with cryo launcher 6s. And the barrage pilot. You can get that for free by just using a stupid link. A download link. And I think that's, some people are going to be like, oh, that's great. I want to see, what's the link? I want to use that. Go somewhere else and find it. I think that they're harmful. I think they're harmful to the game because it promotes people. It promotes a player ecosystem where essentially the only new players who are able to win are just the people who already have had accounts. They're just creating alt accounts. Another one gave 1,000 acorns. That's not bad. 1,000 acorns is fine. 1,000 acorns I think is really good, actually. That's a great way to do it. Because it's just resources. It's not giving you anything that's strictly overpowered. Giving you a boost is fine. I think every download link should give you some kind of boost. Like, you know, it's nice. I have, like, the download links in my descriptions. Those are obligatory. Like, I have to put those there. They don't give you anything. I don't know. I wish that they did. I wish they, like, I don't know, 500 acorns or something. But, or even a rare mech. Like, I don't care. The rare mech, where it was, like, the Stalker with EM rifle was a little bit excessive, maybe, but, you know, my favorite one was, like, what was it? It was, like, Missile Rack 6 or something like that. I don't know. But you get, like, a rare mech from some of those, and those were fine. But it got to be a little excessive. You could get, like, rank 4 Aegis with Podgun 8s. It's like that early, like after your 5 tutorial battles, that's what you now have in your hangar. That's ridiculous. And then the same thing with like the brick house. It's like you're unkillable. Not only are you unkillable, but nobody uses those links unless they've already played the game before. The only people who know about those links are the people who are actively watching whatever content creator, and then they see the link and they're like, oh, nice, I'll just create an alt account. So not only do they have the experience advantage, because it's an alt account, it's not a new player. No new players know about this stuff. They don't even know about the new player promo codes. They don't know about that stuff until way later, unless they're like super, super active in game communities, which most people aren't, right? So they have the experience advantage, and they also have the equipment advantage, and it's like not even close. Like I said, with like a free rare mech, sure, whatever. Like, it's an equipment advantage, but it's nothing egregious. And you can get that pretty easily. A freaking tier 7 mech is ridiculous, though. Even tier 5, even in Aegis. Even after the reprice, I think that's just too much. I think it's too much, and I think it's actively harmful. And it encourages people to... to create new accounts just for the sake of getting that free stuff. And I think that's on purpose. Free rank 1 Chungus would have been funny. Okay, yeah, lower rank I'd be fine with. Part of the problem, to me, part of the problem is the high rank part. If it was a rank 2 or rank 3 Aegis, a rank 2 or rank 3 brick house, I would have probably been fine with it. It would have been a little bit weird, but yeah, I would have mostly been fine with it. I think the fact that it's rank 4 and rank 5 is just like, no, it's way too much. And there's no way that any legitimate new player would actually stand any chance. Like, there's no way. It's cryo launcher 8s, not 6s. So, okay, so that's even worse. I thought it was a 6, my bad. So yeah, it's like, and there's zero chance for new players. So what do new players experience? New players experience that BS. And then the best case for the new player is that they find out about those links and they're like, okay, fine, I'll use that link. I'll start it from scratch. And then they use it, and then they beat up on other people who also don't have it. I think it's just like, give people free stuff, but don't give it to them in the first 2 minutes of them playing. Right? Like, I think giving it, again, like, I have no problem with them getting free stuff. I think it's great that they get that stuff. But I wish it was like
which was like a freaking 30-day login thing or something. Like literally something so that you're not just immediately absolutely crapping on all of the new players. Because it makes their experience horrible. And they just see the game as a pay-to-win cesspool while you're having fun with a random alt account. It said I DM'd you many times. Well, I have not banned anyone for DMing me a bunch of times, so if well, at least I don't recall it. So if I did, you must have spam DM'd me like crazy, dude. It's still rank 3, rank 3 Brick House. I remember that from the daily login, and the daily login was fine. Again, like I said, like the daily login thing, perfectly fine. Because it gives you something for free, but it doesn't give it you're not fighting literal new people. Like at very least, give the new people like a week to play the game and understand the game a little bit better. Because it's like they know nothing. They know nothing about what's going on. And they're getting stomped on by stuff they don't even realize that, like, they don't realize how nothing of a chance they have of winning. They don't. They might think that it's impossible, but they have a much lower chance than they think they do. I just think it's really bad look for the early game. I think it's just really, really bad look for the early game, and I don't like those links. But anyway, going back to the original question. If those three things aren't addressed, I think the game's going to go downhill no matter what it does. It could make legendary stuff cost frickin' 500 A-coins each, and I don't think it would necessarily change anything. So long as those other three things go unaddressed, I don't think it's going to change much. Especially since you can also get a pilot on top of that. Well, rank 1 pilot's not going to do a lot, but yeah. Even a link that gives rank 5 minigun 8, bleh. Like, again, I have no problem. I have no problem with getting free stuff. I encourage Plarium to give people more free stuff. Like, please, I think they should. This piece of crap thing right here, it had a Tengu, and then some people got Particle Beam 8, and then everybody else got nothing. I think they should do more with this. But it's the fact that you're putting literal brand new people, brand new players, into a situation that's not possible for them to win. It's not possible. It's extremely bad look. And it's not like it's obviously people are not going to stick around. Like, yeah, duh. $30-day login would actually be really nice because it's also a motive to log in. Whereas Free Chungus is like log in, play like 10 games, stomp new players, and quit again. Yeah, exactly. See, here's what I think, though. I think that they are fully aware of the consequences. Because I think that the reason those links exist is to encourage people to create alt accounts so that the game seems like it's healthier than it is. I think there are extremely few players that are actually there are extremely few new players to this game. I think there are. I think the bulk majority of low SP people or low SP accounts are alt accounts. And by low SP, I mean like under 1,000 SP, right? I think the bulk majority are alt accounts. And I mean, just as an example, like for one thing, I played on that one new account. I made that video, right? I played on that one new account, and I found basically nobody. There was extremely few players. I played like 5 battles, and I played like 7 battles, and I think I got like 4 players out of that. And guess what? At least one of them was one of my viewers' alt accounts. So at least one of them was just another alt. And so it's the same thing. I think the bulk majority of of new accounts are just alt accounts. And I think that Plarium has. I think that they know that there's not enough new players, and I think what they're doing now is they're trying to encourage people to make as many alts as they can, so that the game seems like it's healthier than it is. Like, oh, look at all these players that are active. Like, no, there's that many accounts that are active, but there's only like half that many players, right? So I think they're doing it to try to artificially inflate their numbers, and they can easily trick people, right? It's easy. You just promise somebody a shiny new thing. Every new link that you see is just a little bit shinier than the last one. Every new download link is just a little bit more enticing, and so people just keep starting over and over, and they keep scrapping their old progress to get with their to start a new account with the promise that, oh, this new account with this crazy head start, this will put you way ahead of where you originally were, even though they had like 3,000 SP on their main account, and it'll take them like 3 months just to get back to that. And by the time they get back to that, they're not going to be any better off than they were on their original account. It's all just a ploy to encourage people to scrap their progress and start a new account to make the game seem more active than it is. That's what I think. You need to buy 3 legendary weapons for credits. Oh, I have so many weapons that I want to buy with the credits. I don't know how many I'm gonna buy, but that's a lot that I want to buy. You think Mech is going to last 4 more years? Yeah, maybe. I mean, like I said, they're doing a lot of good things, like reducing the costs of all this stuff. Great move. I love it. But again, I don't think that's the main thing that's going to kill the game. It's like I said, it's not the matchmaking. People complain about all these different things, but I think the main thing that's killing the game are the things that are happening specifically to the really, really new players. Because that's how games survive. You need new players for games to survive. People leave for one reason or another, right? You get bored of the game, or you just don't have time anymore. People grow up, they stop having time for things. They find a different game that they like better. Like, there's all kinds of things. People leave for all kinds of reasons, and it's not like if the game really sucks, then obviously more people are gonna leave. But every time someone's like, I don't like this game anymore, so I'm gonna leave. It's like, yeah. I mean, there's always some people who are like that for every game. Like, even if the game's fantastic, 10 out of 10, everybody loves it. There's always somebody who's like, yeah, I don't really like this anymore. So, they're not gonna keep people forever. So the only way to keep the game alive is to get new people to play, and they're not getting new people to play. That's the problem, or at least the people who are, To be fair, Warbots, you log in and play for an hour and you get matched against the equivalent of rank 5 Deathhawker with Stormrax, and that game still exists, yeah. But I think a large difference between Warbots and Mech Arena is that, Warbots, I think they give you a lot better offers early on. It's a bit pay to win, but you can get a lot of decent stuff pretty quickly. But then also, you get more player matches, right? Nobody wants to spend this amount of time on a game just to get paired up against bots all the time, right? That's freaking lame. Imagine spending even real money, spend $20 on a game you just play against bots only. Come on. So, I think part of the appeal of Warbots is just the fact that it has an active player base, and there's a lot of people that are actually active in it, and you don't just get bots constantly. And yeah, you'll get those really terrible matches too, but and the game's slowly dying for it, right? You can't tell me I'm wrong. Warbots is definitely way less popular than it was. Even a year ago, I'd say. Century made a community post asking, should I give it another try? When, like just now, essentially? It's putting so much time and effort, but still being slaughtered by the whales, yeah. I'm not familiar enough with the current, like... I'm not really familiar enough with the current landscape of war robots, really, especially, like, the early game. I couldn't really say a whole lot about it. Like, I could make assumptions, but yeah, I don't really know what's going on as much as I do with Mech Arena. BMP account, he shared Sentry's post. Oh, yeah, it's another thing I kind of was thinking of. I think we would watch BMP's video. He made a video. Which epic mechs are which epic stuff are worth getting? Let's see. Should we watch that? Let's watch that. You guys want to watch that? I think we could. The biggest difference in War Robots and Mech Arena is that in War Robots, buying an offer doesn't change your matchmaking pool at all until you get like 100 wins or something and go up in leagues. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are we getting official CC beef now? Wait, why? What's up? What's up with the official CC? I don't think I have any problem. Like, I don't know if you're talking about me. I don't think I have any problems with anybody. You're also curious about War Robots Frontiers. Great game. They recently went a little bit pay to win with it. Like they kind of changed the monetization thing. It's a little bit less. It's still a lot more free to play friendly than Mech Arena is. Don't get me wrong, but they went a little bit less free to play friendly. People are really mad about it. But myself personally, it's just too sweaty. Like I don't know, dude. I prefer Mech Arena because it's a little bit more chill, to be honest. But it's a nice game. It is a nice game. Mid-ranks in War Robots aren't that bad because all the whales are in Masters Plus, but new players will suffer because new free-to-play versus new pay-to-win. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought you were potentially probably going to clown on BNP for recommending to buy Epic stuff just because it's cheaper. Oh, no. Well, I mean, maybe. I didn't see his video. You never know, right? No, I think, I doubt he's going to say anything ridiculous. But I didn't make a video on it, right? I didn't make a video on this topic. That's why I'm streaming for the most part. So I didn't make a video. So I was thinking like, yeah, while I'm streaming, maybe I like react to BNP's video. But we gotta make sure we share the link here. BMP's video. And I'm gonna pin that for now. So there it is. You can and should go watch it yourself. For the time being, I think I need to I'll just choose this window. This is probably fine.
The epic price reduction.
That's really quiet for me. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I guess that just is what it is, I guess. Is it quiet for you guys?
The epic price reduction update is here, and I'm sure you've all been waiting for it.
The epic price reduction is here, and I'm sure you've all been waiting for it. As you're so quiet. I could just turn up my headset, I suppose, but... Yes, it's a new headset. Anybody didn't see the last video. It sounds fine? Okay. Yeah, that's... Okay. This is just me, then. It's just me, then. Yeah, I did get a new headset, so it's... Well, I say new, but... It's not new.
Epic mechs and weapons prices have been reduced by about 50 to 70% of their previous prices.
50
this
to 70%,
is a big W from Plarium. I hope we see legendary items next. In this video, I'm going to cover the new prices for all the items and tell them if they are worth it for you now that they are cheaper. Just keep in mind it's important to remember that it is okay to sometimes purchase a bad item if it's the cheapest way for you to get your tier stars you need to progress to the next tier. I've also placed chapters on the video.
Hold on. What did you say?
Cheaper. Just keep in mind it's important to remember that it is okay to sometimes purchase a bad item if it's the cheapest way for you to get your tier stars you need to progress to the next tier.
Especially if you're not, like, yeah, if you're not going to use it anyway. A lot of the times, especially like weapons, most of the time low grade weapons, you shouldn't use them, but you can buy them. Like I bought like rare weapons right after the price reduction. I bought like rare ones, even though they cost 8 coins. It was really cheap just to get to the next tier. Like, yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Because I knew I wasn't going to use it anyway.
I've also placed chapters on the video so you can just skip to the item you're wondering about, so feel free to do that. So first up is Zephyr. Zephyr's price...
Sure. I don't see chapters in the video. I don't see chapters at all. Huh. I call that false advert. Wait, no, a sec. Oh, YouTube just failed, I guess. Oh, no, that's why. Okay, so here's a little, for anybody who isn't aware. You know how, like, this little progress bar here, video progress bar. If you want this to show your video chapters, you have to start with 000. So like you have to start at the very beginning. You have to have a timestamp that is specifically that. Otherwise, YouTube's not going to recognize it. But there are technically timestamps in the description. He's not wrong.
This has been reduced by 50% from 375,000 credits to 186,000. Though Zephyr has a strong ability where it stuns EMPs all the enemies in a 30-meter radius for 3 seconds. EMP is basically the strongest effect in the game, so this is very powerful.
Easily the strongest effect.
Zephyr's extremely slow, 18 kph, which is slower than some tanks, and it has very low HP, so it's going to get destroyed almost instantly.
What is slower than 18 kph? Guardian? Brickhouse, Arachnos? This is basically it. Bastion, I guess. You were just playing and didn't even realize it, but wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Why is he using Cryo 16 on Sentinel? Everyone knows Cryo 16 needs to be on Arachnos. If you go by Mimicker ability, Chungus is still a tank. Yeah. Sure.
There is the legendary Zephyr Pulse Range implant, which increases your stun range up to 45 meters at max level, which does make it pretty decent throughout the mid-game, but in general, you're going to want to avoid this mech. When you just unlock it, it is pretty decent since it's for credits, and it can be okay to run for a little while, but you should never upgrade this mech unless you really want to run it with that legendary implant.
I disagree. I think until you get Surge, Zephyr being your only EMP mech is extremely valuable. It is, I could not really effectively counter, reliably anyway, like Seekers and Nomads without Zephyr. So, I think that he's correct. Zephyr's best used with the Legendary Implant. But when you first get it, it's going to be, and he's also correct, when you first get it, it's going to be a lot stronger than later on. But I think you should use it through Tier 5 and all the way through Tier 6, and to really only stop when you get Surge. That's about it. Because otherwise, it's just, it's so valuable to have EMP. EMP is such a broken status effect. You kind of need it.
Redeemer's price has been reduced by 50% from 3,750 A coins to 1,865 A coins. It is a pretty low HP mech with not great speed for a scout. It doesn't have a dash like Surge or Nomad, but it does have the backtrack. You back
By speed, he means like general mobility, not like mech speed. Because the Redeemer does have 29 kph, which is the fastest you can get, like base speed, but like general speed includes like abilities and stuff. I hope he mentions Hangar Showdown.
backtrack to where you were 10 seconds ago and remove effects based off your rank. However, to remove things like EMP or Daze, which are the more powerful effects and more important ones to remove, your Redeemer literally has to be maxed out. So this thing doesn't become really powerful until max rank, where at that point it's going to get outclassed by the meta Revoker scouts running around the game. So in general,
Yes,
Redeemer
absolutely.
isn't bad, but it's not like the meta or anything. Only get it if you want to have fun with it. You can certainly do well and make some cool plays with it, but it's not great to get. Cheetah's price.
Okay, he did not mention. He's absolutely correct about everything if you ignore Hangar Showdown. Hangar Showdown, Redeemer is an incredibly strong one to get in Hangar Showdown because everything gets automatically maxed, right? For that mode. Also, these these Helix, right? What the heck am I looking at, bro? This thing's taking a woody. But yeah, so he's correct for the most part, but I would say that he left out an important detail that probably you should you could get it, and it would be very, very good for Hangar Showdown. I currently use it in my Hangar Showdown. I'd never use Redeemer normally. Like CPC, don't use it. 5v5, don't use it. But it's a really, really strong one. It's like one of my top 3 in Hangar Showdown. Easily. Better than my Aegis, better than my Panther. So that's a good note to make. Not necessarily saying that it's something you need to get, but it's something you definitely could get if you struggle with Hangar Showdown or something like
Price
that.
has been reduced by 65% from 3,750 A coins to 1,305 A coins. So Cheetah is not a good mech at all. It's very squishy, very slow,
Yeah,
and
she's
its
really
ability,
bad.
the mines, they do a lot of damage, but they're just really hard to hit onto a player. You can get bots with them sometimes, but for the most part, Cheetah's just a meme mech. It's just there for fun. I'm glad Plarium reduced it by more. It's pretty cheap now. I wish it was for credits, but hey, take what we can get. So yeah, only get this mech if you want to play it for fun. It's not good. It's just for the memes. Aegis is
Fully agree. No notes. Oh, what are you guys doing? Why aren't I answering your question? Because I'm ignoring you. Sorry. Yeah. If you send me an invite in Mech Arena, I'll ignore it. Like I can't, like I don't want to say that. Like I feel bad saying that, but I have to say that because I get like 50 people who want to send me an invite every day. I can't accept all of them. And so if you ask me something like that, then I have to say no, but instead of saying no, I'd rather just like not pay attention to it because like it's I don't want you to feel bad, right? I don't want you to feel bad for me saying no. But I mean, if you're gonna force my hand here, no, I can't accept everybody. So I'm not just gonna accept anybody who asks. Same is true for Sentinel, by the way. Yeah, that's true. Although Sentinel at max does not really gain any value. Yeah, you're technically correct. Like it does gain the max perk from Hangar Showdown, but it doesn't really gain any value from Hangar Showdown. I guess those are two different things. With Orion Shield Pierce Implant, would you recommend Railgun 8s or EM Rifle 16? I think Railgun's a better weapon for Orion overall. They're relatively comparable. You know, like if you already have EM 16 and you don't have Railgun 8, like you could just continue using EM 16, right? Like who's stopping you? You could spend a bunch of credits on Railgun, but it's not going to make a big difference, I don't think. It's annoying, though. Sentinel? Nah, bro. If I see a Sentinel in my Hangar Showdown match, I'm happy. That's an easy kill. It's not personal. Correct. Yes, thank you. It's never personal. Almost never. It's not like one person that I've ever been like, no, I don't like you. But those... yeah, no. It's not personal. It's just that everybody asks, and I appreciate that everybody wants to, but I can't realistically. Although I will say, if you send a request on Plarium Play, I'll just accept it. I don't care who you are. I don't care what SP you are. I won't even look into it. Legitimately, I don't even check to see who you are. I'll just accept anything from Plarium Play because I have plenty of space there. But in game, I don't have plenty of space, so yeah, I have to be careful.
price has been reduced by 50% from 3,750.
You have EM16, but not Railgun 8. Yeah, so like at that point, it's just like you're spending a bunch of credits to get something that's basically like basically just as effective. So in my mind, I probably wouldn't bother unless you really see the need for it.
Acorns to 1,865 acorns once again. Aegis is a very powerful
Why
mech.
does he have
It throws out a
CCP
dome
on this
that
anyway?
protects you and your teammates with a certain durability on the dome, and you guys can fire through it, but the enemies can't, so you're fully protected. It's great for fighting with your team, synergizing with teammates,
So you mentioned the
whoever you're
status
playing with, or even with your bots.
protection.
It's definitely a powerful mech. It has pretty good HP. It's not like super tanky, but with the dome it becomes pretty hard to kill, and it's definitely one I would recommend you pick up, especially with the reduced price. It's a solid mech for your hangar. Panther's price has been
Okay. If you are going to go through tier 5 and tier 6, buying one mech from each of them, those two mechs are Orion and Aegis. Aegis is so unreasonably effective, especially at lower stages of the game. When you unlock it, it is the best mech out there. The best mech that you can get. Period. The dome is not just a thing that has HP. The dome is a thing that blocks all status effects, including EMP, which is incredibly useful. And if you know how to play an Aegis well, if you stand on one side of the so status effects can't pass through the dome essentially, and that's it's an important note for what I'm about to say. So because status effects can't pass through the dome, something like a surge that dashes at you, if you position yourself in such a way to where you're on one side of the dome, and then they dash at you and they hit you, so long as there's that shield between two of you, then it'll dash, it'll hit you, it'll do the EMP, but you're not going to be affected. Its EMP is wasted. And at that point, it becomes the Surge's HP and damage output versus the Aegis HP and damage output, which usually results in the Aegis winning. It's extremely valuable. As extremely valuable. And I don't think there's any... Like, he didn't say that anything that's incorrect, but I do think that he kind of undersold Aegis a little bit, maybe.
Been reduced by only 35%, the least of any item in this video. Kind of strange, but it's from 3,750 acorns to 2,425 acorns.
Yeah, it is weird that the
Panthers,
they made Panther the most expensive one.
32 max energy capacity. It also throws out a barrier that you can shoot through, but the enemies can't. It's not as protective as the dome, but it doesn't have durability like the dome, so it's kind of a trade-off. It's good for kind of making rotations because you can cover a whole lane, but in general, Aegis is better near the end game. It's great for synergizing with teammates. It just ends up being a little better. Unless you need a...
I disagree. I think Panther's actually better endgame, but I'm flipping it. So I think Panther's better endgame, but Aegis is better earlier in midgame. I think Panther's better endgame simply because its barrier has infinite HP, and because you can throw it out to, let's say, a beacon and offer protection for like on this map, for example, right? So like you could be around here and then throw your barrier out to the beacon, which offers you protection while you go out to grab the center beacon. And you're not going to see a lot of Panthers late game, but I think Panther's slightly more valuable than Aegis late game, personally.
A 32 energy, high energy capacity mech. I wouldn't get Panther. If you want one, go ahead and get it. It's
Panther's
solid.
energy capacity is what costs the most.
Super squishy and isn't great in the end game.
Yeah, but then like, why is Cheetah cost less? Like, you could make that assumption, but like, it doesn't really hold up to the other things. Like, some things cost less, some things cost more. Why would Panther cost more if it has more energy? If other things cost less, but they don't have less energy? Yeah. And, you know, maybe that is the case. It is the only one that has the hot 32. It is the only heavy mech out of the epics. But
I wouldn't necessarily
but
be
if you
quick
need a
to
heavy
adopt
mech,
that.
it's hard to get a legendary one without
belief.
paying real money, and you could use something like Guardian from the rare mechs, but in general, I would just get it if you need that high energy capacity. Orion's price has been reduced by 50% from 3,758 coins to 1,860.
What did he say about? Sorry, I'm kind of
Great in the end game, but if you need a heavy mech, it's hard to get a legendary one without paying real money, and you could use something like Guardian from the rare mechs, but in general, I would just get it if you need that high energy capacity. Orion.
Did my boy? It's just maybe I'm misunderstanding. Did my boy just recommend people use Guardian instead of Panther? I don't know if maybe I just kind of am misunderstanding that. There is a total of 1 useful legendary mech, that is Deathwalker. Heavy mech, you mean? I disagree. I think there's a couple other good ones. Dreadnought's really good, especially lower SP and Blockhorn. But meta, yes. Meta, yes. RuFFles versus BMP. Look, it wouldn't be a versus if this man wasn't going out here saying that instead of Panther, you should get Guardian. Or you should upgrade Guardian. I don't know if that's what he's trying to say, but that's what it sounded like he was saying. Anyway, my take on this. So I'm not necessarily going here to bash it. I'm just watching this, and we can kind of figure out what he has to say, and then I'm just going to give my opinion on whatever. My opinion is always going to be a little bit different from his opinion. You can choose which one you think is more accurate. So I'm not. Yeah, I might be wrong about some of this stuff too, but Panther is a good one. BMP in general, I think his TLDR is Panther's decent. It has good energy capacity, but there's not a whole lot of reason to get it because Aegis is kind of better, and Panther also costs more. And I think that TLDR is a thing that I largely agree with. That is a thing that I largely agree with, because especially since it costs more, and Panther's not even that good. I have Panther on my account, right? And it's nice. I like it. I use it. I have double Graviton 10s on it, and it does really well. But my Aegis is probably still better. So, would I spend more to get something that's arguably worse? I mean, you can, because they're both strong. But if you don't need it, then there's not really a reason to get it. So, yeah, to a large extent, I agree with the TLDR. But, no, I don't think that the main benefit of Panther is the energy capacity. I think the main benefit of Panther is the invincible barrier and the reach of the barrier. You have protection. The protection of Aegis is extremely isolated. It keeps you from moving. The protection of Panther is a wall, which allows you to move from place to place while keeping safety. And so I think that's a decent distinction. And there are certain maps where I would certainly prefer a Panther over an Aegis. Even if I was using the exact same weapons, right? There are certain maps that I would prefer a Panther over an Aegis, simply because of the ability. But overall, yeah, I think that's about it.
Orion's price has been reduced by 50% from 3,758 coins to 1,865 A coins. So Orion has good speed, but it is pretty squishy, but its ability is really...
Panther's HP is so low, though. Yeah, you're correct. That's why you want to use it at range. It also has no status effect protection, so you wouldn't necessarily use them in the same situations against the same types of enemies. But I'm thinking a map like this, for example, that he's on right now. A map like this would be more ideal for an Aegis, because especially if you're going to move up to this center area, you have people potentially on the right side, potentially below you, potentially in front of you, potentially on the left side. There's a lot of potential areas that people could be coming at you from. You probably want an Aegis dome, and you don't necessarily need... you have enough natural cover on this map that you don't necessarily need a Panther barrier to get you from place to place. But let's take something like the map that he was on when he was using Panther even. Let me find this right here. Exclusively, if let's say the enemies are...
If you want one, go ahead and get it. It's solid. It's definitely super squishy and isn't great in the end game, but if you need a heavy mech, it's hard to get.
Exactly what this guy did. You get your you move from your spawn point with the barrier over to that side building, and then from that side building you have an angle on everybody else, and there's so much open space on that map that is incredibly difficult for people to run up on you without you having some time to react. So if you have a decent weapon, if you have some decent weapons on there, you can absolutely do a lot of work with that. So there's not necessarily, yeah, the HP pool is less, but HP doesn't necessarily matter. Like, what are the top mechs in the game? There are the top, out of the top 5 meta mechs, 4 of them are scouts. Like, I don't think HP is the most important factor here.
But it is pretty squishy, but its ability is really strong. The death mark, it stasis the enemy and gives them the death mark effect, which then doubles the damage and gives 50% more. It's technically back damage.
It's not death mark, it's hunter's mark, but understandable because I keep calling it death mark as well. Death mark is a thing from War Robots.
Plus 50% more damage. So you basically do a ton of damage and it will boost your weapons to an insane level. You can do so much damage. It's great with snipers against mods because it does shield pierce as well. And again, it stasis them to slow them down so that they can't escape the death mark, the hunter's mark. Orion is a great mech, and now that it's cheaper, I definitely recommend you pick it up.
Fun fact, I have a role in Discord called Hunter's Mark that my mods have orders to give that role to whoever's being a really big pain in the butt, so that if they cause a problem again and they have the Hunter's Mark role on them, we just ban them. That's a fun fact.
I highly recommend the combo I use on my free-to-play account. Dual Railgun 8s on Orion does wonders for my hanger on there, so I highly recommend you try that. But you can put any weapon that you kind of feel needs a damage boost and just use it on Orion, and it's going to do fairly well. Sentinel.
I would specifically recommend ranged weapons, but in general, he's not wrong. Any weapon can do relatively decently on Orion. Almost any weapon. War Robots player confirmed, brother. I played that game for like 3 or 4 years. That was the game that I played before Mech Arena, so I remember way too many things about War Robots. Like, way more than I probably should. Like, not like bad things. It's not like, oh, I got PTSD, like whatever. But yeah, no, it's like I just remember a lot of stuff about it. It was a fun game. I loved it. I loved it during, you know, there was a time that I loved playing it, and there's some nice memories there. You should also make an EMP role for muted players. That's crazy. You know, maybe. Same, you left during the Ochi meta? I left when they added Hawk. Hawk was the last straw for me, dude. A robot specifically designated to counter Titans, which exists specifically for the sole purpose of not being countered by one specific robot. Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a break, dude. Can't be serious. It was an everything destroyer on release, as most War Robots editions are, but nah, man. It was not even just the fact that it was OP. Almost all of them were OP, but it was the principle of the thing. Like, I just could not just accept it for what it was. I couldn't just accept it for being OP. It was like it broke my brain. It was like, dude, there's no way. You have Titans in the game specifically designed to require multiple enemies to take them down, specifically required for, like, you know, being like a boss type thing that requires a lot of teamwork or just a lot of just, like, you know, chipping them down over time. And then you're going to you're going to introduce one robot that just, like, full counters all the Titans? Like, come on. Bull crap. But that's not the first anti-Titan. Well, it is the first. It's not the last anti-Titan robot that they've introduced, and I'm glad I left when I did. But I had fun.
Sentinel's price has been reduced by $6 for my hanger on there, so I highly recommend you try that. But Sentinel's price has been reduced by 65% from 375,000 credits to 130,600 credits, so it's very cheap now, but Sentinel is not a good mech at all. It's very weak. It doesn't have enough HP to tank many things. It's going to get destroyed by Revokers. It just has a shield just like Ares. It's basically just Ares with more durability on its shield and more HP. Yeah, definitely don't upgrade.
A rank 4 Ares is better than a rank 4 Sentinel. Which is sad, but it's true. The Ares ability is just so much better than Sentinel ability is. Same, I quit when they made Hawk literally an insta-kill towards Leech and gave it resistance to suppression and lockdown. Yeah, dude. I think Leech was probably like the last... There were a couple like metas that I didn't really mind. I think there were a lot of them that were like... Because like back in the day, it's like, yeah, things were OP. They made stuff that was OP. But at the same time, like the meta wasn't like completely brain dead. I felt like it actually took some skill. I think Leech was relatively... I actually really liked the Leech meta. Because I found it wasn't really that difficult to bait a Leech ability and then just wait it out and then go kill them. Like it was something where it's like, you know, if you were smart about it, you could still kill them without much trouble. Will Hellfire get buffed? And we can only hope. What game will you make videos on after Mech Arena is dead? You know, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think I'd do much with this channel if Mech Arena like fully died. But I don't know. Just go to a different channel or something. I think I had the opportunity years ago. I had the opportunity to make this channel into something that was like a little more diverse, I guess you could say, right? Not just like solely focused on Mech Arena, but I kind of dug my own grave with that one, right? So like I've uploaded only Mech Arena videos basically for the past like 3 years, and it's no surprise to anybody that if I uploaded a different video, like a video of a different game, basically nobody's gonna watch it. So that should come to no surprise. You first got into Warbots back in 2009 when you were 2 years old. That is ridiculous. 2 years old, bruh. Make a secondary channel for random stuff. I technically already have one. Yeah. Stardew Valley. I am not... Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really shown much interest in that. I would watch you play scary games. There's a lot of... I want to get back to the BMP's video pretty soon, but one thing that's like... that's difficult for me, really, is that there's a lot of things when I'm thinking about, like, okay, what happens if Mech Arena dies? What do I do, right? Do I keep doing YouTube? Do I try to... Like, even now, right? Like, Mech Arena is not that popular. I could and probably should, if I cared about YouTube, I probably should just freaking ditch it and go for something that's a lot more popular. But, like, what would I do? And when I think about it, like, there's so many options. But I really can't... I can't go for all of them, right? Like, there's so many things that I could do. But I have to choose one. And choosing which one is going to be very difficult. Or at least choose some type of, you know, something... sort of like a generality, right? Like this guy mentioned scary games, right? Like, you couldn't play, like, scary games and, like, freaking... I don't know. I'm trying to think of some other game. Fortnite, yeah, exactly. You couldn't play scary games and Fortnite on the same channel, or at least you probably shouldn't. It would be kind of weird. So, like, yeah, if I ever decide to, like, full send on a different channel or something, I have to decide, like, what exactly I go for. How good is your setup? High specs or mediocre? It's literally still a laptop. So, mediocre. Play Secret of the Mimic. I already see, the problem is that I already watched people's videos of that. And it was kind of like I kind of already got spoiled. Wouldn't bother
thing.
playing
You
a
can buy it
game,
for
like a
tier
story
stars
game.
and as a replacement,
if
kind
I've
of like a
already
placeholder,
seen it.
I guess, until you get something like Aegis to put in there. That's a lot better. So it's not necessarily a bad idea to get this mech, but definitely don't upgrade it unless you want it just for fun. It's not good. And our
It's really, Sentinel's really the only type of thing you should only really get it if you want it for like progression or something. I don't know. There's not really a reason to get Sentinel, I don't think, outside of the fact that it's cheap. But Aegis you get in tier 5, Sentinel you get in tier 6. So like full send Mech Arena, man. That's what I'm currently doing, dude. Fortnite sucks. Nah, I agree with you. And look, so long as I agree with you, I could ban anyone who disagrees. So. Become a horror game live streamer. Yeah, I mean, technically I could do that. I'm not really one for, like, I've never been one for, like, story-driven games, to be honest, though. Like, I really have never played any. I like your Mech Arena vids to ditch them completely. Well, yeah. Ideally, I wouldn't.
Our last mech, which is Killshot, has been reduced by 50% from 3,750 A coins to 1,865 A coins once again. So Killshot is a scout mech with super high speed. It's very fast and has a dash with a very short cooldown. So it has excellent speed. However, its HP is super low. It's very squishy, and it does do like extra dash damage if you hit the enemy, just like Nomad does or Slingshot. But since you're so squishy, you're just gonna die instantly. It's not usually a good idea to fight close quarters with this mech anymore. So in general, I would say just get this mech if you need some speed and a dash mech for your beacon captures. Basically, for CPC, you kind of need to have a dash mech, at least one in your hangar for beacon capturing especially near the beginning of the match. So if you need that in your hangar,
he's not wrong. Yeah, Killshot's one that honestly I wouldn't get it personally, obviously, but screw Killshot. But for most people, I think for most people, it's a good idea to get Killshot just because it's the fastest mech in the game. Which, like, he didn't really say that, but it is true technically, including the ability. It's the fastest mech in the game, along with Slingshot. But like, you may as well get it when you're in tier 6, because otherwise you're like upgrading Slingshot, which is like, I don't know if that's really any better. But yeah, it's a nice thing to have. It's a nice thing to have. A lot of people would get a lot of benefit from a thing like that.
Get this mech, but honestly, I would just go from Slingshot straight to Surge. You just save your 2,000 A coins now, it'll be. But if you want that beacon capturing power, go ahead and get it. Now,
Slingshot straight to Surge. Well, here's the thing, though. Killshot costs how much?
On to the dash mech, at least be a super 5 A coins. Upgrade it unless you want it just for fun. It's not good. And our last mech, which is Killshot, has been reduced by 50% from 3,750 A coins to 1,865.
1,865, he says. I have... wait. Making me log in. Ridiculous. I will have in a second. This is my upgrade sheet that I made for the common, uncommon, and rare stuff. I need to add the epic, but I don't have the data for that yet. I have manually freaking typed in all of these numbers by going to the test server and upgrading everything one by one. You're freaking welcome. But here's the thing. Here's the mechs right here. A Slingshot would cost, to get it to rank 6, 1,600 A coins to get to rank 6. Which I think it would need to be rank 6 to be even kind of... I think it would need to be rank 6 in order to be relatively the same stats as Killshot. You'd also be able to put mods on it, so that's nice. But 1,600 A coins plus whatever it costs, plus the... plus all of these credits added up with the exception of rank 6. That's just to get it to max. So like each of these little things is the amount of total credits it costs for that rank. So the entire rank 2 costs 12,000. It's alright. So it's like 170, 80,000. Yeah, like 180,000. 180,000 plus 1,600 acorns. Is it better to get slingshot or is it better to just get kill shot? I don't know. I don't know. One thing I do know, I'm gonna put this back here. Where they stop. There you go.
Coins once again. So Killshot is a scout mech.
Slingshot better, no debate. Yeah.
It's very fast and has a tip for your beacon.
I don't need to
go
watch
from
this again.
slingshot or go ahead every single weapon. Now on to the weapons. I'm not going to be listing the prices for every single energy variant of every single weapon. That would just waste your and my time.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Instead, I'll just say somewhere around the average percentage the weapon set was reduced by. Arc Torrent's price has been reduced by about 70%, so Arc Torrents are...
You could also just, like, list the prices on the screen with, like, a text thing. But I feel like... Now, I'm not here judging his video editing or anything like that. But one thing I will say is that... And this is a nice tip for people who want to make Mech Arena videos, right? People who want to make decent videos, maybe you want to be an official content creator. If you're talking about something, especially numbers, if you're talking about large numbers like that, you should probably, like, list it on the screen, like, somewhere, maybe, like, top left corner is where I usually like it. But otherwise, like, maybe bottom left corner, somewhere where it's out of the way, unless it's just flashed on the screen for, like, a little bit. So, like, when he's talking about the prices, he's talking about, like, 160 whatever thousand, like, what I would recommend doing, what I would recommend most people doing, putting a little visual thing here, because it's easier for people to understand, otherwise it's just like a number that you're hearing. It's weird to hear numbers like that. So it's a lot easier to understand what's going on when you have, like, a visual thing right there. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with, like, what's another kind of example? It's just giving people visual reference, right? Not necessarily, like, you're not necessarily adding anything that you didn't already add. Like, you already said the number. Workshop, you have to go, okay, bye-bye. You're like, it's not like you didn't say the number. Like, you already said the numbers. Like, it's not something that you didn't mention, but it's just like a visual reference. It's the same thing with, like, my comparison videos. If you follow both myself and Platinum, you might have seen a couple times Platinum did, like, a sort of destruction time test similar to the ones that I've done a couple times. And the thing that I noticed that Platinum didn't do was he didn't put them, like, when he's comparing two different things, he didn't put them side by side so that you could have a visual reference of which one's better. He just showed the clip of one, and then showed the clip of another, and then he showed the results table. It's easy. It's better for, like, visual reference if you, like, put them side by side. Like, keep things like that. I don't know. It's just little stuff.
Close quarters weapon, but they're just simply outclassed by both Revoker and Ember Gun, so absolutely do not get the Arc Torrents. They are terrible. The missile rack
100% correct. Yeah, don't buy Arc Torrent.
Prices have been reduced by about 70%. Missile racks aren't terrible, but they are pretty outclassed by the Storm Rack, which is basically the far better legendary variant. The missile racks need a lot of implants to succeed. You have to have, like, reload, damage, and radius implants, and you
don't really need radius, but he's kind of correct. The main thing I would say about missile rack is simply just that, like, it's kind of similar to, like, Revoker. What's the next comparison? Well, actually, on the subject of BMP, so I was gonna do an Overdriver versus Viper comparison video. BMP wanted to do, I don't want to spoil too much, but BMP wanted to do a somewhat similar video. He reached out to me to see what was going on with me, and I was like, I still haven't recorded all of it. I was gonna make that before, but yeah, I agreed to let him get his video out first because I want to give him the opportunity to get because he was planning on making a video kind of similar to what I was gonna make. So I was like, yeah, go ahead and do that, and then I'll make mine. I'll upload mine like a couple of days after or something like that, so that he can have an opportunity to get some of that out there. I wouldn't want him to like waste his effort making a video only for me to make the exact same video sooner, right? That would kind of suck. So yeah, but for me, it's probably gonna be that. The thing with Missile Rack, one thing I mentioned about Missile Rack is like the same thing with Revoker and Ember Gun. Ember Gun's not necessarily an actively bad weapon, but you have access to a better one. You have access to Revoker, and there's no reason for you to not use Revoker. But then, if you're going to use Ember Gun, then you're probably already using Revoker, so you'd use Ember Gun on your second close quarters build. What do you need a second close quarters build for? I think for most people, especially if you're even considering epic weapons, you probably don't have another. You probably don't none of your mechs probably need another close quarters weapon. That's the same thing with Missile Rack and Storm Rack. Decent weapons, both of them. Both of them are decent weapons. But if you already have Storm Rack, there's kind of no reason to get Missile Rack, because you don't really need two of that kind of build. Unless you get like a legendary Storm Rack reload implant, then it becomes like a lot more of a brawler build, and you use them a lot differently after that point. And so yeah, maybe you could do that. But in general, like it's basically the same thing. You don't really need two of them. So yeah, I think that's the main thing. It's like not even necessarily the fact that it's bad, but just the fact that you should by that point already have something that's better. And there's not really a need to double down on that type of thing. I would, to be honest, skip reload over radius. Kind of like the 16 specifically, but then again, you'd only use them for fun over Storm 16. Missile Rack 16 is actually really solid. It's actually really solid. I've used Missile Rack 16 Outlaw competitively, and it worked well. But yeah, like it does good damage. It has a lot of rockets, and it has really high accuracy. So it's, it's not bad. But again, like, yeah, it's like for most people, I don't think there's much point. And of course, you can get Storm Rack 16 with credits. So like, yeah, the only reason you'd use Missile Rack 16 is because you have your Storm Rack 16s on something else, I guess. But yeah, skipping reload over radius, I'm not sure I agree with that though. I'm not sure I agree with that. Reload's obviously like doesn't play a huge role since it's only an epic, and you have to wait a long time between volleys anyway. But the radius is also, like, even with the legendary maxed out, that doesn't really increase it by that much. It only increases it by like 2 meters, or maybe 3. Your third time checking back in, and you're still, yeah. I could stop if you want. No, but I might actually call it after this. What time is it? I haven't checked. 4:30 p.m. Yeah, I probably should stop pretty soon.
You have to rank them up to get a better radius, unlike the Storm Racks again, so don't use these weapons unless you want them for fun. They can do okay, but basically just Storm Racks are better and cheaper. Literally, the Storm Rack 10 costs credits, and you can just get dual copies of that really easily. Stasis Beams.
Dual copy, maybe not so much, but yeah, he's right. You can get Storm Rack 6 and 10 for credits, and yeah, there's no point. If Missile Racks were credits, then maybe it would be worth it, but this, the only one that is the 6, and it's just not worth it.
By about 75%. The Stasis Beams are terrible. Never get them. They're just for memes. Nade launcher prices
and he leaves it at that. Absolutely agree.
70%. So the nade launchers are pretty good. They do rely on back damage and side damage to do a lot of damage, but when you're hitting for critical back damage, they do shred people up and they destroy mods pretty well. Make sure you have a mech that can fight at close quarters for them, because that's when they really shine, when you can make sure to hit all your shots and do back damage, because they do have a fairly slow shot speed. But
close quarters, no, not really. Nade launchers, in the ideal habitat, are an anti-camper weapon. So what you do with it, I need to make like a specific, like, nade launcher specifically, like a guide to how to use these the two nade weapons. So they have an auto-adjusting feature
that people don't really know how it works. This is my 4th time checking in. Bro doesn't want to stop. Probably because of the monster. Nah. I didn't. I'm not gonna lie. I just didn't realize what time it was. No. Mr. Panther was a great meta back then. What did I have to buy? The Battle Pass or Overdriver 8? Sorry for your English. You don't have to buy either one. Overdriver 8's a pretty good weapon, but the Battle Pass is also decent. It's kind of different, though. They're not really the same thing. Just got home from school. Okay. Thanks for making great video. I appreciate it. Should you buy Surgery Eclipse? The second link in my description. This is like one of the most commonly asked questions, so I made a video specifically about that, which also includes Nomad. So the second link in the video description, in the stream description, sorry. Okay, so here's the thing. BMP is saying nade launchers are a close quarters weapon. Now, if you don't really understand how they work, then yes, you're not going to hit anything unless you're close quarters or relatively close range, like maybe 60 meters. They're an anti-camper weapon. They have an auto-adjusting aiming feature where, look, you have to pay attention to where your cursor is specifically. The video is paused. We're watching BMP's video. So we're watching BMP's videos. It's the pinned comment. So you have to pay attention to where the cursor is for nades and cryo launcher. Because where your cursor is, that's where you're shooting. That's where your nades are shooting. Now you might think, well, obviously, it's gonna try to shoot it. Like, no, but I'm being dead serious. Here's the thing. So, if you're behind cover, and someone's on the other side of the cover, if you're aiming at the cover, if your cursor is on the cover itself, your nades are going to auto-adjust to fire straight at where your cursor is. So it's going to fire at the cover. In order to make it fire over something, like in this case, if you wanted to fire at that guy, let's just assume both of them are standing still. If you wanted to fire at that guy, what he needs to do is he needs to put his cursor over the enemy hitbox, at which point the weapon will recognize that the cursor is over an enemy hitbox. It will auto-adjust the weapon's range and fire so that it hits that point on the map at that range. So when you miss a bunch of shots at long range, or if you miss a bunch of shots when you're firing at somebody from behind cover, when you're firing at someone who's like, if you're firing over an obstacle or something like that, you realize that you're missing a bunch of your shots. A lot of them are going into the wall. A lot of them are going into the floor, whatever, is because your cursor is not directly over their hitbox. So the way that I get around this most of the time is by aiming my cursor straight up into the air, just into the distance. Make sure that it's not make sure that you're not aiming at like a building or something like that. You're just aiming up into the air so that your cursor is pointed as far away as possible. This will guarantee that your nades are going to attempt to fire at the longest range. So long as you know what your range is, then you know where they're going to land. And by doing that, you can create a carpet bomb area on whatever point of the map that you want, which is essentially a helix rack that doesn't require a lock. So it is extremely useful as an anti-camper weapon, especially on certain maps. Twister, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. You got Eclipse. Very nice. 9,000 Acorns gone, but it was worth it. Yeah. Eclipse is probably the first one that I'll get. Between Eclipse and Surge, anyway. So, now that you understand how the nades and cryo aiming system works, yeah, the way that you get around it, the way that you ensure that you're firing where you want to fire, is by first understanding what your range is, what your max range is, and then guaranteeing that you're firing at that max range. And then you can fire wherever you want, so long as you position yourself correctly. And you're not going to get this weird situation where, in order to be effective, you pretty much exclusively have to be relatively close range, which is what BMP is saying. But he's not technically wrong, but he's neglecting the main point of nades.
But if you have that, it could definitely be a good build for your hanger, and you could get something like dual 10s. Definitely a strong build. I have that on my free-to-play account, and they do very well for me. Helix rack prices have been reduced by about 65%. So Helix racks are not good against mods at the end game, and also Eclipse, of course, fully counters them with the Stealth Surge as well in some cases. So I wouldn't recommend investing heavily into them. Don't get the high energy variants. Don't upgrade them or anything too much. But if you want to get them right when you unlock them, especially the Helix 8 is only like 95,000 credits now, it could be a pretty solid build for you. Make sure you have some implants though. They are pretty implant heavy, because since they have low DPS, you need to get a damage and a reload implant, and preferably a range implant as well. Often you're going to want to run all 3 implants with this weapon, but yeah,
if
just
you
get
can,
the
you're going to need
8s and use them for a little while. Don't upgrade them or get the 12 or 16 or anything like that.
If the 10 or 12 Helix rack, if they were credits, then you probably should get them. But I think he's right, because by the time you unlock Helix 16, you unlock Helix 16 at tier 7. By that point, there's no reason to be using Helix rack. But high energy, specifically high energy Helix racks are really good, because you can put them on like a freaking Paragon, right? You could upgrade your Paragon a bunch. It costs basically nothing. You have a bunch of energy capacity to work with. You slap on some Helix racks, massive damage. Especially like early on, the like 3,000-4,000 SP range where I'm at. That sort of thing does really pretty darn well. But yeah, they do cost 8 coins, so it's kind of still not worth it, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So that's probably up to you, but I wouldn't recommend getting them. Wouldn't recommend getting like the 10 or the 12 or the 16 really, but yeah, it's not the worst idea. Talking about how nades are really good-ish when playing around a corner, like with Stormrack, it's actually not true. Nades are really bad on corners because their activation radius or their hitbox radius is really, really large. It's extremely difficult to fire nades around a corner because they'll auto-detonate. They'll impact corners way higher, extremely easily. But no, his reasoning for that was because it just wasn't. It takes a long time for projectiles to reach enemies, and it's not really reliable. That was his reasoning for it. But nades should be. He's not wrong, but nades should be used mostly as like an anti-camper. Archdemon, hello. How are you? Would arcs work best on Eclipse or Surge, in your opinion? I guess Surge, just because Surge can force people to not play for 4 seconds. That's 4 seconds of free damage, but I would not use Arc Torrent on Surge, please. You could use... I'm not even being remotely hyperbolic or exaggerating, whatever. I'm not exaggerating. Fragment Gun is literally better than Arc Torrent. Don't use Arc Torrent. There's zero reason to use it.
Fusion cannon prices have been reduced by about 75%. The fusion cannons are terrible. Never use them. I don't know why they made the bloom and damage on this weapon so bad. It's just garbage. Ember gun prices have been reduced by about 65%.
That's true.
This is an interesting one. Embers by themselves aren't good against mods, against like ML mods or the Galvanic Hull. The weaken effect that the Embers apply is not good against Galvanic. However, if you combine that weaken effect with a Revoker, you can boost the Revoker's damage, and let's say you had like dual Revoker 10s, you can then put Revoker plus Ember Gun on 2 different builds, so you can have 2 Revoker builds that both deal pretty good damage. It's not...
You should just be using double Revoker 10 and 6. double Revoker 6s works better than a Revoker 10 and an Ember 6. But and I know this because I tried it. Like, I just so we're completely clear, I do not think, unless for whatever magical reason you don't have Revoker 6, I do not think there's any scenario in which an Ember Gun becomes a recommended thing, that like the thing that I would ever recommend that you use. Unless, again, unless for whatever random reason you do not happen to have Revoker 6, there's no reason to use Ember Gun. I don't think you need it. You can get the Ember Gun 6 for credits, and you get that before you even unlock Revoker 6. So that's, you know, it's a good one to get. Obviously, you should probably own it. It's one of the better epic weapons, but there's no reason to use it past the Revoker point.
Quite as good as dual Revokers, but it'll do the job until you can get more Revokers in your hanger. So definitely get like the Ember 8 and 6. Those can be worth it, but don't invest to high energy variants because Revokers are just way
8
better
and
in
6.
the
You don't
Voltaic
really need
RPG
it.
prices have been reduced by about 75%. These are just worse versions of things like Missile or Stormax. I wouldn't invest into them. They're not very good. They don't do well against any type of mods. Cryo launcher prices have been reduced by...
Yeah, Voltaic RPG is just kind of like, I don't even know what the point of it is. It's not great. Why would I have Revoker 6? Well, I don't know, because it's like one of the most disgusting weapons in the game, and it's really easy to get. Should you get Sentinel now? Probably not. Why did he say Ember 6 so weirdly? Oh, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. It didn't seem weird to me. Should I get Redeemer now or Killshot later? If you're in Tier 6, there's no reason to be buying mechs from Tier 5. And that's about it. If you don't need it, then yeah, don't bother. Otherwise, Redeemer is really good for like Hanger Showdown. So if you're in Tier 5 and you need something decent, Redeemer's a really good mech for Hanger Showdown. Real talk, whatever bad these weapons are, you'd eventually have to get and use them for achievements because endgame is actually boring after a while. Well, you don't have to get them for achievements. You could. I never recommend people buy things strictly for the sake of achievements. Because, like, yeah, if you get bored enough, you can do whatever you want, right? At that point, freaking upgrade your Puma, right? Like, at that point, it's just as valid of an investment. But I'm never gonna sit here and be like, and to like legitimately recommend that people go out of their way to spend hundreds of thousands of credits just to then spend, you know, tens of hours of time just to then get maybe 10,000 credits back from achievements. Like, no, it's not worth it. If from a strictly like worth it standpoint, absolutely not. But you're right in the sense that endgame is boring as hell, and it's exactly why I'm not rushing for an endgame free-to-play account. Everybody thinks that I am, and everybody thinks that I should be, but it's like, no, I'm not. I'm not in a hurry, dude. It's hella boring. Hella boring. And you should probably not buy Voltaic RPG. Yeah, that's what BMP said.
By about 75%. So
Cryo
cryos are similar to nades. They're both barrage. Cryos are basically a little less damage, but longer range nades with a stasis effect. So if you get them stasis down, you can then hit for huge back damage. Again, with this weapon, you're going to want to aim for that back damage with the radius. But again, the shot speed is pretty low. So these nades are very similar. You can also combo them together. People run like Panther with nade 10 and cryo 10. But yeah,
the only reason they do that is not for any tactical reason. It's literally just because both the I think both of those weapons cost credits, and they don't have either of them rank 6. Like, it's not a conscious choice that they make, like, oh yeah, this is a good thing to do. It's literally just like, I have both of these 10 energy weapons, and I don't have either of them duplicated, so I'll just run them together because it's close enough, right? That's the only reason. In terms of cryo launcher, I think cryo launcher's probably better than nades just overall. I think cryo launcher is just better. It has better base range, so you don't really need a range implant. You can skip the range implant and still do about just as much. slightly lower DPS, but you do apply stasis, which makes it harder for people to get away after you start hitting them. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit of a preference thing, which I like. Like, there's not one that's like strictly better than the other. A bit of a preference.
Again, not super good at endgame, but you can definitely use.
Doesn't nade do more damage? Yeah, that's what I said. So like cryo launcher's like slightly lower DPS, but it has those other benefits, right? So you do slightly less damage, but you have more projectiles, which means theoretically you get through multi-layered shields slightly faster. Not a lot. It's literally one projectile difference, but then also the stasis effect and the fact that you don't really need you have better base range. So, and the radius, like the radius is still the same between both of the weapons, so it's not like you're losing radius either. So it's a little bit depends, but cryo 8 and nade 16, best of both. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Use them in the mid game and have a lot of fun. They're not terrible at end game, but definitely not the greatest.
Yeah, the reason he's missing, by the way, like I was mentioning before.
Panther with nade 10 and cryo 10. But
so like let's watch his cursor. Watch his
super good
cursor.
at end game, but
so right now he's aiming at the hitbox of the enemy because his cursor is hovering over the hitbox. It's technically on this obstacle. It's aiming at all these other things, but it's over the hitbox of the enemy. So the weapons should auto-adjust to try to fire specifically at the enemy. But when he fires, he's not aiming at the enemy at all. He's firing at max range. His max range is 95. He's absolutely not going to hit any of those projectiles.
Them in the mid game and have a lot of fun.
He's firing.
They're not terrible.
Now he's firing at the wall.
Not super good at end game, but you can definitely use them in the mid game and have a lot.
He's firing off into the distance. Now his cursor is not on an enemy, and it's also not in the distance. It's now his cursor's over that little barrier that's right in front of him.
Fun.
What happens to it? It hits the barriers right in front of him.
Definitely not the greatest.
In order to get good performance at a nade and cryo launcher, you have to understand how the auto-adjusting aim works. You can get very good performance out of both of these, but you need to understand how the auto-adjusting works. I bought Fusion Cannon 16 after the price drop, whacked it on Orion, and got the top MVP earlier today. That's crazy. I bet you got like 35 kills with that OP, dude. Just wait for free for all to come around. Maxed Fusion Cannons everywhere. Do I think you should make a second copy of Ember Gun? I mean, I did just explain that Ember Gun's not worth getting or using, really, so I'm not sure why I'd recommend that. Should I buy Cryo into Nade Launcher 10 now and get to tier 4 or save up for Zephyr? I think you mean tier 6. Tier 6 or save up for Zephyr or Railgun 8. Zephyr, I think, is a really good mech to get through tier 5 and tier 6. You're gonna go? Okay, bye-bye. Thank you for being here. What terrible player, Mikey says. I don't know if you're talking about BMP, but I think he just doesn't know how the auto-adjusting works, which a lot of people don't. I mean, people are sitting here. How many people here knew exactly how the cryo launcher, nade launcher, auto-adjusting aim thing worked? Like, you probably didn't. And so, like, I don't fault him for not knowing. And if you don't know, then the weapon's going to seem really, really bad because it's almost impossible to use if you don't know about it. Is cryo launcher any good? It can be decent, but like obviously nobody uses it late game competitively. Fuse Mortar is really OP to deal emotional damage to your teammate.
So I wouldn't invest too heavily into them.
That's
Quantum gun prices have been reduced by 70%, so these are kind of like a high fire rate sustained sniper weapon like Gauss Rifle or Continuum, but they are not good. They're basically just only good if you really want to support your teammates and really play that support build on something like, I don't know, Solus or maybe Salvor. You could use them, but they aren't good. Don't get them for your hanger unless you want to use them for fun as a support build, because they do apply weaken and stasis. So if you hit someone, you can lock them down and then your teammate can take them out, but by themselves they are not good. They don't do much damage at all. They're only okay against ML mods, but they're not going to take anyone out on their own. And
he is completely correct. I got the Quantum Gun 8s for my Orion. When was it? I don't even remember. It was a while ago. This was a while ago. I was like, you know what? I want a half decent weapon. I'm gonna get the Quantum Gun because I think it would be actually kind of decent at this SP. even on Orion. And I was in like, yeah, I mean, I was in tier 6, obviously, because I had Orion. So, this was before Railgun was for credits, obviously. And I think it was potentially before they repriced the rare stuff. So like I didn't even I couldn't have upgraded long arm either. Like I could have, but it would have cost me a fortune to do it. So I obviously wasn't going to do that. But I got Quantum Gun, you know, rank 4 Quantum Gun 8s on Orion. Sucks, dude. It's not good. It sounds like it could be okay, but it's just not, dude. I don't know.
Finally, fuse mortar prices have been reduced by about 65%. So the fuse mortars are just not really good. Also, the fuse mortar 10 was changed from 250,000 credits to 870 A coins. So all 3 of these cost A coins.
He is correct. I noticed that in the notes that that Plarium sent me. The only reason that I know what the prices of everything is because Plarium sent me like some. They sent me some notes. They're like, here's like the new prices of everything, and I was like, wait a second. Why is Fuse Mortar 10 A coins now? And they were like, yeah, that's intentional. I don't know what the reason is, but I mean, oh well, I guess, right? It's not like the weapon's good, so you probably shouldn't get it anyway.
The mortars
Anybody here get the Fuse Mortar 10 while it was credits though? Now you can have a fancy A coin weapon without spending A coins. Rank 5 doesn't give you 2. Correct. What are we talking about? Quantum Gun Orion is kind of fun for all the debuffs. Yeah, kind of, but it's just really, really bad damage, even though it's an Orion. I accidentally upgraded Ember Gun 16 to 5-star, but I was going to make second copy of Ember Gun 12. Well, you shouldn't have done either one. I guess it serves you right? I told you not to do it, but you did it anyway. Stormrack or Revoker better? The first one you should get is Stormrack, but if you already have that, you should get both. Good to know Quantum are so bad. Nearly bought them instead of Fusion Cannon. Oh, you made the OP choice with Fusion Cannon, bro. Fusion Cannon's the worst epic weapon. No, I don't even think it's that close. Like Stasis Beam is really bad, but at least it has much better range. Fusion Cannon's just sad. I don't own a single Fusion Cannon on my free-to-play account. That's how bad it is. It's not even a thing that I even considered. It's not even a thing that I considered as maybe I try this out to see how good it is at low SP. Didn't even cross my mind, brother. It's that trash.
Mortars or fuse mortars just don't perform well against any type of mods, so I would definitely not recommend these.
It's not even just mods, it's the fact that anything can avoid fuse mortars so easily.
At endgame, I know, even on Orion, they're not good, so don't invest in the fuse.
Like super early game, it's fine. And I mean like super early game. And who here remembers my free-to-play account super early on when I got those fuse mortar 8s in that freak-ass offer? Those did really well, even though they were only rank 3. The reason they did well is because with the exception of Slingshot, there's literally no fast mechs in the super early game. Like, there's no fast mechs in the super early game. Almost everything is exclusively very, very slow. Like Ares, Juggernaut, Paragon, Puma, like everything's slow. So with that SP, yeah, it was fine, but like after like 2000 SP, I think even those became completely obsolete. Only time I like Ember or Frag over Evoker is on Seeker, as it's easier to just start shooting and hit someone when teleporting. Skill issue on my part, though. There's like a half second after you teleport before you can even fire, before it even lets you fire, I'm pretty sure. So you have a little bit. But, yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you have multiple close quarters mechs, then, you know, go for it. You could use multiple close quarters weapons. But especially for free-to-play players, like, the only good close quarters mech, in my opinion, is Zephyr. And there's no other mech you should be using Revokers on. So you'd be like, oh, but I use kill shot. Like, kill shot, it's gonna freaking die. You're gonna dash in and immediately explode. There's no reason to use, like, don't use it close quarters. And even if you did, like, probably freaking Ember Gun for him. May as well use, like, a burst weapon. Should try hanger rating videos. Well, I made like a hanger review stream, or at least I reviewed people's hangers for a while during a stream, and a lot of people people didn't really watch that. Got a lot less viewers than normal. I actually have a lot less viewers than normal right now, but that's fine. And just like looking at my video analytics when it comes to the like the last 2 videos I think I made, I had a little segment at the end where it's like I was reviewing somebody's hanger, and a lot of people end up leaving during that. As soon as that starts, they end up leaving because I don't think they find it that interesting. There's I have to think about ways to make it interesting, but it's not just something I could just be like, oh yeah, I'm doing hanger reviews now, and it's not really worth my time, to be honest.
These mortars. So there you go. That is every epic item, the new pricing, and whether I think you should get it or not. Again, thanks to Plarium for this great update. I hope they do legendary items next, and thanks to you for watching the video. If you enjoyed, drop a like, subscribe for more videos like this. Again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. The epic price...
Oh, stop it. Well, there you have it, folks. The link to BMP's video is in the pinned comment, pinned message in the chat. You should go watch it if you have questions, if you just got here. Most of what he said is stuff that I agree with. I had some additional points to add to it, or like different little nuances, but the bulk majority, I'd say, is stuff that I mostly agreed with. So go ahead and watch that if you have some questions about whether or not you should get certain things or whatever. And yeah, make sure to leave that video a like as well, and thank BMP for extending my stream by like freaking an hour or something like that. Ridiculous. Yeah, bro, I was. How did it take me an hour to review to freaking react to an 11-minute video? Nah. Because you kept pausing? Well, yeah, obviously. Because I had stuff to say. First off, I knew it was going to be longer. I didn't realize it would take an hour for that. It shouldn't have taken an hour. For every 1 minute of BMP video, I had 5 minutes of yapping. Very good. Classic. Nice exposed wires on your headset. Thank you. It's very fancy. Every 2 seconds is too much. No, I don't think I did it too often. But also, like, it is also like a matter of fair use, right? Which I'm not sure if you're aware of what fair use is on YouTube. Like, I can't just play somebody else's video on my stream and not say anything about it. Or not add anything to it. If I'm not adding anything to it, then I'm essentially stealing, I'm stealing his video, is what I'm doing, and I can and should get in trouble for that. You understand that, but pause like every minute? Well, I'm not timing it. I'm just pausing when I have something to say, because I don't necessarily want to talk over him. If you think I pause too much, leave my stream. Go watch BMP's video. And pause it at your own leisure. Alright? Yeah. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Anyway, you already did. Okay, cool. I'm gonna call it here. Trying to fight the viewers? Nah. Mech Arena needs to do some rarity changes, or maybe just stop making everything legendary. Now, the reason they make everything legendary is because most people don't care if they release something that's like a lower rarity, you know? Like if they made, I don't know. Well, okay, I guess with like, with the price changes, oh, that's way too loud. Ah, that's right, I turned up my volume for... That's still way too loud. I'm gonna have to go to like the individual volume, whatever, it doesn't matter. Because of like the price changes, I think it would be nice to have certain low tier stuff, but for the most part, like, you know, if they added a rare weapon, would you use it? No, probably not, because you have way better stuff. You know, you already know it's going to be worse than everything you have. There's no point in using it, so you don't have much interest in that. You're a lot more likely to have interest in, and especially because like it is an extremely naive assumption, by the way, to say that, oh well, because it's low rarity, that means it's going to be free to play sooner. No, it doesn't. You know how you realize Fuse Mortar, being an epic weapon, was a paid-only weapon for longer than Savant was. Longer. So the lower rarity thing did not take less time to be free to play. It took more time to be free to play. And obviously, no paying player is going to care if there's a thing that's low, like that's like rare or something. Like they don't care. Why would they buy it? And then by the time it becomes relevant to you, you're already gonna have legendary stuff. You don't care either. So I think I think people wouldn't care about it as much as they like to believe that they would. It would be kind of nice every so often. I agree, but I definitely think that people think that they would. People think that they would use it and they would enjoy it and whatever, but most people who think that, I don't think they actually would. Dreadshot is straight epic at best. That's being generous. Get Redox and Scorpius for the fun of it. People would be so upset. I should get Eclipse. I will get Eclipse. It's going to cost me 10,000 egg coins. It's like, it's not going to be anytime soon, but I should. And if nothing else, I can make a different account for if I want to mess around with other stuff. Because at the end of the day, now that their epic stuff is repriced, like, I'm kind of curious. But what a lot of people don't know is that when the other stuff, when the like common, uncommon, rare, when that got repriced, I actually made a separate account. I made an account with the sole purpose of creating a video which was dedicated to going from tier 1, like a legitimate beginner, going from tier 1 to tier 5 as quickly as possible and to see how long it took, right? That was my goal, is just to get to tier 5 and see how long it took after the repricing. And I recorded a bit of it, but it just like, I just got stuck after a little while. It took a little while, and I have trouble managing multiple accounts, so I just forgot about it a lot. In all fairness, I did kind of get stuck by epic things. So, like in a free-to-play account, by also, just FYI, right? Like, so it was a free-to-play account. From tier 3, you can't go from tier 3 to tier 4 without buying at least one epic thing. It's not possible. Unless you spend a bunch of A coins, right? You have to buy at least one epic credit-based thing. I think potentially 2. And if each one costs like 300,000 credits, that's a lot of time to it's a lot of time to take from tier 3 to tier 4. So it just kind of got stuck after a little while, and maybe I do that again. Maybe I make a different one and try to get to tier 5 all over again or something like that. I don't know. I could do that. Maybe I should do that, but yeah, we'll find out. Our Overdriver's worth it. They're better than Viper, but not like a ton better, but I think they are better. Even Dreadshot bots can't snipe me from the air in the Lancer. I got Seeker and I'm still getting flamed by slingshots. That sounds like a skill issue, man. That's crazy, though. The number of max slingshots I run into, though, is actually kind of wild. Brickhouse, the last chairbender, is so real. Yeah. If anybody else has something crazy to say, I don't, then maybe that'll change, but that is going to remain my Discord status until I hear something better. Is it possible to beat the game? Technically, no. The only way to beat the game is by uninstalling. You would 100% enjoy new common to epic mechs. Yeah, I know some people would, but I think a lot of people care too much about meta progression. And at the end of the day, something that's low tier is not good for meta progression. And I think certainly not everybody, but I think a solid like 30% at least 30% of the people who think that they would care probably wouldn't actually care. I think a hanger contest could be interesting for a video where the viewers choose which hanger wins a small A coin prize with poll, and you have the viewers send in their hanger you choose. Okay, so that's just an easy way for me to hand out free A coins, but the thing is that costs me money, right? I can't be spending more money on my videos than I'm getting back. That's not it's not good business practice, right? My goal for YouTube, honestly, is to spend as little amount as possible and try to make as much as I can from it, which is why I've been loving the free-to-play account, I'm not gonna lie. And the budget account idea is one that I'm okay with, but I don't love the idea of spending $10, even if it's just $10 every month. It's like over $100 over the course of a year. It's like it adds up, and I'd rather not if I don't have to. But I think I will. I just gotta take some time to like actually figure out what I want to do with it and make some videos for that. Art thou cheap? You could say that. I mean, it's a good practice, though, right? Look, you guys enjoy the free-to-play stuff. I enjoy making the free-to-play stuff because it doesn't cost me money. I spent plenty on my other account, my main account. I buy the battle pass and whatever when there's like a cool skin or something in there. Speaking of cool skin, I think I missed that Seeker skin from the Derby event, but whatever. But yeah, like I'll buy the battle pass every so often. But essentially, it's just like, I'm spending a lot of my time making these videos for you guys. And it would kind of suck for me if I were to spend a lot of time and then also spend a lot of money and make, like it takes away from whatever it is that I'm potentially earning, which is not a lot. Like YouTube does not pay very well. Is another price drop coming at any point? For Legendary, I would hope so, but like we don't know for sure, right? If I'm not wrong, then I think Arachnos was either attacker or tank. Arachnos used to be an attacker, Brickhouse used to be a tank. Mimicker still sees them as such. If you scan an Arachnos, it'll still give you a damage boost. And if you scan a Brickhouse, it'll give you a shield. It treats them as attackers and tanks. But that's not what they are anymore, technically. In my heart, Brickhouse is a tank still. Anyway. that is going to be it from me. I appreciate everybody who stopped by once again. I linked BMP's video in the pinned message there. He goes over all the different epic mechs and weapons and says what he thinks about whether or not he thinks you should buy them, whether or not they're worth buying or whatever, right? A lot of that video is stuff I largely agreed with. So yeah, you can go ahead, head over there, and watch that. Otherwise, that is going to be it for me. Appreciate y'all. Take care.